By this point, it was clear that the tide had turned in favor of the Allies, with their hard-earned victories at Midway, Guadalcanal, the Conquerattack, and Bunagana showing that the initiative was now firmly in their hands. Yet the Pacific War was far from over, and so was the New Guinea Campaign. After the recent victory at the Battle of Wau, in which a bold Japanese advance had been defeated by the Australians only at the 11th hour, Generals Imamura and Adachi had set out to heavily reinforce and fortify the main towns along the New Guinean coast in an effort to protect the inner perimeter of the Japanese Empire to the north. But picking up the initiative, Generals Blamey and MacArthur were also preparing to undertake a long and ambitious offensive to seize the key Lae-Salamaua area and an entry into the Huon Peninsula, which could allow the Allies to later invade the island of New Britain as part of Operation Cartwheel. As such, the stage was set for a major confrontation between a strong and determined Japanese force and the brave and ferocious Australian troops that had become accustomed to the jungles and mountains of the island. Thus, join us today in this long video as we cover in full detail the 1943 New Guinea Campaign, from the critical Battle of the Bismarck Sea to the final victory at Finschhafen. This video is sponsored by you. Unfortunately, the YouTube environment is not great right now, with the algorithm being friendlier to drama and react channels and YouTube being permissive of AI slop. We don't do drama and we don't do AI, but thanks to our members and patrons, our channel continues to make 3 public videos per week, with the team intact and going strong. In recognition of their generosity and contributions, members and patrons receive 2 additional exclusive videos each week, and access many other perks. Join them to watch more than 250 exclusive videos covering every era of history. Join them by scanning the QR code on your screen, via the links in the description or pinned comment, or by pressing the join button under the video. As we last saw, the forces under Brigadier Motten had successfully arrived in the nick of time to defend Wau and hold off the Japanese surprise attack, thus forcing the Okabe detachment to fight a difficult withdrawal back to their main base at Mubo. With the Australians in hot pursuit and harassing them all the way, General Okabe's forces would finally arrive at Mubo by the end of February, signifying the end of the Battle of Wau. Yet by late February, the Japanese still held the vital high ground around Waipali and Guadagasal, something that indicated that a renewed offensive against Wau was still possible. But more importantly, Okabe would need to receive substantial reinforcements to stand a chance against the full might of Motten's 17th Brigade. Because of this, Generals Imamura and Adachi immediately started to plan for another convoy to be sent from Rabaul to Lae by the end of February, hoping to reinforce the area with the rest of Lieutenant General Nakano Hidemitsu's 51st Division. The convoy of 8 transports would be escorted by a small fleet of 8 destroyers under Rear Admiral Kimura Matsutomi, and although this was a small fleet, these destroyers and their experienced crews had taken part in some of the most important naval battles of the Pacific War up to this point. Additionally, by the end of February, the Japanese had also carried out a large number of convoy operations that consisted of only 1 or 2 destroyers, successfully reinforcing their presence on the Wewak-Madang coast with the bulk of the 20th and 41st Divisions. Learning from the past experience of the January convoy, this time Kimura was to follow a route along the northern coast, trying to put more distance between the Japanese vessels and the Allied reconnaissance aircraft until the convoy reached the Vitiaz and Dampier Straits. Kimura would command the operation from the destroyer Shirayuki, while other destroyers would also carry important figures, such as Generals Adachi and Nakano. Upon arriving at Lae, the ships would anchor 600 meters apart along the shoreline from just west of the airfield to the mouth of the Busu River, around 500 meters offshore. It was also planned to establish smoke screens over the anchorage to mask both the unloading vessels and the shore storage areas if any air attacks occurred. Furthermore, an escort of 40 naval and 6 army aircraft would provide aerial protection over the convoy for 13 hours each day. Meanwhile, General Mackay, who had temporarily taken command of New Guinea Force while General Herring was on leave, recognized that the enemy still hoped to capture Wau and the Bulalo Valley, and that his forces in the area were insufficient to carry out the defense of these places. By early February, Allied intelligence reports had also concluded that although further troop movements to Lae could be expected, the Japanese were likely to have found surface convoys too costly for normal running. Thus, they were using submarines to bring supplies to Lae, and they were setting up an alternative supply line via Madang Wewak. Persistent reports of Japanese patrols moving down the Ramu and Wampit valleys, with Wau as their objective, finally forced General Blamey to prepare the 3rd Australian Division, mainly consisting of the 7th and 15th Brigades, to reinforce the Bulalo Valley area. Yet these forces would not be ready until late March, so in the meantime, only the depleted 39th Battalion would be flown to Wau to provide a reserve for an anticipated Japanese attack. On February 19th, however, reports of large concentrations of ships in Rabaul and a decrypted message indicated that there would be a second convoy to Lae in early March. This vital lead allowed Generals Blamey and MacArthur to organise an appropriate response, immediately appointing General Kenny, the commander of the Allied Air Forces, to deal with this new threat. Kenny's command comprised the Royal Australian Air Force under Air Vice Marshal William Bostock and the 5th Air Force, led by Brigadier General Ennis Whitehead, totaling some 154 fighters, 34 light bombers, 41 medium bombers, and 39 heavy bombers available for combat in New Guinea. The 5th Air Force was also subdivided into 2 main commands: the 5th Fighter Command of Brigadier General Paul Wurtsmith, which counted with some 95 fighters available for combat, including a number of competent P-38 Lightnings, and the 5th Bomber Command of Brigadier General Howard Ramey, which counted with a variety of medium and heavy bombers. But most importantly, Kenny and Whitehead had at their disposal the 3rd Attack Group of light bombers, nicknamed the Grim Reapers, which included a squadron of A-20 Bostons and 2 squadrons of B-25 Mitchells that had been significantly modified by Major Paul Pappy Gunn. These modifications, for example, allowed the B-25s to be used for masthead bombing attacks without a bombardier, in opposition to their original role of carrying out bombardier-assisted missions from altitude. The Australians also countered with the No. 9 Group of Group Captain William Garring, consisting of the No. 73 Wing at Port Moresby and the No. 71 Wing at Milner Bay. Garring had noted how poor were the Allied attempts to prevent a number of Rabaul convoys from reaching the New Guinea mainland, and was determined to put in place a suitable plan for the next convoy to try, so he would persuade Whitehead that a properly rehearsed plan, integrating all available aircraft and carrying out skip bombing and masthead bombing, was needed for the operation. Garring's plan was for the planes to gather over Cape Ward Hunt at 0930, and then be over the convoy at 10 in quick succession, totally overwhelming the enemy escorting aircraft and the anti-aircraft defences. At least 2 rehearsals would be carried out, with the last one turning out to be damn good. At last, on February 28th, the Japanese finished loading all their supplies, with the convoy departing Rabaul for Lae at around 0200 on March 1st. Slowly moving across the Bismarck Sea, the convoy would enjoy 2 tropical storms that hampered the Allied air reconnaissance for the first few days. Then, on March 1st, as the weather was clearing, 3 B-24s would make the first convoy sighting, reporting 14 vessels escorted by 0 fighters around 70 kilometers northwest of Abili and heading west. Yet the Allies needed more information, so more aircraft would be dispatched to continue the search. Despite this, General Whitehead would command a formation of 8 B-17s that were returning from a striking mission at Gasmata to attack the convoy, although the bombers would fail to locate the vessels after dropping around a dozen flares on the water. Meanwhile, the Japanese destroyer, Tokitsukaze, had intercepted an Allied message saying that the convoy had been spotted, so Kimura and his forces were alert that an attack was incoming. Undisturbed, the convoy would nonetheless steam west along the New Britain coast under the protective blanket of weather for a further 6 hours. At dawn on March 2nd, under cloudy weather with occasional showers, 6 Australian A-20s also swept low over Lae to bomb the runway and strafe some dispersal areas, successfully preventing the enemy fighter escorts from using this base. At about 10 o'clock, another Liberator flying through poor weather managed to find the convoy yet again, so General Whitehead decided to launch his first strike. Although the convoy was still too far away for a coordinated attack, 8 B-17s took off to attack, followed an hour later by a second group of 20 heavy bombers. they were to be escorted by 12 P-38s, equipped with long-range drop tanks. Yet the cloud cover would hinder them and make them miss the rendezvous. Finding the enemy ships without difficulty, the first 8 B-17s made the first attack amidst a rain of anti-aircraft fire at around 09:45, claiming to have scored 5 critical bomb hits on the Kyokusei Maru that started large fires. The second formation then struck under broken cloud and rain squalls, this time escorted by the P-38s, claiming to have sunk 4 enemy vessels. Yet in truth, only 2 transports would be hit, suffering only very light damage. The Kyokusei Maru, however, had to be abandoned and would finally sink sometime later. Despite this, destroyers Asagumo and Yukukaze would manage to rescue 850 troops of the 1,200 on board, as well as 2 mountain guns before the transport sunk. They would then race ahead of the convoy at full speed to land at Lae with the rescued troops, along with General Nakano, by the end of the day, immediately turning around to rejoin the convoy before daybreak. A number of airstrikes by heavy bombers would follow throughout the day, yet the convoy was now stretched out for 20 kilometers and zigzagging regularly, so high-level bombing would fail to cause further damage, as it was inefficient in this situation. Worthy of mention is that the numerous Japanese escorting fighters showed little aggressive intent against the American bombers, and then suddenly departed after the last attack of the day. By nightfall, Australian PBYs had been sent to shadow the Japanese convoy, successfully determining that it was heading south through the Vitiaz Strait towards Lae. Yet during the early hours of March 3rd, Admiral Kimura made a disastrous decision as he ordered his ships to mark time and circle in the dark, wasting at least 2 precious hours of the cover of night. The reasons behind this catastrophic blunder are largely unknown, but maybe Kimura wanted to be sure that he would have air cover at first light, which would then escort him all the way to his destination. In any case, he would see neither Japanese aircraft nor stormy weather by sunrise. A clear and brilliant day was ahead, a bad omen for the Japanese. At this point, the enemy was also within range of their airbase at Milner, so a strike of 8 Beauforts would be launched at 0400. Only 2 of the Australian torpedo bombers would make it through a heavy weather front, however, and both would fail to cause much damage on the convoy. Nonetheless, the Japanese commanders were now alert of the torpedo danger that those Beauforts posed, something that would be astutely used by the Allied planners in some hours. At 0510, 4 Australian A-20s would again hit Lae, catching several planes on the ground and leaving them unavailable to help protect the convoy. Finally, by 0830, a striking force of 90 aircraft had departed Port Moresby to rendezvous over Cape Ward Hunt an hour later. Upon adopting the correct formation, they would then proceed towards the objective, reaching the convoy around 10. The leading 13 B-17s, covered by around 30 Lightnings that immediately engaged the recently arrived Zeros, were the first to dive in, attracting the enemy anti-aircraft fire, while the experienced Beaufighters came in just above the waves, trying to pose as Beaufort torpedo bombers. Although the bombing of the B-17s would be largely inefficient, the bombers and the Lightnings would manage to take down 7 Zeros and damage another 3, also leaving the Japanese vessels separated and vulnerable to strafers and masthead bombers. Meanwhile, as the Beaufighters menacingly advanced, Admiral Kimura rapidly took the bait and ordered his vessels to turn and face the enemy, presenting the narrowest possible profile for a moving torpedo. This, in turn, exposed the length of the vessels to strafing, which was very much to the advantage of the Beaufighters. The Australian pilots then selected their own objectives and began their strafing runs, firing with their 6 303 machine guns and their devastating 4 20mm Hispano cannons. In combination, each plane let loose a ferocious stream which flayed everything it touched, creating a river of fire and destruction running the length of the ships. Some of the vessels even stopped dead in the water, as the officers in the bridges were rapidly cut down, and the Australians also knocked out many of their anti-aircraft positions. After the first strafing run had finished and the Australians set out to begin their second run, however, the B-17s and B-25s unexpectedly began to drop bombs over the Japanese vessels and over the bow fighters, so the Australians would have to go in with bombs falling and exploding all around them. The Mitchells of the Grim Reapers, with their modified weapons that made them true commerce destroyers, had the capability of creating even more mayhem at close range than the bow fighters. Squeezing the firing buttons on their control columns, the Allied pilots watched the deadly mixture tear up the ships like a gigantic claw. The modified A-20s would be the last to join in the struggle, and they would find every ship they tried to attack already spoken for by a number of aircraft coming in from a variety of angles. By 10:15, all 7 transports had been hit and were sinking about 100 kilometers southeast of Finschhafen. Furthermore, with a masterful combination of skip bombing and mast height bombing, some Japanese destroyers would be taken down by the ferocious Grim Reapers. For example, Kimura's flagship, the Shirayuki, after being strafed early on by a bow fighter that cut down the officers in the bridge, would then suffer 2 bomb hits by a Mitchell that started large fires and caused a huge explosion. As the destroyer sank, the crew would be rescued by the Shikinami, including a wounded Kimura. The destroyer Asashio would also be hit, forcing it to collide with the disabled supply ship Nojima and suffering a list of 30 degrees, for which it had to be abandoned. General Adachi's ship, the Takitsukaze, would likewise be hit by the low-level bombers, suffering fatal damage, for which Adachi and the 18th Army staff would have to be evacuated. Both the crews of the Asashio and Takitsukaze would be rescued by the unsinkable Yukikaze, which was not damaged in the entire battle. And the other remaining destroyers would also go on to rescue the crews of the sinking transports, suffering some damage from the attacks of the Allied airmen. After midday, the second series of air attacks by B-17s and A-20s also began, successfully bombing and strafing the Asashio while she was rescuing survivors. The 4 surviving destroyers then withdrew up the Vitiaz Strait and were joined by the destroyer Hatsuyuki off Long Island. After refueling the destroyers, the Hatsuyuki and the Uranami brought 2,700 survivors back to Rabaul, while the other 3 destroyers continued to pick up survivors, finally bringing a further 1,100 to Kavieng by March 5th. On the night of March 3rd, a force of 10 PT boats also set out to finish off the convoy, and some B-17s and bow fighters were likewise sent to attack the Japanese survivors and their rescuers, a mission that was largely unpopular amongst the pilots, but that was largely necessary lest they reach Lae and soon join the front lines. It is estimated that these missions resulted in a further 352 Japanese troops being killed, from the total of 2,890 casualties that the Japanese suffered in the battle. Around 224 survivors would also be rescued by submarines on March 6th, and many others would make their way to various islands, where they were captured or killed by the Allied forces. Although General MacArthur laughably estimated 15,000 enemy casualties, describing the battle as the decisive aerial engagement of the Southwest Pacific Theater, the Battle of the Bismarck Sea was indeed a major victory for Allied air power, although the Allied land forces would fail to capitalize on this success and launch a swift offensive against Lae before it could be reinforced. It also cemented the fact that the initiative in the Pacific was now firmly in the hands of the Allies. As we've previously examined on this series, planning for the Pacific Theater of Operations was plagued by 2 main problems: the strategy of Europe First, which relegated the Pacific to the status of a secondary theater, and the inter-service problems between the Army and Navy over the question of overall command. Since neither side was willing to accept the proposals of the other, the Americans would have to adopt compromise solutions, which satisfied no one completely. This resulted in makeshift operation-to-operation arrangements that had to be re-examined constantly as conditions changed. With the end of the Guadalcanal campaign and the completion of the first phase of the July 2nd directive, the question of command resurfaced yet again. Back in January, Admiral King had even proposed to form an integrated command under Admiral Nimitz, which was to include the Southwest Pacific area of General MacArthur once the reduction of Rabaul had been carried out successfully. Yet General Marshall would deftly evade King's major premise, forcing the Admiral to turn to the conduct of current operations. Both men, however, agreed that the capture of Rabaul, with its key port, supply and staging facilities, was still top priority, so they decided to call a conference between the main 3 Pacific commanders as soon as possible to iron out the details about the coming offensive. In the meantime, the South Pacific area of Admiral Halsey would experience how troublesome it could be to cooperate with MacArthur even in the face of extreme danger, which further emphasized the need for overall command, or at least for closer coordination in the theatre. Additionally, King was dissatisfied by MacArthur's failure to provide any detailed plans about the second phase of operations. He felt that unless more definite information was provided, then the Joint Chiefs of Staff should call upon Nimitz and Halsey to furnish their plans for going ahead in the Solomons, in alleged support of MacArthur. By mid-February, it was finally agreed that instead of a conference in the Pacific, the commanders would just send their representatives to Washington to present their plans. On March 12th, the Pacific Military Conference thus opened, as important representatives of the Southwest, South, and Central Pacific areas met at Washington, determined to get additional means for their respective areas. Lasting until March 28th, the sessions would be conducted under the supervision of the Joint Staff Planners, headed by Rear Admiral Charles Cook and Major General Albert Wedemeyer. At the first meeting, MacArthur's representatives presented the Elkton Plan for the seizure of the New Britain, New Ireland, New Guinea area, which essentially covered phases 2 and 3 of the July 2nd directive, and was based upon the concept of elbowing forward on the eastern and western approaches of Rabaul. MacArthur's ambitious plan was to first seize operating airfields on the Huon Peninsula and New Georgia, then to simultaneously move in and establish air bases on western New Britain and Bougainville, and finally to capture Kavieng, thus isolating Rabaul, which would be taken by amphibious assault. For his plan, MacArthur calculated that 12 and 2/3 divisions and 30 air groups would be required for his Southwest Pacific area, while 10 divisions and 15 air groups were to be assigned to Halsey's South Pacific area. Furthermore, of his total of 22 and 2/3 divisions, 10 would have to be amphibiously trained. The strengths called for in the Elkton Plan were much greater than those projected by the War Department, which estimated that there would be 8 divisions and 6 air groups in the South Pacific, and 9 capable divisions and 15 air groups in the Southwest Pacific by October 1st. Yet all members agreed that the forces required, as shown in the Elkton Plan, were the minimum necessary, so it was decided to refer this problem to the Joint Chiefs of Staff to evaluate whether to augment the forces allocated to the Pacific or to modify the current directives for Pacific operations. Both King and Marshall would present 2 alternatives, and although the army believed that aircraft requirements in the Pacific were met, and that giving them more could void the Casablanca decisions and affect the planned combined bomber offensive against the Luftwaffe, the Joint Chiefs of Staff would finally approve the Navy plan to cancel 1 division allotted to the South Pacific in exchange for increased air allocations for the Elkton Plan. With these increases, the conferees agreed that only the second phase of the July 2nd directive would be carried out, including offensives against Madang, the southern portion of Bougainville, Cape Gloucester, and the Kirowina and Woodlark Islands, but not Kavieng and Rabaul. King and the Navy would also fight for the question of command, but they could only secure minor concessions, as the army clung firmly to the provisions of the July 2nd directive. Thus, MacArthur retained direction of the operations against Rabaul, while Halsey, working under general directives from MacArthur, would be in direct command of operations in the Solomons. Once the matter had been settled by March 21st, the representatives began to discuss how to carry out these plans. Halsey's staff officers proposed to assault Munda early in April, but MacArthur's representatives, who also outlined their own plans for sweeping the Japanese out of the Huon Gulf, asked that the Halsey offensive be timed accordingly for mid-May. In the end, the Joint Chiefs of Staff would determine that Halsey was to wait until MacArthur had an airbase in the Trobriands. With the conference at an end, the Joint Chiefs of Staff would finally issue this new directive on March 29th. In conclusion, the Pacific Military Conference had succeeded at bringing about an adjustment of demands vis-à-vis supply for the Pacific. The theatre representatives therefore gained a small victory with the Navy's assistance, but the War Department had also been able to keep the increases within bounds and the operations within reality. Both groups could feel some measure of satisfaction over the outcome, as the projected operations in the Pacific, which later assumed the codename Cartwheel, were going to carry the United States through 1943. After the conference, Halsey would immediately fly to Noumea to pay a call upon his new boss in Brisbane. This personal meeting would kickstart a fruitful relationship between the two commanders, one that would be important for the future of the Pacific War. As a side note, Admiral King would also institute the new numbered fleet system on March 15th, renaming Halsey's South Pacific Force to 3rd Fleet and MacArthur's naval forces to 7th Fleet, under the command of Vice Admiral Arthur Carpenter. Additionally, Allied air units in the Solomon Islands would be combined into a joint command, the Air Sols, led by Rear Admiral Charles Mason, which was subordinated to Halsey's South Pacific area. Meanwhile, the Japanese were also making a shift in their strategic plans. Admiral Yamamoto, after trying unsuccessfully to win a decisive naval action against the US at Midway, the Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz, had decided to wait for Nimitz to overextend and give him a big break. But the loss of 6 carriers and many destroyers in less than a year required conservation of these 2 vessel types, so Yamamoto would safeguard his carriers beyond the range of American aircraft, and would only grant a small ration of destroyers to the exhausted 8th Fleet of Admiral Mikawa, who was by now seen as one of the main culprits for the loss of most of the Solomons. The disastrous Battle of the Bismarck Sea also served as a decisive reason for a vital revision of the joint Army-Navy operational policy, whereby first priority was definitely shifted from the Solomons area to New Guinea. There, Generals Imamura and Adachi continued to bring the last elements of the 20th and 41st Divisions to the Madang-Wewak area, though after March, Allied air attacks on Japanese ships unloading or at anchor, especially night bombing raids, would increasingly interfere with transport operations. With the bulk of these forces already landed by the end of February, however, the 20th Division of Lieutenant General Aoki Shigemasa was ordered to move towards Lae, constructing a supply road via the Finisterre Range, the Ramu and the Markham River valleys. On March 25th, Imperial General Headquarters would finally issue a directive, mainly aiming to reinforce and secure the key Lae-Salamaua area. Furthermore, this directive would place the IJA and its air force in command of the defense of New Guinea, while the IJN and its aircraft was to take over the defense of the Solomons and Bismarcks. The situation had changed drastically for the Japanese Empire in the Pacific War. While the Allies planned to undertake the next phase of offensives against Japan, in what would be known as Operation Cartwheel, the Japanese were also shifting their priorities to the successful defense of New Guinea, particularly the key Lae-Salamaua area. This is why Admiral Yamamoto and the combined fleet staff were greatly incensed by the disaster that transpired in the Bismarck Sea, as the Japanese convoy was meant to reinforce Lae. They were also concerned about the state of land-based aviation, which had failed to protect the convoy during the battle, recognizing that Admiral Kosaka's 11th Air Fleet had suffered many losses in the last few months, including most of its original air crews. Furthermore, the remaining air groups also suffered from a series of serious issues, but there were 2 that were most important: the poor health and poor morale that Rabaul was experiencing due to widespread diseases, including malaria and chronic diarrhea, and the poor quality of replacements for the original veterans, many of them unfamiliar with the aircraft employed in Kosaka's command and requiring to be trained again after their arrival. The accelerated flow of replacement aircrews to the front lines was actually a fleet-wide trend, as the IJN shortened the training syllabus for commissioned and enlisted pilots by 2 months. To achieve this reduction, the amount of instructional time devoted to skill areas such as gunnery, tactics, and formation flying was reduced, or in some cases eliminated. Surviving pilots that had started the war in the 3rd position of a 3-plane sector even rose to the role of shotai or chutai leaders without having the experience to really assume such responsibilities. Thus, the March 25th directive to establish a superior and impregnable strategic position finally put an end to the Great Southern Offensive, as Tokyo implored Army and Navy to operate as one unit in the defense of their precious gains, while at the same time maintaining pressure on the Allied forces in New Guinea. To implement this new directive, General Imamura decided to summon a conference on Rabaul on April 12th, attended by the commanders of the 17th and 18th Armies, the 6th Air Division, and units under Direct Army Area Command. At this conference, it would be decided that General Hyakutake's 17th Army was to assume responsibility for the defense of the Northern Solomons, in coordination with the Navy, with the additional mission of assisting them during the incoming attacks on the Central Solomons, while General Adichie's 18th Army was to secure a firm strategic position at Lae Salamaua via the establishment of overland and coastal supply routes linking Madang and western New Britain with the Lae area. The construction of naval and air bases on the eastern New Guinean coast was also to be sped up, so that the 6th Air Division of Lieutenant General Itahanagiichi could gradually advance its bases of operations there. Though a step in the right direction for the Japanese, these orders would be difficult to accomplish, as American aircraft had already made destroyer runs to Finschhafen impossible, further wearing down the strength of the Japanese units in New Guinea with constant air attacks. Therefore, the only means of moving men and supplies to Lae would be through slow and arduous transport by submarine and small craft, and the debilitated forces already stationed there would be unable to take any offensive action. But there was also a small offensive element in the March 25th plan, directing the IJN to start an air campaign against Allied positions in the Solomons and New Guinea. Knowing that the 11th Air Fleet by itself was incapable of mounting an effective strike, Admiral Yamamoto called upon the 3rd Fleet, now under the command of Admiral Ozawa, to contribute its carrier air groups to the effort. Thus, the carriers Zuikaku, Zuiho, Junyo, and Hiyo would contribute over 160 aircraft to the 155 already under the command of Admiral Kosaka, for an estimated total of 350 aircraft. After initially concentrating in Rabaul, these plans were dispersed to several airfields on Bougainville and the Shortlands for Operation Ego, the massive air counteroffensive scheduled to start on April 5th. In the meantime, Kosaka decided to send a preliminary fighter sweep down the slot on April 1st, hoping to draw out and destroy a large percentage of the Allied fighters at Guadalcanal. After launching 54 Zeros in 2 separate waves, the Japanese raiders would be intercepted by 42 fighters from Admiral Mason's Commersol's command over the Russell Islands, starting a giant melee that lasted nearly 3 hours. Fighting over their own territory, the Americans would shoot down 9 Zeros at the cost of 5 Wildcats and a Corsair. This was not a promising start for the Japanese, but inflated reports would nonetheless leave them satisfied about this first attack. On April 3rd, Yamamoto and his staff would finally arrive at Rabaul, as he was to personally take command of the operation alongside Admirals Kosaka and Ozawa. Although the air counteroffensive was to start on April 5th with Attack X, the planned strike against Guadalcanal, bad weather would finally force the Japanese to postpone it for 2 days. The Japanese would find no shortage of tempting targets on Guadalcanal or in the surrounding anchorages. During the few short weeks since they had conceded the island, the Americans had completed its 3rd airstrip, and Guadalcanal had become a supply depot, with massive dumps of munitions, fuel, and weapons. Japanese reconnaissance flights on March 25th further revealed approximately 300 Allied planes on the island, and the snoopers counted numerous transports, cargo ships, and warships riding at anchor between Lunga Point and Tulagi. In the early hours of April 7th, Attack X would finally be launched under the personal supervision of Yamamoto, as a massive strike force of 110 Zeros and 67 D-3A dive bombers lifted off en route to Guadalcanal, shortly stopping at the Shortlands to refuel. Additionally, a separate group of 47 Zeros from the 11th Air Fleet took off from Buka and also headed southeast, for a grand total of 224 planes, the largest Japanese striking force since Pearl Harbor. Yet the Allies enjoyed an experienced and talented intelligence network at this point in the war, so they would receive several warnings of the impending attack. It's worth highlighting the remarkable work of Australian coast watchers, who had been transmitting reports of their visual sightings ever since the start of the Pacific War. Consequently, Rear Admiral Mark Mitscher, the new commander of air assaults, began to scramble 76 fighters from Henderson Field and the outlying airstrips, though in great disorder. and despite the early detection, the Japanese also bought extra time by cleverly splitting the attack force into 4 groups, which created initial confusion amongst the Allied radar controllers. As the 4 squadrons of Vals were preceded by 2 sweeps of fighters, 3 squadrons of Wildcats would get to intercept them, rapidly engaging in an air duel. Yet despite their best efforts, they would be unable to prevent the Vals from attacking targets in Tulagi anchorage. As a result, 3 ships would be sunk: the veteran American destroyer Aaron Ward, the small New Zealander corvette Moa, and the US tanker Kanawha of 14,500 tons. Luckily, the Americans were able to evacuate their bombers from Henderson Field before it got attacked, so not much damage would be scored against Guadalcanal. After the fight broke up, most of the surviving Vals and Zeros would head back towards Bougainville, though some would have to ditch or land at Munda. Japanese losses in this engagement totaled 12 Zeros and 12 Vals, including that of future writer Toyoda Minoru, who would be later rescued and imprisoned by the Americans. In turn, the Japanese aviators claimed 41 American planes destroyed, although only 7 Wildcats were lost, and the dive bomber crews claimed to have sunk 12 major vessels. So Yamamoto and his staff were very pleased by the outcome of this strike. Because of this apparent success, Yamamoto would proceed to approve Attack Operation Y, a series of air raids against bases in New Guinea. The first would be carried out on April 11th, as 73 Zeros and 27 carrier dive bombers departed Rabaul and attacked Oro Bay, adjacent to the rapidly expanding aerodrome complex at Dobodura. A total of 50 Allied fighters scrambled from Dobodura and intercepted the force, shooting down 2 Zeros and 4 Vals without loss. Despite the number of Japanese aircraft involved, the results were surprisingly modest. Only 1 American cargo vessel sunk, a transport heavily damaged, and an Australian minesweeper damaged. Early the next morning, Yamamoto travelled to Vunakano Aerodrome to personally send off another strike, this time against Port Moresby. An inspiring sight in his crisp white uniform, he waved to the passing crews as 43 G4M medium bombers lifted off, shortly followed by an escort of 65 Zeros. A separate fighter sweep of 66 Zeros was also assigned to the raid, for a grand total of 174 aircraft. Flying in 2 large formations, the Japanese initially headed towards Milner Bay, which allowed the Americans to detect them with a radar station. Consequently, General Kenny would scramble every operational fighter on the near side of the Owen Stanleys. Yet the initial approach to Milner was a feint, and soon a different warning would report them crossing the mountain range. This gave the attackers an ideal opportunity to cause serious harm, and although they would be intercepted by 44 Allied fighters, the Japanese bombers would be able to penetrate the defensive fighter screen. Failing again to take advantage of their numerical superiority, the 2 Japanese formations separately attacked outlying fields instead of concentrating on one important target. Nonetheless, the attackers would blanket the airstrips and crater the runways with bombs, successfully damaging numerous ground installations and some 15 aircraft, as well as destroying 3 B-25s and a Beaufighter on the ground. The Japanese also claimed the sinking of a transport anchored in the harbour and the destruction of 28 enemy planes, although only 2 P-39s would be shot down. In contrast, the Japanese lost 2 Zeros and 7 Bettys. On April 14th, as the Japanese air offensive was nearing its conclusion, Yamamoto would yet again send off the next attack in person, this time against Milner Bay. With a combined strength of 196 aircraft, including 75 Zeros and 23 Vals from the carriers Hiyo and Junyo, that were joined by 54 fighters and 44 Bettys from Admiral Kosaka's 11th Air Fleet, the Japanese set out to deliver a deadly blow against the Allied forces. Although Milner Bay enjoyed a low cloud base for most of the year, with the nearby mountains making flying in this area a dangerous proposition, the attackers had gotten lucky when they chose their last objective, as the Allies had rerouted most of their shipping to Milner Bay due to the recent raid on Port Moresby. Fortunately, the Allies would receive advance warning of the attack, so the Australian harbourmaster, Commander Geoffrey Branson, would order the vessels to disperse, while General Kenny scrambled some 44 fighters to intercept the enemy's strike. Yet, despite the best efforts of the Allied airmen, the Japanese would once again get through, with their bombers attacking Milne Bay in several waves. Initially, high-level bombers dropped at least 100 bombs on the anchorage, with dive bombers then beginning to attack the Allied shipping in the area. As a result of the raid, the Dutch troop transport Van Heemskerk would be beached after suffering several hits which set it ablaze. The British cargo ship Gorgon would also be bombed and set on fire, although the blaze would be extinguished later on. And the Dutch transport Van Outhoorn, as well as the Australian minesweepers Wagga and Kapunda, would be damaged by near misses. The air duel, meanwhile, resulted in 8 Japanese aircraft destroyed, 1 Kitty Hawk shot down, 4 more P-40s heavily damaged, and 1 Lightning being forced to crash land. At Rabaul, the returning air crews would then report another series of hugely inflated results. 3 large transports and 1 medium transport sunk, 6 transports heavily damaged and set on fire, and 44 Allied planes shot down for certain. Though Yamamoto had planned to carry out an additional fighter sweep on April 16th, reconnaissance flights would fail to turn up adequate targets on New Guinea's northeast coast. This finally brought an end to Operation Ego, as Japanese losses were mounting up and the already launched attacks appeared to have been a great success. Yamamoto and his staff were highly encouraged by the deceptive reports submitted by the air crews, completely believing that the Allies had suffered tremendous damage. In reality, however, the air offensive had failed to inflict serious damage on Allied forces. The only real consequence of Operation Ego was that American operations in the Solomons were set back about 10 days, with bombing and mine-laying sorties being postponed to hold back aircraft in case the Japanese launched more airstrikes. Had the Japanese followed up on this offensive with more air raids, they might have succeeded at their objective of preventing the future invasion of the Central Solomons, but alas, this would not be the case. Yet the most important consequence would be Yamamoto's decision to carry out a tour of the forward area in order to raise the morale of the men stationed there, just as he had done in Rabaul, an action that would have a dire effect on the future of the Japanese Empire. On April 17th, Vice Admiral Agaki Matsume, Yamamoto's chief of staff, would also chair a conference to review the lessons learned from the aerial offensive, notably including the tendency of Japanese warplanes to catch fire after just a few hits with incendiary or even tracer rounds. With the conclusion of Operation Ego, a positive mood spread outwards in Rabaul once again after so much time, resulting in an atmosphere reminiscent of the early days of the Pacific War. But unfortunately for the Japanese, this boost in morale would be brief. Still, however, the Japanese had high hopes of launching a successful counter-offensive in New Guinea, and for that, they had planned to bring the 51st Division in a large convoy across the Bismarck Sea. Yet their hopes and their convoy would be sent to the depths of the Bismarck Sea in one of the most devastating Allied air attacks of the Pacific War. But despite being denied of these considerable reinforcements, equipment and supplies, the Japanese would not fall back from Mubo. Neither would Brigadier Motten's 17th Brigade take the opportunity to launch a counter-offensive against Lae, which was lightly defended at this point and could have been taken easily. This was because the battle had sowed trepidation into the Australian command structure, and thus they would refuse to take the offensive in fear of a Japanese follow-up. The reticence of the Australian command to undertake large-scale offensive operations in March, April or May was also due to critical supply limitations, as poor weather severely restricted the necessary air movements. Furthermore, all 3 of Motten's battalions were under strength, although he also had at his disposal 3 independent companies of Australian commandos, which were essentially at full strength at this point. In contrast, General Adachi's 18th Army had brought 3 divisions to New Guinea since the fall of Buna and Gonao. 2 of the divisions were far away to the north in Wewak and Medang, building airfields and a much-needed supply road via the Finisterre Range, the Ramu and the Makam River valleys. The remaining formation was General Nakano's 51st Division, which counted with 2 depleted regiments, the 102nd Regiment at Mubo and the 115th Regiment at Lae. Adachi also counted with the 5th Sasebo and the 2nd Maizuru SNLF Marines at Salamaua, which were brutally trained and specialized in independent operations. while 2 garrison battalions from the 7th Naval Base Unit were stationed at Lae. Thankfully for them, no enemy offensive materialized in the following weeks, and by April, once new transport arrangements could be put into place, Meccano's 66th Regiment began moving from Rabaul to Finschhafen and then to Lae, while the 115th Regiment was successfully reformed. Back at Port Moresby, General Mackay was adamant to reinforce the Wau-Bulolo position, so on April 18th he requested General Kenny to carry out extra transport flights to bring some 1,300 troops of the 3rd Australian Division into the Wau area. This would be one of his last actions as temporary commander of the New Guinea force, as he would be subsequently replaced by the returning General Herring, who had been on leave. On April 23rd, the 3rd Division of Major General Stan Savige finally arrived at Wau to relieve Kanga Force, which was dissolved into his division, with orders to prevent any Japanese moves into the Wau and Bulolo valleys, to protect the airfields therein, and to prevent the Japanese from forming a base south of the Markham River, all of which were defensive tasks. Savige brought with him the 15th Brigade to reinforce the area, while all the individual units formerly part of Kanga Force were also assigned under his command. Upon setting foot on Wau, Savige had immediately recognized 3 critical issues that would influence the campaign: understanding the terrain, looking after the troops, and improving the lines of supply. He was also ordered to start preparations to take the offensive against Salamaua, one of the 2 main Japanese bases in New Guinea. Thus, Savige drew up a suggested mission statement to destroy the enemy forces in the Mubo area, and ultimately to drive the enemy north of the Francisco River. But unbeknownst to him, the planned offensive to take Salamaua was only a diversion for Operation Postern, the combined amphibious air operation to capture Lae. Planning for Postern had begun in early May, with Generals Blamey and Herring proposing to seize Nadzab as soon as possible with Brigadier Ether's 25th Brigade and a parachute battalion, while the 9th Australian Division, now under the command of Major General George Wooten, was to take Lae in early August. Nadzab was an obvious target, undefended and of immense value, not only for the Lae operation, but also for extending the range of Allied air power. In the meantime, Salamaua was to be left untaken until Postern was launched, something that Savige himself would not be aware of until early June or even later, when the campaign had already started. The only action that happened during these months, secondary to the attacks on Mubo, was carried out by Major Worf and his 2nd 3rd Independent Company. As Brigadier Motten wanted to make a wide flanking move into the west flank of the Japanese forces in front of Salamaua, he ordered Worf to move to Bulwer in the Bulolo Valley on March 4th. 5 days later, Worf departed Bulwer for Missim through a rarely used track that crossed the formidable Cooper Range, which included the daunting Double Mountain Crossing. By March 14th, 2 platoons had been successfully established at Missim to set up an observation post overlooking Salamaua from the west. Yet Worf also had major supply problems, as the tenuous track across Double Mountain broke down under heavy rains, which would eventually force him to leave only 1 platoon at Missim. On March 31st, however, a Japanese patrol stumbled into the Australian observation post, ambushing the defenders and forcing them to withdraw. Alarmed at the presence of Australian troops in this area, Japanese troops from the 115th Regiment then occupied the northern end of the Bobdubi Ridge on April 10th. 2 days later, Worf's commandos had cut a track onto Bobdubi Ridge and were in a position to attack the vital Komiatam Hill. What followed was a number of raids and ambushes against Japanese patrols on the hill until the end of the month, successfully inflicting more than 20 casualties on the enemy and setting up a number of new observation posts. Meanwhile, as patrols from the 2nd 5th Independent Company had clashed with the Japanese around Observation Hill, the 2nd, 7th and 24th Battalions would be sent to relieve the exhausted commandos, who had been operating in the area for an astounding 11 months. In an effort to defend the approaches to Wau, troops from the 2nd 7th Battalion established one company in a defensive position around Lababia Ridge, while the other companies were established at Waipali and Matmat Hill. As for the 24th Battalion, it would position its companies to patrol the vast area south of the Markham River and west of Markham Point. When General Savige, with the headquarters of the 3rd Division, took command of the Wau-Bulolo area, he inherited dispositions and the tactical situation from Brigadier Motten, who had been commanding the troops in this area since January. Motten had then decided not to drive the retreating Japanese forces out of Mubo, but to control the area by offensive patrolling forward from a line running between Guadagasal and Waipali, thus maintaining a threat to Salamaua without prejudicing his main role of protecting the approaches to Wau from Mubo. An interesting fact is that back in January, General Blamey had actually given Motten a forecast that he would have to threaten the approaches to Salamaua to draw the enemy away from Lae. Blamey's forecast would eventually become the basis of Operation Postern, the planned invasions of Lae and Nadzab. And although Motten was aware of these plans, Savige would be kept in the dark until June or later. In that regard, during the early stages of the campaign, Motten would continue to plan his next offensive steps, while Savige still studied his best defensive possibilities. Savage's first operation instruction on April 25th therefore instructed the 17th Brigade to prevent the Japanese from entering the Bulolo Valley from the Mubo area, secure the Mubo-Guadagasal-Waipali area, and gain control of the coastal area immediately south of the Decoy River, while the 2nd 3rd Independent Company was to prevent the Japanese from entering the Bulolo Valley through the Misim area and secure the Misim-Pilimung area as a base for raids towards Komiatam and Salamaua. Additionally, the 2nd, 6th and 24th Battalions were to prevent the Japanese from entering the Bulolo Valley through the Markham area, establish a close defense of the Bulolo and Bulwer airfields, and patrol forward to the Markham River. We've already covered the movement of Major Worf's 2nd 3rd Independent Company into the Misim area, from where they were to conduct a number of raids and ambushes over the key Japanese positions around Komiatam Hill and the Bobdubi Ridge. But in the meantime, the 2nd 7th Battalion of Lieutenant Colonel Henry Gwynn had been ordered to make and maintain contact with the enemy in the Bitoy-Duali-Nassau Bay area, patrolling to the coast if necessary. By the end of April, however, the 2nd 7th had a new mission: to clear the Japanese from the vicinity of Mubo. After much consideration, Motten finally approved a plan to attack Green Hill and the Pimple on April 22nd, ordering Worf to harass enemy supplies or troop movements down the Mubo track as a diversion. On the morning of April 24th, after 20 minutes of air attacks by Boston aircraft, the limited offensive would commence with a two-pronged attack by a company of the 2nd 7th against the steep and precipitous Pimple, which was a natural fortress that could be held by a few good troops. As such, within 100 yards of the Pimple, the two columns would soon be pinned down by the enemy's machine guns in front. And despite launching an all-out assault late in the afternoon, the Australians would be unable to gain much ground. The following morning, as Savige and his headquarters arrived at Wau, 3 Bostons again strafed and bombed Green Hill, while a mountain battery fired on the Pimple. Yet the troops would still be unable to dislodge the enemy with their next attacks, and with the defenders reinforcing these positions, the offensive would finally be put to an end. Meanwhile, Major Worf had sent a strong patrol from Namling to follow the old graded bench-cut track and ambush the enemy at the junction between the Francisco River and the Buarali Creek. As the ambush was successful, reporting 18 Japanese killed, another party was sent on April 28th towards the south. Yet the commandos would this time get ambushed by the Japanese at Goodview Junction, suffering many losses as a result. A vital consequence of this operation was that the Australians learnt that the Bobdubi Ridge area was held very lightly by the enemy, something that eventually convinced Worf to send a 2nd platoon to capture the northern part of the ridge on April 27th. By the end of April, Worf thus had 2 platoons spread over the Bobdubi Ridge area, with his 3rd platoon in reserve at Misim. But the most important result of these 2 limited attacks was that Brigadier Motten now came to the understanding that it was too costly to assault positions like the Pimple, which should be bypassed instead. But alas, the decision to continue to launch attacks against the Pimple now rested in the hands of General Savige. Furthermore, a patrol would find the Pimple unoccupied on April 28th, successfully observing the location of enemy weapon pits and machine gun positions before the Japanese returned in force. Colonel Gwyn deduced from this episode that the Japanese must have anticipated an airstrike at the usual time and withdrawn, returning when they realized that no strike was to be made. He therefore brought forward another company under Captain Leslie Tatterson for a renewed assault, planning to bomb the Pimple every day until May 2nd, when, instead of bombing the Pimple, the Allied aircraft would make deceptive passes over it, dropping bombs on Green Hill well ahead of the attacking infantry in the hopes that the Japanese would vacate the Pimple just like they had done before. Although shrewdly conceived, the plan would go astray, as the Japanese would not move back as they vacated the Pimple, instead moving forward onto the southern slopes. Unable to break through, the Australians would be once again forced to withdraw. Worried about the situation, General Nakano had deemed it necessary to dampen the enemy's initial enthusiasm by sending 2 companies of the 115th Regiment to reinforce Mubo, also sending a battalion of the 102nd Regiment to occupy the Nassau Bay area. To Motten's relief, this second failure also convinced Savige that attacks should not be made against prepared enemy positions in circumstances under which heavy casualties would be incurred without commensurate results, that such positions should be outflanked, neutralized and isolated from sources of supply and water, and that the enemy should be constantly harassed by raids, ambushes and fighting patrols. Despite this, another company attack, supported by aircraft and artillery, would be launched on May 7th, yet again trying to flank the enemy positions and yet again failing to do so because the defenders managed to pin the attackers down with machine gun and sniper fire. During these attacks on the Pimple, the 2nd 7th Battalion lost 12 killed and 25 wounded for no gain at all, and the situation was only going to get worse for the Australians there. Meanwhile, on May 3rd, the attack on the northern part of the Bobdubi Ridge finally began, as the recently arrived platoon headed towards New Bobdubi. The commandos found a strong enemy presence in the village, so they instead decided to head towards Old Bobdubi, occupying the South Coconuts area by May 4th. Just behind, they set up a Vickers machine gun position, later known as Old Vickers, which allowed them to harass the enemy movements and to see as far as Salamaua, the mouth of the Francisco, and part of the track to Mubo. The Japanese quickly responded to this threat by sending some reinforcements to the area, successfully recapturing the South Coconuts with a counterattack on May 5th, though the commandos would continue to hold the Old Vickers position. On this day, the Australians would also set up a Vickers near Guaibolom, which allowed them to fire on the Commiatum track from a long distance. The next day, a patrol managed to sneak through the Francisco River, finding the North Coconuts area unoccupied and successfully establishing a position there. With the enemy virtually surrounded, the commandos began a heavy bombardment of the Center Coconuts on May 7th, forcing the Japanese to withdraw. The Australians rapidly took advantage of this to occupy the area, something that aroused the enemy, who counterattacked 3 times, but were driven back at each opportunity. Around midday, however, the Japanese would skillfully use their mortars to force the commandos to pull back. But on the following day, some 60 reinforcements from Salamaua would be ambushed by the North Coconuts detachment, suffering the loss of 20 men. On May 9th, disaster finally struck the Mubo area, when a booby trap suddenly exploded in front of Captain Tatterson's defensive perimeter on the Jap track. Almost immediately, the Japanese opened fire on the Australians' right flank, and soon this incursion would evolve into a strong attack, with the enemy starting to feel for weak spots. As the defenders realized that the Japanese were trying to encircle them, Colonel Gwyn would send a small force back along the track to keep it open. Though Tatterson's men resisted tenaciously, Japanese progress was slow and steady, and they would eventually manage to cut the track to the rear of the defenders. This left Tatterson's men completely isolated, and they would have to ferociously fight many defensive actions against the heavy and repeated assaults of the Japanese, who would also start to bring many reinforcements, a total of about 500 troops from the 102nd and 115th Regiment over the following days. Furthermore, the Japanese battalion stationed in the Nassau Bay area had been ordered to capture the high area on the right bank of the Buyawim River Fork, in coordination with the May 9th attack, something that would have endangered the Lababia camp position. But luckily for the Australians, rumours of Australian movement ahead left the Japanese commander undecided, and he would eventually decide to hold firmly the important points on the right bank of the Decoy mouth instead. Meanwhile, Gwyn decided to concentrate his forces on the Lababia camp and began to send strong patrols to break the enemy ring, but to no avail as the enemy was too strong. This finally forced Gwyn to signal Motten that one battalion was too small to carry out effectively the role assigned to the 2nd 7th. Thankfully, on March 11th, a company-sized relief force of 60 men would manage to break through and reach Tatterson, where they learned that the Japanese had apparently withdrawn earlier that morning. Though the Japanese counterattack had ended, Gwyn now had to reorganize his forward positions in the light of all the lessons learned, with Tatterson's company occupying a position in depth on the Jap track, and with the relief force occupying the track junction and the Lababia camp. Furthermore, cleared fields of fire were developed, with trees of all sizes being felled, and section positions were sighted and given mutual fire support, fully dug with connecting crawl trenches. Irritated at the lack of progress, however, General Savige also ordered Motten to move his headquarters from the relative safety of Wau and forward into the Skindawai area. There, Motten decided that he would continue to use one infantry battalion forward, while one company from the 2nd 6th Battalion would move to Napier to secure control of the coastal area south of the Decoy to Nassau Bay by raids. From May 15th onwards, the 17th Brigade would concentrate more on aggressive patrolling in all sectors than on actual attacks. Strong patrols daily harassed the Pimple, and on Observation Hill, constant patrolling combined with intelligent sighting of booby traps almost paralysed movement by the Japanese outside their positions. Finally, on May 23rd, Savige would decide to relieve the spent 2nd 7th with the rested 2nd 6th Battalion. The forward move of the 2nd 6th, the same day in which the 15th Brigade headquarters and the 1st Company of the 58th 59th Battalion arrived at Wau. In the meantime, on May 11th, Worf's commandos found the entire coconuts vacated and immediately moved in to occupy the area. Though extremely lightly, the 2nd 3rd Independent Company now held the entire Bobdubi Ridge from the coconuts to Namling. Determined to make the most of the situation, Worf turned his attention to the Komiatum track, starting a long-range fire duel with the Japanese at the top of the hill. But realizing the importance of holding Bobdubi, the enemy was now better prepared and reinforced, boasting 2 heavy machine guns, a heavy mortar, and 2 mountain guns to wreak havoc on the Australian positions. The Japanese troops, now commanded by General Okabe, also became bolder after receiving many reinforcements in the past few days, and subsequently began to launch limited attacks against the commandos, getting repelled on May 12th and 13th. But on May 14th, after a heavy shelling of the Bobdubi Ridge positions, the Japanese launched a full-scale attack that overwhelmed the defenders and forced them to withdraw step by step to the South Coconuts area. Eventually, though General Nakano later criticized the morale and effectiveness of his troops, the Japanese would manage to overrun the Old Vickers position, forcing the commandos to retreat into the flat ground south of New Bobdubi to cover the southern approaches to Worf's headquarters. With the enemy coming for him, Worf eventually decided that retention of his positions would cause heavy casualties, and that he would probably have to withdraw to the west, only maintaining his main position at Namling. Heavy fighting thus ensued until nightfall to gain enough time for the Australians to move all their valuable stores across the Francisco River, successfully completing the evacuation against the pressure of the enemy. The next morning, 20 Japanese dive bombers would also bomb and strafe the Bobdubi village, followed by more attacks in the next few hours, including one in error against the Japanese positions in the mouth of the Francisco, to the delight of the Australians. Although eventually forced to withdraw, Worf and his commandos had successfully managed to lure Japanese resources away from Mubo and Lae, inflicting many casualties on the enemy with his small, mobile and well-trained force. They also had much fighting ahead of them, as this was hardly the end of the battle for Bobdubi, but only the start. To support them, General Savige would also detach a company of the 24th Battalion to provide left flank protection for the 2nd 3rd Independent Company in the Hote Bagasu area. In response, General Nakano sent 170 soldiers to occupy Hote on May 19th, and soon they would start to exchange fire with the 25 Australians at Kisembo. The outnumbered defenders resisted fiercely, further inflicting over 50 casualties on the enemy, but they would eventually be forced to withdraw towards Ahibe. On May 22nd, the Australians would return to the Hote area only to find it completely deserted, so they would immediately reoccupy their defensive positions there. Furthermore, in response to the Hote attack, Savige decided to send more reinforcements for Worf's forces. For the last days of the month, Worf would be ordered to reorganize and rest his force, with a view to more active operations in the future, aiming to lull the enemy on Bobdubi into a false sense of security. As we'll recall, the Pacific Military Conference carried out in March saw the approval of a broader offensive in the Southwest Pacific area, which involved a series of operations directed against Rabaul, like the spokes of a cartwheel, as it was expected to carry out offensives against Madang, the southern portion of Bougainville, Cape Gloucester, and the Kiriwina and Woodlark Islands in the year of 1943. The Southwest and South Pacific areas immediately began to plan their next moves. Although the original plan was to first secure the Kiriwina and Woodlark Islands and then capture the Huon Peninsula and western New Britain before continuing up the Solomons, Admiral Halsey would manage to convince General MacArthur to allow him to move against New Georgia simultaneously with the occupation of Woodlark and Kiriwina. Thus, by the end of April, Operation Cartwheel was born, with MacArthur incorporating Halsey's proposed changes into the revised plan. MacArthur also gave Halsey a relatively free hand, so the Navy immediately set out to plan the invasion of New Georgia, codenamed Operation Toenails. On the other side, Admiral Kosaka and General Imamura also prepared to face the incoming American offensive. As we'll recall, it had been decided back in January that the Central Solomons were under the exclusive responsibility of the IJN, yet the Bismarck Sea disaster would soon force a change of plans for the Japanese. As IJA units had suffered because of the ineptitude of the IJN, it was ultimately decided that both the Army and Navy would literally operate as one unit. Though the Central Solomons were still under the overall responsibility of the 8th Fleet, now commanded by Vice Admiral Baron Samejima Tomoshige, some IJA units would be placed under Navy command, according to agreements between Imamura and Kosaka. Thankfully, just like Halsey and MacArthur, Imamura and Kosaka would develop a deep friendship, so many Army units would be sent to reinforce the New Georgia defences. In the meantime, Admiral Koga, new commander of the combined fleet, had to preemptively send most of his forces home to support the planned reinforcement of Attu. With the fate of the Aleutian Island sealed by the end of May, Koga decided to concentrate the combined fleet at Truk to have it ready by August for a decisive battle with the US Navy. Without the aid of Koga's carriers, Kosaka decided to launch another air counteroffensive in the month of June, trying to prevent the Americans from invading the Central Solomons. While his G4M bombers were to repeat operations against American shipping east of San Cristobal and night missions over Guadalcanal, Kosaka planned to first gain control of the air with Operation SO, sending his total of 105 Zeros to sweep and bomb the enemy airfields with a new type of gasoline bomb. Having dealt with the Allied fighters, Operation SE was to immediately start, with 25 D-3A dive bombers attacking the shipping in the Guadalcanal-Tulagi area. Operation SO began on the morning of June 7th, with 81 Zeros under Lieutenant Commander Shindo Saburo attacking the Russells. Yet 104 Allied fighters were expecting them there, so they lost 9 Zeros and only inflicted 6 casualties. A second attack was sent on June 12th, this time by 74 Zeros under Lieutenant Miyano Zenjiro, but once again they suffered more losses than those inflicted. Claims were much higher though, so Kosaka decided to go ahead with Operation SE. On June 16th, the main attack was thus launched, with 24 D-3As covered by 70 Zeros swinging south of the Russells to approach from the south. Yet they were once again intercepted by around 74 Allied fighters over Beaufort Bay, with the ensuing air battle rolling north over the mountainous spine of Guadalcanal. In result, the Japanese lost 15 Zeros and 13 D3As, only destroying 6 enemy fighters. Among the first-rate pilots who failed to return was Lieutenant Miyano, who had scored a total of 16 kills since the start of the war, so the Japanese were continuing to lose their most experienced airmen, something that severely affected the declining Japanese fighter performance. Furthermore, even though their formation had been disrupted by the Allied interception, the dive bombers pressed their attack and managed to hit 2 ships. Yet these were meagre results for such an exorbitant price, so Kosaka would have to urgently request reinforcements. The carrier Ryuho's bombers would be immediately sent to replace those lost in the operation, successfully arriving on July 2nd, but almost no more reinforcements would arrive before the end of the New Georgia campaign. Additionally, Japanese formations would never again appear over Guadalcanal in daylight, and the Americans assured their air superiority over the Solomons. Meanwhile, Generals MacArthur and Blamey had also been planning their New Guinea offensives as part of Operation Cartwheel. While MacArthur entrusted Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's 6th Army with the invasion of the Woodlark and Kirawina Islands, a group of islands northeast of the Papuan coast that could allow the Allies to have air bases closer to Japanese targets in the Solomons and around Rabaul, Blamey had devised a plan to secure northeastern New Guinea. Blamey's main plan had 2 phases, the first entailing the capture of Lae and the Markham Valley and its airfields, and the second exploitation around the coast to Finschhafen and Madang. To capture Lae, a seaborne landing would be necessary, and for that, Blamey reasoned that they would first have to seize a shore base within 60 miles of Lae. Nassau Bay was selected as the area most suited for the purpose, since its capture would also enable a junction to be made with General Savige's forces operating at Mubo. A beachhead at Nassau Bay could also greatly shorten the supply line for Allied troops fighting in the Salamaua region. To support the Nassau Bay Landings, which were to be carried out by a regiment of Major General Horace Fuller's 41st Division, the 17th Brigade was to seize the high ground around Goodview Junction and Mount Tambu, and the ridges running down therefrom to the sea, so that the Australians could link up with the 15th Brigade at Bobdubi and the American landing force at Nassau. The Doublet plan, with D-Day finally set for June 30th, was also to act as a feint, hoping to draw enemy reinforcements from Lae to Salamaua, and expecting to draw attention away from the other operations that were due to take place on the islands of Kirawina, Woodlark and New Georgia. As we last saw in New Guinea, General Savige had sent his forces to carry out a limited offensive against the Japanese presence in Mubo and the Bobdubi Ridge. With the enemy rapidly attempting to reinforce its defensive positions, Major Worf had managed to lightly occupy the Bobdubi Ridge, successfully luring Japanese resources away from Mubo and Lae, and inflicting many casualties on the invaders with his small, mobile and well-trained force of Australian commandos. But with the arrival of reinforcements, the Japanese counterattacked, and by the end of May, Major General Moriya Chuichi's forces had expelled Worf's commandos from the northern ridge. Meanwhile, Brigadier Moten had been attempting to subdue the Pimple position just east of Mubo, yet his efforts would all be in vain. From May 15th onwards, the 17th Brigade would thus concentrate more on aggressive patrolling in all sectors than on actual attacks, and by the end of the month, Savige would finally decide to relieve the exhausted 2nd 7th Battalion with the fresh 2nd 6th Battalion. The forward move of Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Wood's 2nd 6th began on May 27th, the day on which the 15th Brigade headquarters and the 1st Company of the 58th 59th Battalion arrived in Wau. On the other side, General Nakano had successfully brought enough reinforcements to defend Mubo, even launching a strong counterattack on May 9th that almost managed to break through towards the main Australian camp at Bobdubi Ridge. On May 23rd, with the arrival of 2 battalions of the recently landed 66th Regiment, Nakano then began to work out a plan for assembling supplies and ammunition in the Mubo area in preparation for another attack. His goal was to clear out Bobdubi Ridge as far as Guadalcanal, thus securing Mubo and forcing the Australians to withdraw from Matmat. Looking west, the 24th Battalion continued to defend from the Zenag and Bulwer airfields, as well as the entrance to the Bololo Valley from the Markham. On June 3rd, after a patrol skirmish near the river, it was discovered that Nakano had reoccupied Markham Point, which essentially forced Savige to keep the bulk of the 24th away from the action at Bobdubi and Mubo. From their camp at the bank of the Markham, Savige would further order that a small reconnaissance patrol from the 24th Battalion should go to the Nadzab area. On the night of June 14th, the river was crossed by a 3-man patrol, which then moved northeast towards the village of Gabsonke, where friendly natives informed them of the Japanese doings in the area. By June 18th, the Australians were back at their camp, with valuable information for the future operations against Nadzab and Lae. Additionally, the depleted 2nd 7th Independent Company was flown to Benabena on May 29th to reinforce the Australian position in the airfield, where 57 men of the 2nd 7th Battalion had been stationed since late January, and on June 8th, the 57th 60th Battalion was prepared to fly to the Marilinen airfield with the task of defending the Wetut Valley, where an airfield was being built. On June 2nd, Colonel Wood also completed the relief of the 2nd 7th, immediately sending a number of 2-man patrols towards Nassau Bay to reconnoitre the area. Although the first patrol was discovered, suffering the loss of one of the scouts, the second patrol would manage to get to Nassau Bay by way of the Tabali River, successfully recommending that the area was suitable for land and road construction. Furthermore, in preparation for the American landings, the Australians built a footbridge over the Bitoy River and blazed a track up to the Bitoy Ridge. On Lababia Ridge, the main defensive positions were also withdrawn to a higher point, where it would be easier to counter another enemy attempt at encirclement. Only a platoon would be left forward, occupying a semicircle of listening posts south of the Pimple. Both this platoon and Worf's commandos at Bobdubi would report considerable activity along the Komiatam Mubo track. This was Nakano's 66th Regiment, which was carrying forward its food and ammunition for the upcoming attack. In response, Savige ordered Brigadier Frank Hosking, who assumed command of the Bobdubi Ridge area, to harass the Japanese supply route. While the 58th 59th Battalion relieved the 2nd 3rd Independent Company at Hote, a party of Worf's commandos was thus sent to strike at the Komiatam Mubo track. Yet the Australians would soon run into one of their own booby traps on June 16th, suffering a number of casualties. By June 20th, however, the party had established ambush positions in an area near Goodview Junction. They would successfully ambush 3 Japanese soldiers later in the day, killing them and capturing valuable documents about the arrival of the 66th Regiment. Yet Nakano's troops had already moved up close to Mubo on June 17th, and they would assemble in front of Lababia Ridge by June 19th. Nakano's attack was thus about to start. But at the same time, Generals MacArthur and Kruger were planning Operation Chronicle, the invasion of Woodlark and Kirrawina. The value of the 2 Trobriand Islands was that the airfields built upon them, 125 miles from New Britain and 200 miles from Bougainville, could afford fighter protection and bigger payloads for bombers raiding Rabaul, Kavieng and the Northern Solomons. This was also a great opportunity for Admirals Carpenter and Barbie to test doctrine and equipment of the 7th Amphibious Force without the complication of enemy opposition. Effectively, Kruger did not expect any Japanese troops to contest the landings, as reconnaissance parties had been landed on Woodlark and Kirrawina back in May, reporting no enemy occupation. Nonetheless, he still encouraged his men to believe that the enemy would be expecting them, although he truly only expected that his troops would suffer air attacks during the invasions. As such, Kruger's plan was simple. Colonel Julian Cunningham's Woodlark Force, mainly consisting of the 112th Cavalry Regiment, was to depart Townsville in northern Australia on June 25th to bring the troops ashore at Woodlark 5 days later. Meanwhile, Colonel Prue Herndon's Kirrawina Force, mainly consisting of the 158th Regiment, was to depart Milner Bay on June 30th and land at Kirrawina with haste. For the amphibious landings, Barbe borrowed 4 destroyer transports and 6 LSTs from Turner, also receiving a number of fresh craft from the States. In the end, Barbie would assign 6 LSTs, 6 LCIs and 1 sub-chaser to the Woodlark landings, and 12 LCIs, 12 LCTs, 7 LCMs, 2 small coastal transports and a survey ship to the Kirrawina landings. Escorting them would be Barbie's Task Force 76, with 5 destroyers at Townsville and Carpenter's Task Force 74, with 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers giving naval support. Finally, for the air defence of the convoys, 3 fighter squadrons of the Australian No. 73 Wing were transferred to Goodenough Island to provide air coverage of the region and conduct anti-submarine patrols. Yet these weren't the only plans drawn by MacArthur's Southwest Pacific area. On June 15th, Generals Savage, Herring and Berryman met with Brigadier Motten at Summit, where the commander of the 17th Brigade explained to them his plan's 5 phases for the Salamaua offensive. With them also came Colonel Archibald McKechnie, the American commander of the landing forces. In the first phase of Motten's plan, the 1st Battalion, 162nd Regiment, would establish a beachhead at Nassau Bay with the aid of a company of the 2nd 6th Battalion. Then, coming under Motten's command, the Americans would clear the enemy from Douali and push forward to the assembly area at Napier. In Phase 2, the 2nd 6th, reinforced with a company of the 2nd 5th, would capture Observation Hill and the ridge between Buisavella and Kitchen Creeks, and exploit along both these creeks to Buyagap Creek, and along the track through the Mubo Valley to the Archway. At the same time, the Americans would capture Decoy Ridge and exploit to Buyagap Creek. Phase 3 would consist of the capture of Green Hill and the Pimple by the Americans and the 2nd 6th. With the objective of exploiting towards Komiatum and Lucanu, the 2nd 5th in Phase 4 would advance from Mubo through the 2nd 6th, occupy Mount Tambu, link up with the 15th Brigade at Komiatum, and patrol towards Lucanu. Finally, the last phase would consist of the capture of Lucanu and Boise, and the clearing of the enemy from south of the Francisco by troops yet to be allotted. The Allied commanders rapidly agreed on this plan, so Colonel McKechnie was given the Australian scout reports on Nassau Bay in preparation for the landings. It's important to note that while Motten carried out his limited offensive, the 15th Brigade at Bobdubi Ridge was to launch its own limited offensive to prevent the enemy at Salamaua from reinforcing the Mubo area, and to draw away from Mubo as many Japanese units as possible. In this conference, however, nothing was said about the capture of Lae, or the vital fact that Salamaua must not fall before Lae, lest they lose the element of surprise for Operation Postern. This was doubtless done for security reasons, but unfortunately, Savage remained convinced that he should capture Salamaua as soon as possible, even though his subordinate, Brigadier Motten, knew of General Blamey's bigger plan. Yet the Allied preparations would be abruptly interrupted on the night of June 20th. General Nakano had successfully brought forward 2 battalions of the 66th Regiment to Mubo by June 19th, along with supplies and equipment for a planned counteroffensive against Lababia Ridge. Commanded by Colonel Araki Katsutoshi, the 66th Regiment troops had been instructed to conceal their strength from the air, with no fires during the day and any movement or digging being undertaken only at night. In the last few days, Savage and Motten had nonetheless been alerted of increasing Japanese activity by Australian patrols, although confirmation of the enemy intentions wouldn't come until the morning of June 20th, when Japanese aircraft dive-bombed and pattern-bombed Guadagasal, Matmat and the Mubo Valley. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Araki's 1st Battalion had begun its movement around the eastern flank of the Australian position to get into place for a dawn attack the following day. Behind them, the 2nd Battalion was also marching into its assembly area to attack the Australian left flank. The Japanese had to be very careful as they marched, since the Australians had set up piano wires and other booby traps everywhere. Against them, Captain Walter Dexter's Understrength D Company, numbering around 80 men, was holding Lababia Ridge, with 2 platoons forward around the Jap track, and 2 on the back, guarding Dexter's headquarters. Further north, he had also set up a listening post to watch the enemy's movements from the Pimple. Dexter considered that he occupied a favourable tactical position, able to cover all the major tracks. At noon, a strong Japanese patrol was detected moving up the Jap track, and after a heavy fire exchange, the Australians at the listening post would eventually have to withdraw. The Japanese would also withdraw half an hour later, satisfied to have found the main enemy positions, and for the rest of the day the front would be quiet. The next morning, however, the Japanese troops roared forward with thunderous shouting. With their booby traps going off all morning, Dexter responded by dropping mortar shells and rifle grenades onto the likely enemy positions, something that increased the morale of his men. Yet just after noon on June 21st, the Japanese finally engaged the forward Australian platoons from the north and northeast, supported by mortars. The defenders fiercely resisted the enemy's banzai charges with their own mortar and machine gun fire, although they couldn't stop the Japanese from moving too close to the defensive perimeter. Sensing how dangerous this threat was, Motten immediately sent forward C Company. Dexter also decided to reinforce his left flank with a small reserve from his headquarters, which arrived just in time to aid the Australian riflemen as they repelled another banzai charge. By afternoon, the Australian strength was down to 55, but the brunt of the Japanese attack had been halted. Luckily, the arrival of C Company would allow Dexter to reinforce his forward positions, having now around 150 men manning the defences. Nonetheless, the Japanese continued their attack throughout the late afternoon, almost achieving a breakthrough on the right. Towards dusk, however, the Japanese attack gradually decreased in intensity until it finally stopped. It rained all night as the Japanese dragged back their own groaning wounded and deactivated booby traps, unfortunately setting some off. On the morning of June 22nd, desultory fire resumed between the combatants. At the same time, Iraqi sent small parties to probe around Dexter's left flank, which would be harassed by Australian snipers. Nonetheless, the enemy managed to launch an attack against Dexter's rear, although they were no match against the strong Australian fire, so the attack would die out after just 5 minutes. Unable to break through, Iraqi directed his 2 mountain guns at Mubo to start shelling the Australian positions. Yet only 2 shots landed in the Australian perimeter, so the artillery would fail to support the next Japanese attacks, which would be easily repelled by the defenders. By night, Iraqi admitted defeat and began to withdraw his forces under the heavy rain. To cover the retreat, the Japanese fired at the Australian perimeter with heavy automatic and mortar fire on the morning of June 23rd. Startled, the defenders manned their positions, but no attack developed. The Australians then responded with their own mortars and mountain guns with great effect, inflicting many casualties on the retreating Japanese and successfully dispersing them. Finally, Dexter was ordered to mark his forward lines with smoke, as bow fighters appeared to further strafe the enemy positions up and down the Jap track. By noon, the broken Japanese had withdrawn and firing had ceased. Outnumbered almost 10-1, the Australians had managed to score a great victory, suffering very light casualties. In turn, Iraqi had suffered 41 men killed and 131 wounded, which would cause him major difficulties when the Australians went on the offensive within a matter of weeks. To Herring, Savage and Motten, the defeat of the enemy meant that subsequent regrouping and concentration of units for the offensive could proceed unhindered, and it also meant that for the first time in the bitter, nerve-wracking fighting since April, the Australians had scored a notable success. In General MacArthur's Southwest Pacific area, Colonel McKechnie's 162nd Regiment continued to prepare for its Nassau Bay Landings. Since early April, its inexperienced 1st Battalion had been carrying out intensive amphibious operations training at Morobe Harbour, yet to be certain of their success, they were later reinforced with a company of the Papuan Infantry Battalion and with Brigadier General William Heavy's 2nd Engineer Amphibian Brigade, which would handle all transport craft. The McKechnie originally planned to have a staging base for the landings at Lasanga Island. After the summit conference, he decided to change to Maregi Point, an excellent sandy beach 12 miles north of Morobe, with good cover for troops and ample hideouts for landing craft among the mangrove-lined inlets. The McKechnie force would be carried in 2 LCMs, 2 captured Japanese barges, and 29 LCPVs, also known as Higgins boats. To further augment the landing craft, 4 PT boats were assigned to transport McKechnie's remaining 150 men from Morobe. In the meantime, Brigadier Motten planned to send Captain Dexter's D Company, victors of Bobdubi Ridge, to Napier, tasked with marching to the mouth of the Decoy River to divert Japanese attention from Nassau Bay. Additionally, one of its platoons, under Lieutenant Dave Burke, was to guide the Americans to the landing beach with 2 red lights 600 yards from one another with a white light in the center. Meanwhile, we'll recall that Operation Chronicle was expected not to be contested, so General Kruger decided to divide his forces into 2 regimental groups, with Colonel Cunningham's 112th Cavalry Regiment being earmarked to occupy Woodlark, while Colonel Herndon's 158th Regiment was to take Kirowina. They would be transported to their respective objectives by Admiral Barby's 7th Amphibious Force, which would in turn be covered by the meagre forces of Admiral Carpenter's 7th Fleet. On June 20th, General Kruger set up Alamo Force headquarters at Milner Bay, where he was joined by MacArthur and Barby. As a preliminary to the operation, Kruger further planned to send advance parties of its regimental groups to secure a beachhead on the 2 islands. Thus, on June 21st, the destroyer transports Brooks and Humphreys weighed anchor from Townsville, carrying an advance party of the 112th Cavalry Regiment to Woodlark. They arrived in the dead of night on June 22nd, successfully discharging 200 troops at Guasopa without incident, and then steamed back to Milner Bay shortly after midnight, from where they would take a similar advance party of the 158th Regiment to Kirowina. Arriving at midnight on June 24th, the troops successfully landed near Loswea, yet unloading would prove slow due to their inexperience, so the ships would not be emptied before daylight came. Under the threat of air attack, the ships were then forced to depart partially loaded, though they would return 3 nights later to finish the job. On June 25th, Operation Chronicle was finally set in motion, as the destroyers Mugford and Helm began to escort half of the Woodlark force north from Townsville. Destroyers Bagley and Henley followed the next day with a similar force, with both echelons being expected to arrive on June 30th. Colonel McKechnie had moved most of his forces up the coast to McGarry Point by June 28th. That night, he also decided to send 3 small detachments to the Bateru, Lasanga and Flygon Islands to flash signal lights each night from June 29th until July 5th to guide the landing craft and supply boats. Japanese strength in the area consisted of the weakened 3rd Battalion 102nd Regiment, with its main base at Camp Dinga with a secondary position at the mouth of the Bitoy River. On the night of June 27th, Captain Dexter started his march east from Napier, stealthily moving by night through the exposed Bitoy track, and finally digging in at the last spur by June 28th. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Burke's beach party had departed Napier on the night of June 26th, tenaciously arriving at Tabali Creek by June 29th. That same day, the Papuan Company left Busso in canoes and arrived at Cape Roon, whence they moved overland to Sachen Bay in preparation for a diversionary attack on Cape Dinga. At the same time, Dexter began to probe the Japanese positions around the Bitoy with the support of air attacks. At dusk on June 29th, under a heavy rain, 3 PT boats carrying 150 men finally departed Morobe to rendezvous with McKechnie's forces at McGarry. The landing force was divided into 3 waves, each accompanied by one of the PT boats, which would also act as a guide in the dark night. The boats moved off in twos with an interval of 20 minutes between waves, unfortunately finding a discomforting heavy swell at open sea. The first 2 waves successfully met with their PT boats, yet the third failed to do so it would have to proceed without a guide and would finally sail beyond the landing beach. Around there, Burke's patrol was also fighting against the jungle, the rain, and time itself. But despite these delays, the Australians would finally reach the beach at 23:15, only 30 minutes before the scheduled landing time. However, they had emerged at a point too far to the south, but with no time to think about it, they set up a red signal light on a high point of sand, and another to the north of it, and signalled out to sea with a yellow light between. Around 0:15 on June 30th, the first wave of 12 landing craft approached the beach in line abreast and would then hit the beach in the high surf. All but 2 of the landing craft in the first wave foundered, their crews joining the infantrymen on the shore. Thus, the second wave had no choice but to land further down the beach, as the broached craft of the first wave blocked the designated landing spot. At full throttle, the boats hit the beach, the men tumbling out into the water, carting rolls of wire with them up through the surf onto the beach. This second wave also broached, leaving a total of 23 grounded landing craft along the beach. Finally, the third wave would be turned back towards Morobe, a fortunate fate since these boats would be the only transport available in the coming days. Furthermore, the 3 PT boats would also fail to unload due to the loss of most of the landing craft, only landing McKechnie himself and 6 of his staff. The first landing of General Heavy's 2nd Engineer Amphibian Brigade had been a disaster, mitigated only by the fact that no men had drowned, yet around 770 men had been landed under one of the heaviest rains this country had ever seen. Upon landing, McKechnie would immediately direct Companies A and C to secure a perimeter around the beachhead, establishing defensive positions about 300 yards to the north and south. Patrols would be sent further along the coast, arriving unopposed at Tabali Creek, but being engaged with machine gun fire at the mouth of the Decoy. There, the Japanese had let the forward elements pass, then shot up the group at the rear, forcing A Company to fall back to reorganize. At 10, as the Japanese apparently moved to encircle the beach defense, McKechnie sent Burke's party and the bulk of C Company to reinforce the northern position, eventually forcing the Japanese to withdraw. The southern position, however, had been left vulnerable, only manned by a C Company platoon. Thus, the Japanese attacked from Cape Dinga with their characteristic bayonet charges, rapidly forcing the Americans to retreat further up the beach. Luckily, men from the amphibian engineers joined in on the defense, and finally managed to repel the Japanese attacks by nightfall. Meanwhile, Woodlark Force had already departed Townsville on June 25th, moving slowly and stealthily to prevent drawing unnecessary attention, and by June 29th, they were beginning to arrive at the Solomon Sea. On that same day, screened by Admiral Barby's destroyers, the 2,250 troops of Kirowina Force would depart Milner Bay, successfully landing unopposed near Losuia at dawn on June 30th. At night, Colonel Cunningham would also start his landing on Woodlark, facing no opposition as well, and rapidly completing the unloading. But Kirowina, surrounded by a spiny necklace of coral, proved more troublesome, so the unloading would drag on discouragingly, and a fortnight would be required to unsnarl all tangles. Luckily, distracted by the landings at New Georgia and Nassau Bay, the Japanese would only respond by sending a total of 2 small bombing attacks, which caused little damage. Thus, in the next 3 weeks, Barby's 7th Amphibious Force would bring almost 16,000 men into Woodlark and Kirowina without the loss of a single man, ship or boat. The Seabees would then successfully build an airstrip on Woodlark, though Kirowina would again prove more difficult because of its terrain. The completion of the bases, however, would happen at a time when they would not be that useful anymore. Nonetheless, the bloodless operation had been a great success as an amphibious experiment for the Southwest Pacific area. On the Bobdubi front, the 15th Brigade, now under the temporary command of Colonel Gwyn, prepared for its main offensive, hoping to trap the Mubo defenders like rats in a trap. By June 22nd, Gwyn had planned to send the untested 58th 59th Battalion to capture Bobdubi Ridge from the Uradubi to the Coconuts, while Major Worf's commandos raided Malolo and Keller. 2 58th 59th Battalion companies would make the initial attack, with A Company being tasked with the capture of Guaybolam, while C Company had to occupy the old Vickers position. Following them, B Company had the objective of moving across the ridge to gain control of the bench-cut track. Although exhausted because of their harsh and rapid march to Missim, the Australians would have to depart without respite, guided by Worf's commandos. As such, on June 26th, A Company set off from Missim, moving through Jeffreys OP towards their forming up point around Namling. On the night of June 28th, the remaining companies also stealthily left Miraz's camp towards the new Bobdubi Ridge. Before the main attack, however, 17 commandos established positions at Malolo on June 29th, but were instead ambushed by 30 Japanese, successfully escaping alive but losing a valuable Bren gun. Additionally, 6 commandos attempted to place demolition charges on the Japanese anti-aircraft guns at Keller Hill, but were forced to withdraw by the defenders. Although unsuccessful, both patrols probably helped to make the Japanese doubtful as to the direction from which the main attack might come. By nightfall, the bulk of the 58th 59th had crossed the Francisco River under a torrential rain, preparing to launch their main attack. And on the morning of June 30th, after an unsuccessful airstrike, B and C companies left their start lines near Uliap Creek. C Company immediately set out to attack Bogert village below the Old Vickers, successfully flanking the defenders to capture the village, but suffering 2 casualties against an unseen enemy machine gun. From there, the Australians attacked the Old Vickers position, but were repelled by tenacious Japanese soldiers hiding in deep dugouts 40 feet down from the top. The failure to secure the Old Vickers position would also prevent B Company from reaching the bench-cut track, getting forced back by Japanese mortars while crossing the ridge. To the south, meanwhile, A Company attacked Orodubi at noon, but found themselves at a disadvantage, being seen by the Japanese but not seeing them. After 20 minutes of firing and grenade throwing at close range, the Australians would eventually have to withdraw. The following day, they would decide to contain Orodubi with a platoon, while the other 2 bypassed the Japanese position to capture Guaibolom and Erskine Creek, successfully occupying both points by July 2nd. At the same time, B Company set out to find another way across the ridge, but found itself unable to carry this task. So on July 2nd, it would be ordered to move across the ridge via the newly established positions at Guaibolom and Erskine Creek, finally reaching the Komiatam Track junction and setting up ambush positions by July 3rd. During the afternoon, they would ambush 20 enemy soldiers before retreating into Osborne Creek. Meanwhile, Colonel McKechnie's troops were fiercely fighting to consolidate their beachhead at Nassau Bay. We'll recall that Companies A and C had established a perimeter around the landing beach on June 30th, successfully resisting a well-coordinated Japanese counterattack coming from the mouth of the Decoy River. Yet to the south, the main force of the 3rd Battalion 102nd Regiment had come perilously close to breaking through, only getting thwarted at the last minute by the intervention of the amphibian engineers, who resisted the enemy banzai charges long into the night, despite lacking personal weapons. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Japanese were not actually trying to break through, but to evacuate by crossing the Tabali River, as General Nakano had allowed the defenders to withdraw to a new position at Lake Salus, after estimating that about 1,000 men had landed. Additionally, he ordered the 3rd Battalion 66th Regiment to send some 150 men to reinforce the Nassau Bay positions, further readying Colonel Araki to cooperate from Mubo. To the south, however, the Papuans had moved to a creek just south of Cape Dinga in preparation for a well-planned attack against the 2 Bassis villages covering the Japanese rear. Running into fierce resistance as they moved up the ridgeline, the Papuans found one of the villages deserted, while the other was protected by a strong bunker left behind to cover the retreat. In response, the Papuans would resourcefully pile combustible material onto the bunker, then setting it alight and killing the 26 soldiers manning it. By the early hours of July 1st, the Papuans had moved north to Tabali Creek in pursuit of the retreating Japanese. And at the same time, some small elements launched diversionary attacks against McKechnie's perimeter. But in the indiscriminate firing that followed throughout the night, the inexperienced Americans apparently thought they were being attacked from all sides, and that the Japanese had infiltrated their positions, suffering some 45 unfortunate casualties in what the Australians dubbed the Guy Fawkes Night. To the north, on June 30th, Captain Dexter had sent forward a number of patrols in preparation for his attack on Duali, yet they would find that the Japanese had established ambush positions along the Bitoid track, so they would be unable to launch their assault. On the morning of July 1st, however, Brigadier Motten ordered Dexter's exhausted company to move forward anyway. Following a strafing attack by Beaufighters, the Australians went straight through the enemy positions and were surprised to find them abandoned, successfully capturing the mouth of the Bitoy by early afternoon. Shortly afterwards, Dexter made contact with McKechnie, who had yet again expanded his perimeter northwards. By nightfall, the PT boats of Lieutenant Commander Barry Atkins also covered the landing of reinforcements, mainly from B Company, which had previously failed to land as part of the third wave. On July 2nd, Motten impressed upon Kitchney that he must get his troops moving inland at once, so McKechnie decided to leave C Company to defend Nassau Bay, while Lieutenant Colonel Harold Taylor led the rest of the men inland towards Napier. During the night, further elements landed on the beach for a total of 1,042 men landed, including a battery of 75mm guns that immediately began shelling the enemy positions. On July 3rd, the Americans finally departed for Napier under the name Taylor Force and accompanied by Dexter's company. Yet their movement would be slow, mainly because they were not used to hard jungle marches and because they carried too much gear. At the same time, the Japanese forces finally concentrated at Lake Salus, although the coastal area would soon prove to be difficult to defend, so the invaders would finally establish some solid defensive positions on Tambu Bay. Against them, General Savige would decide to send the Papuan Company north along the coast to keep the pressure on the retreating enemy. By July 4th, Taylor Force successfully concentrated at Napier and came under the direct command of Motton's 17th Brigade. That same day, the last elements of the battalion finally landed at Nassau Bay for a total of 1,477 troops. Meanwhile, Dexter's company had moved back to Guadalcanal after their sojourn on the coast, ready to take part in the upcoming battle for Mubo, which was scheduled for July 7th. McKechnie, however, believed that the loss of his landing craft had delayed the operation at least 3 weeks, since he could not move his supplies and artillery inland. In response, on July 6th, Motten dropped 1,000 rations and 100 boyloads of ammunition over Napier, and got approval to deal directly with Colonel Taylor, who was more eager to attack. Finally, Operation Doublet was about to start. Despite the errors committed and the inexperience of General MacArthur's forces in amphibious operations, the Nassau Bay Landing had been largely successful, allowing General Savige to get some much-needed reinforcements on his eastern flank, and also opening a new supply route for his troops. Yet the landing was only the stepping stone for a bigger offensive called Operation Doublet, which aimed at dislodging the Japanese from their well-entrenched positions at Mubo and Bobdubi. By July 2nd, Brigadier Motton's plan was for the 2nd 6th and 2nd 5th Battalions to attack and occupy the Mubo Observation Hill area, while the Taylor Force was to capture Decoy Ridge and then occupy the ridge between Bui Alang and Bui Kumbul creeks, finally making contact with the Australians to cut off the Japanese lines of communication along Bui Gap Creek. In the meantime, the 15th Brigade had already started its offensive, though the Australians would see their efforts to be unexpectedly unsuccessful, getting delayed by the tenacious resistance of the Japanese defenders and suffering because of the inexperience of the 58th 59th Battalion. Its only positive result was that General Moriya would request many reinforcements, so 2 companies of the 1st Battalion 80th Regiment would be sent from Lae, while Colonel Araki decided to send a company of his 1st Battalion. Thus, by early July, Moriya counted with 5 infantry companies, 500 men in total. Additionally, Araki was so worried about the activity to the north that he would decide to leave only his 2nd Battalion at Mubo, moving all his remaining troops to Komiatum. Concurrently, on July 4th, Brigadier Heathcote Hammer assumed command of the 15th Brigade, bringing with him some fresh ideas from North Africa, but finding a very difficult situation on Bobdubi. Concerned by the delays, General Savige would deploy Major Worf's commandos to prevent the escape of the Japanese from Mubo. Vital for Savige's operation was also the position of B Company on the Bench Cut track, which would carry out 2 successful ambushes on July 5th and 6th, killing 20 enemy soldiers, despite the poor living conditions of the area. But even more important was the Old Vickers position, where the Japanese had an artillery piece, which would be used sporadically against the Australians. Consequently, C Company made a diversionary attack, while D Company moved in to capture the coconuts, successfully occupying the northern area by nightfall. Yet the Japanese soon responded the following morning, with the 80th Regiment soldiers swiftly repelling the Australian militiamen. On the afternoon of July 7th, after an air attack by 6 Bostons, C Company finally charged the Old Vickers position, with D Company's mortars supporting them. But as the men moved up the steep, knife-edged approach into the fire of machine guns tunneled into the hill, they would only get to within 60 meters of the seemingly impregnable pillboxes. At the same time, the Japanese were beginning to counterattack on the southern edge of the ridge, successfully ambushing the Australian supply lines and inflicting many casualties. On July 9th, another attack was attempted against Old Vickers through Sugarcane Knoll, but it likewise ended in defeat. And 3 days later, D Company tried to mount Old Vickers from the northwest, successfully climbing up the hill during the night, but then getting repelled the following morning. It looked like Bobdubi Ridge would be harder to take than expected, but at least Hammer managed to draw many Japanese units away from Mubo. Meanwhile, Motton's forces were ready to assault Mubo by July 6th, with 3 companies at Buaipal Creek, 1 at Lababia Ridge, 1 at the Saddle, and the remainder of the 2nd 5th Battalion in reserve. To further support this attack, Savige had directed Worf's commandos to cut the Komiatum track at Goodview Junction. Yet on July 6th, Worf's column would be spotted by Japanese patrols as they marched towards Wells Junction. Thus, the Japanese would attack from Oridubi, successfully ambushing the commandos at Ambush Knoll and making them lose some much-needed supplies and equipment. This ambush would force Worf to counterattack, finally recovering his mortar and machine guns the following day before resuming their advance southwards. On the morning of July 7th, Motton's leading companies moved to their start line south of Observation Hill, wading waist-deep through Buyapul Creek in the heavy rain. The main assault was preceded by a series of heavy air attacks over Observation Hill and Kitchen Creek, which left the entire Mubo Valley enveloped in a thick pall of smoke. As the air attack finished, the ground troops moved forward, supported by artillery and mortar fire. Although the 2nd 5th Company managed to advance without encountering opposition, successfully climbing the northern slopes of Observation Hill, the other 2 would face strong resistance on the southern slopes, finally getting forced to establish defensive positions for the night. At the same time, the American artillery began to move inland from Nassau Bay, though the difficult weather and terrain would only allow them to arrive at Napier by July 8th. Finally, Taylor Force was instructed to occupy Decoy Ridge, but the delay in the deployment of the artillery affected this. Nonetheless, Taylor's men were on the upper southern slopes of the ridge by 1500 hours, with A Company patrols forward on the crest. That morning, Colonel Wood's B Company also managed to break through to the north, then swinging southeast down the ridge to arrive at a point between Kitchen and Buisavella Creeks. Meanwhile, A Company tried another assault on Observation Hill, but was repelled by the tenacious Japanese defenders, prompting Wood to send Captain Dexter's D Company to reinforce them. Many patrol clashes occurred on July 9th, as the Australians moved deeper into Japanese territory, yet the enemy suddenly responded in the afternoon with a strong counterattack against the 2nd 5th Company, which forced Dexter to send a platoon to reinforce the defenders, finally repelling the Japanese towards the jungle. More inconclusive but intrepid patrol activity followed on July 10th, with B Company engaging the enemy at Kitchen Creek, and with the Americans discovering the Campbell Creek track that the enemy would use to withdraw to Mount Tambu. With the Australian infiltration clear, however, General Nakano would have to order the Mubo garrison to withdraw to Komiatum on July 11th. As immediate withdrawal was considered impossible, the Japanese would begin their retreat at sundown after repelling a number of attacks by the Australians, finally reaching the well-prepared positions along the saddle from Goodview Junction to Mount Tambu on July 13th. Yet the Japanese withdrawal was spotted by American patrols, which directed strong artillery fire to fall on them, thus inflicting heavy casualties but failing to block their escape. On July 12th, with the enemy gone at last, the Australians would be able to capture the Pimple, Green Hill and Observation Hill, facing very little opposition. These actions meant that Mubo was finally in Australian hands, though Motton would still be disappointed that American infantry had been unable to hold an effective blocking position across the Japanese line of retreat. Through these actions, the Japanese would suffer 981 casualties between July 1st and 22nd, and against them, it's reported that the Australians lost around 300 men. With the fall of Mubo, General Savige now prepared to drive the Japanese over the Francisco River, still unaware that Salamaua was not to be taken before Lae. General Nakano's forces were getting bolder, successfully forcing the Australian company on the bench-cut track ambush position to withdraw on July 10th. To the south, however, Major Worf finally launched his attack on Goodview Junction on July 8th, completely surprising the defenders and rapidly forcing them to retreat. but in the afternoon the Japanese struck back under the cover of mortar and machine gun fire. Although the attackers suffered many losses, the commandos' position among a bed of roots was untenable, and they would soon have to pull back 300 yards up Walpole's track. The following day, Worf attempted another assault, but his commandos would be pinned down by heavy fire and would have to retreat once again. Nonetheless, their efforts had been in vain, as the Japanese had actually been withdrawing through a supply line further to the east. Consequently, Savige decided to relieve the commandos with 2 companies of the 2nd 5th Battalion, which would arrive on July 14th. Meanwhile, General Herring planned to ease the supply problem of the 3rd Australian Division by establishing a coastal base at Tambu Bay, which could also act as an important artillery position to support further moves. Therefore, the 3rd Battalion 162nd Regiment of Major Archibald Roosevelt had landed at Nassau Bay by July 12 to commence the coastal move, which would be accompanied by Brigadier General Ralph Cone's artillery that had been previously landed. As the Americans prepared to advance, however, a confusing and chaotic situation would develop over the question of command, as General Fuller had decided to separate these units from McKechnie Force, and instead placed them under General Cone, with Herring eventually settling the issue by placing Cone Force under Savage's control. At the same time, Colonel McKechnie was also relieved of his command because Fuller felt that he had sided with the Australians and had defied his own orders. Cone's movement would also be aided by a Papuan company scouting ahead of the Americans, which confirmed that Tambu Bay and Dot Inlet were occupied and fortified by the Japanese. On July 18th, Roosevelt's troops finally began their advance, with 2 companies along an inland track and 1 company along the coast. Although the advance inland was tough, K Company along the coast would be more successful, occupying Boise on July 20th after the destruction of a strong Japanese outpost there. The following day, Roosevelt's remaining companies arrived at the bay under the cover of Cone's artillery, but were harassed by Japanese guns and mortar fire coming from a height later named Roosevelt Ridge. At the same time, Nakano decided to reinforce the ridge with 250 men from the 115th Regiment, thus further depleting the Salamaua defences. In the meantime, Brigadier Motten's forces had continued to push north after the fall of Mubo. With Bennett's force taking over the Goodview Junction, the 2 remaining companies of the 2nd 5th Battalion were directed to occupy Mount Tambu. On the afternoon of July 16th, Captain Mick Walters therefore led the 60 men of his Understrength A Company up a steep track leading to the southern crest of Mount Tambu. Without hesitation, Walters boldly attacked, achieving complete surprise and successfully capturing the 2 knolls that guarded the southern Japanese positions. But during the night, the Japanese returned in force, crawling up close through the undergrowth before making screaming charges, backed by heavy mortar and mountain gun fire. From the Japanese pillboxes, however, Walters's men would manage to repel a total of 8 counterattacks. The following day, D Company would arrive to support the Australian defenders with its mortars, digging in on a knoll 300 yards back along the track. Walters also saw the arrival of some much-needed supplies and reinforcements, which also allowed the outnumbered defenders to hold the enemy at bay. On July 18th, Walters further attacked northwest and gained an extra 80 yards, thus securing his control of the southern half of Mount Tambu. At this point, Japanese losses were in the hundreds, and the Allied artillery was getting ready along the Buoy Gap and at Green Hill. As Mount Tambu was a key position in General Muria's defensive line, Nakano consequently decided to send the remainder of the 3rd Battalion 66th Regiment to reinforce Colonel Araki's forces. In the early hours of July 19th, after a severe earth tremor that startled the Australian defenders, a recently arrived company of the 66th Regiment silently advanced under heavy rain and managed to get behind the southern knolls. Then, the Japanese suddenly charged out of the darkness, yet the defenders had their guard up, so complete surprise was not achieved. Additionally, a Bren gunner managed to knock out the Raiders machine gun with a lucky burst into the darkness, inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy troops that attempted to recover it. Defeated, the attackers finally withdrew just before first light, leaving 21 dead below the knoll. At the same time, Walters also repelled a series of attacks against the northern knoll, getting wounded in the process. This would be one of his last actions, however, as D Company would then relieve his men by nightfall, with an American company also arriving to hold the southern knolls. In the next few days, Australian patrols probed the Japanese positions in the Mount Tambu and Goodview Junction areas, but no progress would be achieved. Finally, on July 23rd, Moten directed the 2nd 5th Battalion to launch an assault against the last Japanese position, the heavily fortified Tambu Knoll. Yet he didn't allow his forces to carry out thorough reconnaissance of the enemy positions, forcing his subordinates to launch a frontal assault instead of a preferred encircling maneuver. The following morning, D Company therefore attacked frontally on the left flank with 2 platoons, while A Company blazed a track towards the left flank of Tambu to cut the main Japanese supply route back to Komiatam. Supported by artillery and mortar fire, D Company began its fierce assault around midday, in an effort to drive a wedge into the 2 lines of pillboxes and exploit to each flank. The Japanese let the 2 platoons reach almost the line of the forward pillboxes before a storm of fire swept the advancing Australians, which inflicted heavy casualties on the attackers, including the company commander. But nonetheless, the tenacious Australians pressed on, soon sweeping through the outer ring of Japanese pillboxes on the right. Then, coming from behind, Corporal John Smith's 11-man platoon headed up Mount Tambu with bayonets fixed. 4 of them would manage to gain the crest of Tambu beyond a 3rd line of pillboxes, although lack of reserves and severe casualties would eventually force them to withdraw. This failure was in part caused by Walters' inability to attack from the west, as his depleted company was rapidly stopped by heavy Japanese fire, coming from an unsuspected enemy position on a precipitous razorback west of Mount Tambu. Despite this defeat, A and D companies had made tremendous progress against a numerically superior enemy that also had the advantage of strong defences in very difficult terrain. Meanwhile, having been relieved at Goodview, Worf pulled his company back towards Wells, but unbeknownst to him, he would find Ambush Knoll back in the hands of the Japanese. On July 15th, the commandos then launched a frontal assault along the narrow ridgetop track, suffering many casualties below the knoll, though an enveloping movement through the eastern flank would be much more successful, as the enemy supply line would be successfully cut and the Japanese would be forced to retreat. With Ambush Knoll back under Australian control, Brigadier Hammer attempted to subdue Oradubi, but once again the defenders would repel his attack. On the night of July 19th, following artillery support from across on Komiatam Ridge, the Japanese counterattacked against Ambush Knoll. But this time, Worf's commandos were manning the trenches that had been dug by the Japanese, thus inflicting many casualties on the attackers and forcing them to retreat. The following day, Worf reinforced Ambush Knoll with 2 Vickers guns, and by nightfall, the Japanese second attack ran into an unexpected wall of fire. On July 20th, the Japanese charged again, supported by mortar and artillery fire, and even though they managed to cut the Australians' lines of communication, the fierce defenders would repel them once again. A total of 14 attacks would be repelled that day, with more following on July 21st, but to no avail, as Worf's commandos would successfully hold their ground, though their position was becoming more desperate by the minute. At this point, Hammer felt that the pressure that the Japanese were applying on his forces was very worrisome. He felt that the greater weight of the enemy was directed at Bobdubi and not towards Tambu, and that Moten's progress was being too slow. Savige therefore decided that Moten's 2nd 6th Battalion would be assigned to take over responsibility for Bobdubi Ridge as far as Namling, with B Company arriving at Wells Junction on July 21st. This company then immediately attacked the Japanese rear, digging in on the slopes of Ambush Knoll close to the enemy. The following day, despite the Australian ammunition supply becoming critical, the commandos would repel the last Japanese attacks, and Ambush Knoll would be solidly left in Australian hands. By July 23rd, the weary commandos were relieved by the 2nd 6th, and would be available to aid Hammer further north. Additionally, Savige decided on July 22nd to further reinforce the 15th Brigade with the now rested 2nd 7th Battalion. In the meantime, while the 2nd Battalion 162nd Regiment began landing at Tambu Bay, Savige suggested to Cone that Roosevelt Ridge be attacked from the apparently undefended western end and rolled up to the east from the higher ground. But on July 22nd, the artillery commander would instead launch his attack on the eastern end, with 2 companies climbing up the steep side of the ridge, only to be ultimately stopped by heavy rifle fire from well-concealed enemy positions near the crest. This defeat annoyed Savige, so Cone would at last send a company to secure the western end of the ridge around Scout Ridge. In the next few days, Cone's artillery would finally begin to assemble on the bay, firing their first rounds against the Bobdubi Ridge defences on July 25th. As we last saw, Brigadier Motten had directed the 2nd 6th Battalion to secure the southern end of Bobdubi Ridge, while the 2nd 5th attacked the Mount Tambu area, successfully forcing the entrenched Japanese defenders to regroup at Tambu Knoll. At the same time, Cone Force had managed to occupy the Tambu Bay area in an effort to provide better artillery support, although the enemy still held on at Roosevelt Ridge. And to the north, Brigadier Hammer was also reorganizing his forces for a new attack against the old Vickers position. Following the failure of the poorly planned and executed attack of June 30th, the 58th 59th Battalion had adopted a more measured approach to the problem of capturing old Vickers, with Hammer recognizing that his militia battalion would need reinforcements to occupy the northern end of Bobdubi Ridge. As such, A Company had been ordered further north, with Major Worf's commandos taking over the Gwalebolom defences, and General Savige had also assigned the 2nd 7th Battalion to reinforce the 15th Brigade. To the south, meanwhile, patrols from the 2nd 6th moved out along Sugarcane Ridge on July 24th and cleared the forward slopes, yet they would be stopped by nearly 100 Japanese moving north off the ridge. By July 26th, the Australians would then concentrate their 25-pounders on shelling the ridge in preparation for a frontal assault. The following day, General Cone ordered the still assembling 2nd Battalion 162nd Regiment to attack Roosevelt Ridge. Consequently, 100 men from E Company moved in single file up through the jungle to attack from the south, successfully inflicting many casualties on the Japanese and gaining a firm hold on a small ridge slightly below the crest. Heavy enemy fire, however, would finally prevent them from continuing their advance. At the same time, Cone's artillery was bringing down very accurate shell fire over the old Vickers position, something that completely shocked the Japanese defenders. As they took refuge in their underground shelters, they prepared to face an assault after the initial shelling, but none would come. On July 28th, however, after a similar artillery bombardment, C Company of the 58th 59th launched its attack, crossing its start line as the crucial last 5 minutes of the support barrage commenced. Making intelligent use of the smoke provided by the mortars, 3 platoons attacked Old Vickers simultaneously from 3 directions, successfully overrunning the enemy bunkers and reaching the crest just as the unsuspecting Japanese were emerging from their dugouts. Heavy fighting then ensued until the defenders were finally sent packing towards the Coconuts area. With the capture of Old Vickers, the Australians also discovered that the enemy had left behind large amounts of important equipment. The following day, expecting a violent Japanese reaction, Hammer rapidly relieved the exhausted C Company with a fresh company of the 2nd 7th Battalion. Further south, B Company of the 2nd 6th also attacked Sugarcane Ridge, supported by artillery and mortar fire. From Ambush Knoll, 1 platoon would attack frontally, while the remaining 2 moved around up an extremely steep slope on the enemy's right to attack from the rear. As the Japanese thought that the slopes were too steep, they would be completely unprepared for the flanking attack that soon developed, and would thus be forced to withdraw. After the success of B Company's well-planned attack, a Japanese counterattack just before dusk was also defeated, therefore leaving the ridge firmly under Australian control. July 28th would also see another attack against Roosevelt Ridge by 2 companies, but once again they would only be able to gain little ground, as the enemy repeatedly counterattacked and harassed the American movements with sniper and mortar fire. 2 days later, the attackers would unsuccessfully try to improve their positions by attacking from the west, but the well-entrenched Japanese again managed to defeat their frontal assault, In the meantime, Major Roosevelt's battalion had been concentrating on cutting the enemy supply route along Scout Ridge, successfully repelling the enemy night counterattacks throughout the last days of July. Worried about the lack of progress, General Savige criticized Cone's lack of control and discipline, and ordered him to push on immediately and capture Roosevelt Ridge. In response, the artillery commander protested that he needed more reinforcements to seize such a heavily fortified position, something that angered the Australian. Another front that was seeing a similar lack of progress was Mount Tambu, where Taylor Force had finally relieved the battered 2nd 5th Battalion on July 28th. Motton's plan for July 30th was to capture Mount Tambu and then attack Goodview Junction and Oradubi. Just before dusk on July 29th, the Allied artillery therefore began to pound Tambu Knoll, recommencing the bombardment the next morning. After dispatching more than 200 rounds per gun in a fierce 1.5-hour barrage, an American company left the start line to attack the right flank of the enemy positions. Despite the rapid clearing of 6 enemy bunkers, the fierce attackers would be stopped by deadly fire from above, suffering a total of 40 casualties and finally being forced to retreat. Although the Americans had managed to take the first line of bunkers, the assault ended in carnage, which later helped Motton realize that Mount Tambu could not be taken frontally. Instead, the attackers would have to surround and cut off the enemy position. Because the American attack had failed, attacks by the 2nd 5th and 2nd 6th Battalions did not take place, and the Japanese would also be allowed to extend their defences on either side of Mount Tambu. On July 29th, Major Worf would also be directed to attack the Japanese-held Timbered Knoll with 1 platoon. Supported by artillery and mortar fire, the Australian commandos assaulted the knoll from the north, but were rapidly pinned down by machine guns. Yet around 10 men also moved along the bench-cut track down the east side of Timbered Knoll and then attacked from the south, successfully surprising the defenders and inflicting such heavy casualties that the Japanese began to withdraw. Following the capture of Timbered Knoll, Worf wanted to press on towards Oradubi, yet Brigadier Hammer kept the commandos in check, as he didn't want to open any gap along the ridge. That same day, an important development happened, as General Herring finally informed Savige about the offensive which was being prepared against Lae, indicating that the role of his 3rd Division was to hold the enemy in the Salamaua area. By the end of July, Motton had further devised a brilliant plan to drive the enemy from Mount Tambu, as a patrol from the 2nd 6th had discovered a route from Ambush Knoll to Buirali Creek, which could allow the Australians to cut the Komiatam track and consequently isolate Tambu Knoll and Goodview Junction. For the next few days, Motton's 3 battalions therefore patrolled extensively. Meanwhile, further north, Captain Edwin Griff's B Company of the 58th 59th had moved to Buggart in preparation for an attack against the Coconuts area. Shortly after noon on July 30th, Griff therefore moved down the ridge, but was stopped by heavy fire about 80 yards from South Coconuts. Digging in, the Australians would then repel many counterattacks during the night. Yet the successful Japanese infiltrations would reduce Griff's company to 38 men, which eventually forced the captain to retreat on July 31st. Additionally, Hammer would order his other companies to cut the Komiatam and bench-cut tracks, while Motton was reinforced with 1 company of the 2nd 7th. By the end of July, Herring's main goal of drawing away from Lae as many Japanese units as possible was a resounding success, as the defenders now counted with around 8,000 troops in the Salamaua area. Yet the increase in enemy forces also forced Herring to commit a new unit, Brigadier Raymond Monaghan's 29th Brigade. Its 1st Battalion would be landed at Nassau and Tambu Bays in early August, getting assigned to reinforce Cone Force, which was still struggling against Roosevelt Ridge. On the other hand, it's also important to note that General Adachi had decided to further reinforce the denuded Lae defences, deploying the 2nd Battalion 80th Regiment at Finschhafen and also preparing the Shoge detachment to depart Wewak in a limited nighttime move towards Finschhafen and Lae. On August 1st, the Japanese finally began to fire against the old Vickers defences, as they had finally been reinforced with the remaining elements of the 1st Battalion 80th Regiment. Covered by this supporting fire, the attackers advanced along the steep terrain in an enveloping movement towards Grassy Knoll, getting harassed all the way by Griff's company to the west. The following morning, the Japanese finally assaulted the positions of the 2nd 7th Battalion, yet the defenders would successfully push them back. Further attacks developed from the north, northeast and southeast, but the Australians had the great advantage of having the well-built and well-sited former Japanese defences available for their use. In the afternoon, the invaders would continue to snipe at Old Vickers, and particularly against Sugarcane Knoll, which gave them cover as they moved to their new attack positions. On August 3rd, the Japanese then began another assault on the whole perimeter, yet the most savage fighting developed in the area in front of 8 Platoon, where Corporal Alan Naismith had a great performance in crawling forward and killing the enemy with grenades, which were tossed down the steep slopes of Old Vickers. Ultimately, a Japanese banzai charge during the night would break before the defenders' fire, thus forcing the attackers to flee. After 3 days of frontal attacks without success, the Japanese next moved further south along the ridge and dug in between Old Vickers and Bogert at the Bamboo Clump area. This was very worrisome news, as the 2nd 7th was essentially encircled, so Griff's company would be ordered to restore the line of communications to Old Vickers. After a concentration of 30 mortar bombs, Griff charged up the slope with 2 platoons, quickly breaking through towards Sugarcane Knoll, and consequently forcing the Japanese to withdraw back to the Coconuts area. The following day, Griff would organise a mopping-up party to eliminate the enemy troops that had stayed in foxholes. But despite his success in defending Old Vickers, a dissatisfied Brigadier Hammer would finally place the 58th 59th Battalion under Major Worf's command and would redeploy them to the Guaybolom area, while the Australian commandos took over the area south of Old Vickers. In the next few days, the 2nd 7th would patrol extensively in preparation for a final attack against the Coconuts. But major developments were also occurring at Mount Tambu. On August 4th, the 2nd 5th Battalion staged an attack with 2 companies south of Goodview Junction, successfully surprising the defenders and gaining a foothold on Hodges Knoll. Yet the failure to advance along Walpole's track would allow the stubborn defenders to apply increasing pressure, culminating with a heavy counterattack from 3 sides that forced the Australians to withdraw during the afternoon. The following day, Motton directed the 2nd 6th Battalion to move to the Stevens Track area, while its D Company, now under Captain Harold Laver, tried to find a suitable route onto Comiatum Ridge north of Goodview. That afternoon, one of its patrols would manage to find a route through the jungles to Comiatum Village, but moving a large force through this route would prove very difficult. Additionally, Taylor Force patrols also discovered that a ridge north of Comiatum was unoccupied. On August 6th, Savige and Motton finally outlined their plan to isolate and reduce Mount Tambu, with the 2nd 6th securing Comiatum Ridge to the northwest. It was expected that Roosevelt Ridge and Scout Ridge would be taken by Cone Force, while Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Davidson's 42nd Battalion occupied the key ridge to the north, which would be named after Davidson himself. Additionally, the 2nd 5th would capture Goodview Junction, and the 15th Brigade would attack the Coconuts area, while other units contained the enemy at Oradubi and Tambu Knoll. General Herring supported this plan, and he also urged Savige to drive Cone onto the capture of Roosevelt Ridge, even if the cost is higher than he cares about, adding that he could take Savage's requests to higher authorities in regards to the personalities involved. In response, on August 7th, Savige requested that Cone and Major Roosevelt be relieved of their respective commands, as he was disappointed by their lack of progress and enmity towards the Australians. The following day, when Cone was informed that the 42nd would be under Motton's command, the artillery commander was fuming. But his anger wouldn't last long, as not long after, both Roosevelt and Cone would be relieved of their commands by General MacArthur himself, who sided with Herring and Savige. As a result, Colonel McKechnie would return to command the 162nd Regiment, which was now detached from the 41st Division and directly under Savige's command. On August 9th, Savige further resolved to visit the front lines to analyse the country and plans, a trip that was very arduous for a man of 53, but that vastly improved the morale of the Australians. Meanwhile, by August 10th, the 42nd Battalion had finally assembled at Tambu Bay, immediately getting ordered to occupy Davidson Ridge. The Australians began the steep climb up the very slippery track at dawn on August 11th. But facing no resistance, they would be able to occupy the ridge the following morning, with 2 companies also moving to reinforce Scout Ridge. On August 12th, a new attack was also planned against Roosevelt Ridge, with McKechnie's 2nd Battalion making the main effort on the right flank, while the 3rd Battalion supported them on the left. That day, a 2nd Battalion patrol had also established an outpost position on the ridge crest, repulsing several enemy counterattacks until the next morning. After a strong artillery barrage, the 2nd Battalion's 2 companies then attacked on August 13th, rapidly breaking through to the ridge crest and successfully breaching the Japanese line at 3 points. With the 3rd Battalion 66th Regiment fighting desperately to hold the ridge, 200 men from the recently arrived 3rd Battalion 238th Regiment would be sent along the coast by barge to reinforce Roosevelt Ridge. Yet the defenders would finally have to pull back to the eastern end of the ridge early on August 14th, thus allowing the Australian companies to link up. Allied artillery and aircraft then laid waste to the remaining Japanese positions, finally allowing the attackers to secure Roosevelt Ridge by late afternoon. Yet McKechnie would not continue his advance from here, as he believed that he would need his remaining battalion to adequately attack Scout Ridge. At the same time, the 2nd 7th was preparing to attack the Coconuts area, with the composite Benner Platoon and 9 Platoon attacking up the steep eastern approaches of South Coconuts, while B Company attacked North Coconuts from the west. Moving stealthily, the 3 units would be able to assemble at their start lines by August 13th, and the following morning, after a strong air and artillery bombardment, the Australians would charge under the cover of well-laid mortar smoke. The battered North Coconuts positions would fall rapidly, but the bombardment had failed to destroy the southern defences and had further destroyed the covered approach of the Benner Platoon. Consequently, the well-entrenched defenders would manage to defeat the enemy attacks. From the north, however, B Company would find that the centre Coconuts position had been almost obliterated by the bombing, yet they would be eventually forced to return north because the South Coconuts remained in enemy hands. This action would further be supported by a platoon of commandos who successfully cut the enemy line of communications along the Salamaua-Bobdubi track to prevent the arrival of reinforcements. During the next 2 days, pressure by patrols and harassing mortar fire were maintained against the defenders in South Coconuts, at last forcing them to evacuate this position. On August 17th, as patrols found it unoccupied, the Coconuts, as well as the entire northern end of Bobdubi, finally fell into Australian hands. At last, to the south, Motten was finally ready to attack Komiatam. By August 15th, the 2 companies of Lava Force were in position, due west of Lava's Knoll, a key feature in the Komiatam Ridge that, if captured, would put great pressure on the enemy. At daybreak on August 16th, with the 2nd 5th Battalion making a diversionary attack on Goodview, Captain Lava began his move up to Komiatam Ridge under the cover of artillery fire. Luckily, most of the enemy defenders had fled due to the artillery fire, which allowed the Australians to easily seize Lava's Knoll. But even before Lava's men had dug in, Lieutenant Les Johnson's 17 Platoon managed to capture another knoll to the south, successfully taking over the already dug and perfectly sighted Japanese defensive positions. During the afternoon, enemy fire was directed against Johnson's Knoll, with the defenders tenaciously repelling 2 counterattacks before nightfall. During the night, the 42nd Battalion also started to provide accurate harassing fire from Davidson Ridge. Before dawn on August 17th, there was a 3rd counterattack against Johnson's Knoll, with the Japanese getting within meters of the Australian defences, yet they would be finally dispersed by the 42nd Battalion's machine guns. More counterattacks followed after dusk, but all of them would be repelled by the fierce Australian defenders. On August 18th, a Vickers machine gun was brought up to Lavers Knoll, and Lavers' men linked up with a 42nd Battalion patrol from Davidson Ridge. Unable to break through along Commiatum Ridge, the Japanese were growing more desperate by the minute, as pressure was maintained from all sides and as artillery, mortars and machine guns further pounded their positions. Having suffered over 900 casualties since July 23rd, and with many more men dying by the minute, General Nakano finally ordered a withdrawal from Commiatum to be carried out at night. On August 19th, as the Japanese positions at Mount Tambu and Goodview were found unoccupied, Taylor Force and the 2nd 5th finally moved in to occupy their objectives. Savige himself would later set out to visit and congratulate the conquerors of Lavers Knoll, but this would be one of his last actions in command, as General Blamey had decided to relieve the 3rd Division headquarters with Major General Edward Milford's 5th Australian Division, due to arrive in the next few days. Yet Savige would leave with a blast, as his last offensive had been perfect and had been masterfully executed by Motton's forces. He was a successful general in an operation which he later described as the toughest operational problem I ever faced, in experience covering campaigns in 4 continents. In the meantime, despite some clashes earlier in the year, Generals MacArthur and Blamey continued to plan ahead for Operation Postern, the planned invasion of Lae. The original target date for Operation Postern was August 1st, and would be in 2 stages: an amphibious landing on the coast near Lae and an air-ground operation against Nadzab airfield to the west, aimed at preventing any enemy overland reinforcement of Lae. For the amphibious operation, General Vassey's 7th Division would move to Milner Bay and then move in 3 brigade groups from north of Buna to land near Lae, utilizing small landing craft. For this, Admiral Barbie estimated that he would need about 65 LCVPs and LCTs from the 2nd Engineer Special Brigade. To train for Operation Postern, the 7th would be sent to a new training centre at Trinity Beach near Cairns. Yet due to the problem of malaria recurrence among previously exposed 7th Division troops in the tropical climate of Cairns, it was considered that the division could not be used without endangering the civilian population. Consequently, Major General George Wotton's 9th Division, not yet exposed to New Guinea conditions and free from malaria, took over the amphibious role. After 2 weeks of amphibious training with LCVPs at Cairns, the 9th began to move to Milner Bay on July 26th, with the entire division arriving there by August 12th. In early August, some of General Heavy's units also moved to Milner Bay to carry out further training with 9th Division troops, while the remainder concentrated at Morobe in time for the assault on Lae. For the Nadzab operation, it was originally planned to drop an American parachute battalion to capture the airfield. Then, 2 brigades of Vassey's 7th Division were to cross the Markham River, assist the parachute battalion and occupy the area. But to arrive at the Markham, the Australians first had to move through the Bulldog Road to reach Wau, and although much work had been done, the inland route would not be completed in time. Thus, it would be finally decided that transport aircraft would be made available to take the 7th Division directly from Port Moresby into the overgrown pre-war landing ground at Nadzab. Additionally, since the parachute battalion would not receive any support coming from the Markham, MacArthur would further decide to employ the full 503rd Parachute Regiment against Nadzab on August 8th. Thankfully, planning for this operation saw great cooperation between Generals Vassey, Whitehead, Herring and Kenny. Extensive air and land reconnaissance of the area would also be carried out, which would be key to the success of the mission. With preparations well underway, the day of the 9th Division's amphibious landing would be designated D-Day, scheduled for September 1st, and the start of the 7th Division operation against Nadzab would be Z-Day, tentatively 1 day after D-Day. As a diversion, General Savage's forces had also been conducting a series of attacks against Salamaua in the last few months. As we've seen, the so-called Salamaua Magnet had been largely successful already, as it had effectively drawn most of the Japanese combat troops away from Lae. For the success of Operation Postern, the Allied commanders further knew that they needed to secure air supremacy over the Huon Gulf. Generals Berryman and Kenny therefore wanted to establish new airfields that could allow them to neutralize Madang and Wewak, the two main Japanese air bases. Consequently, the Allied forces had started to build two key airfields at Benabena and Silisili, which would act as advanced fighter bases and refueling points. Benabena in particular already had an airstrip, and although Whitehead wanted to develop it further, Kenny was aware that the Japanese knew about this site. As Kenny instead wanted to divert the enemy's attention from the airfield complex being secretly developed further east at Silisili, he therefore decided to start raising a lot of dust to worry the Japanese. In response, the Japanese would begin to launch wave after wave of air attacks against Benabena, though damage was negligible. The invaders were also contesting the Australian presence in the Ramu Valley with the construction of a military road across the Finisterre Range, so the 2nd Independent Company would be sent to reinforce the 2nd 7th at Benabena. In the meantime, the Allied forces had been secretly constructing their new airfield at Silisili. Through the clever use of camouflage and careful timing of flights, the existence of the airfield at Silisili would be kept hidden from the enemy for around 2 months. A huge amount of air transport and equipment was therefore allocated to Silisili for the engineers of the 871st Airborne Engineers Battalion, which allowed the engineers to complete 3 dry weather runways by the start of September. Meanwhile, the Japanese had also been reorganizing their air forces in New Guinea during this period. After receiving alarming reports of enemy air bases being constructed at Mount Hagen and Benabena, which were a great threat to the air bases at Wewak and Madang, it would be decided to augment the air strength for the defense of New Guinea with the 7th Air Division of Lieutenant General Sudo Iniosuke. From June 19th onwards, its aircraft began to arrive at Wewak from the Dutch East Indies, and to coordinate the operations of the 6th and 7th Air Divisions, the 4th Air Army would also be established at Rabaul on August 6th, led by Lieutenant General Teramoto Kumeichi. Furthermore, because of the threat to Wewak and Madang, General Adachi was planning to send 3,000 soldiers of Lieutenant General Katagiri Shigeru's 20th Division against Benabena, while a detachment of Lieutenant General Manogoro's 41st Division moved to occupy Mount Hagen. In preparation for the operation, which was scheduled to commence in early September, Japanese forces had occupied Kaiapit, and patrols had moved further up the Ramu Valley and occupied Dumpu and Wessa. However, with the increasing Allied threat to Salamaua and Lae, Adachi finally decided to postpone the Benabena attack on August 1st. At the same time, with the Lae airbase being largely abandoned at this point because it was within range of the enemy medium bombers, the Japanese had decided to build 3 new airfields on the northwestern coast of New Guinea at But, Dagua and Borem Plantation, and also to upgrade the current airfield at Wewak. With the 20th and 41st Divisions providing most of the labour to construct these new airfields, much progress had been achieved by the end of August. In the meantime, on August 14th, Silisili saw its first 2 P-39 squadrons arrive just in time for the beginning of enemy attacks. Since Japanese aircraft had finally spotted the secret airfield during a reconnaissance flight on August 11th, 7 Ki-48 bombers, escorted by 36 Ki-43 fighters, would then fall upon Silisili on August 15th. Although the bombers were immediately intercepted and shot down by 26 Ira Cobras and 3 Lightnings, the Oscar fighters would go on to shoot down 2 C-47s, forcing the remainder to escape to Port Moresby by some skillful flying at treetop level. The Allied fighters then engaged the Oscars, shooting down 3 of them while losing 4 Ira Cobras. The Japanese made another air raid on the following day, but Thunderbolts and Lightnings knocked down about 15 of the strafing fighters. Therefore, the Japanese aircraft kept away, and it became evident that the Japanese commanders at Wewak had decided to conserve their air strength. Yet, unbeknownst to them, that strength was about to be severely depleted by a devastating blow. It's important to note that the Japanese did not believe that the enemy fighters and medium bombers had the range to reach Wewak, but as Allied fighters could now refuel at Silisili, and as the Americans had also made some modifications to the Mitchell bombers to increase their range, such an attack was now possible. By August 13th, aerial photographs showed that most of the Japanese aircraft had concentrated at Wewak, so General Kenny decided to proceed with the attack. The plan was for 8 squadrons of heavy bombers to open the assault with night attacks on the 4 Wewak airfields, followed by 5 squadrons of Mitchell strafers at minimum altitude to bomb and strafe every plane still on the ground. Fighter planes, which could refuel at Sili Sili, would also escort the Mitchells. On the night of August 16th, 12 B-17 bombers and 38 Liberators therefore took off in good weather from Port Moresby, with all but 2 reaching Wewak shortly after midnight. For 3 hours, the heavy bombers dropped their deadly loads on the 4 Wewak airfields, causing much damage and successfully destroying some Japanese planes at Boram as they attempted to take off. During the morning of August 17th, 2 squadrons of Mitchell bombers from the 38th Bomb Group left Port Moresby to attack Dagua and But, while the 2 squadrons of the 3rd Attack Group lifted off to strafe across Wewak and Boram airfields. Armed with new parachute-retarded fragmentation bombs, the 3rd Group bombers would catch the newly arrived Japanese aircraft lined up on each side of the runways, successfully strafing them and dropping 786 10-kilogram parafrag bombs to claim 60 aircraft destroyed or damaged. Meanwhile, the 38th Group Mitchells had difficulty in jettisoning the new auxiliary fuel tanks, so only 3 bombers would reach Dagua, while none reached But. The 3 Mitchells that reached Dagua then strafed the airfield at low level and dropped 105 10-kilogram parafrags, destroying or damaging at least 17 aircraft on the ground and 1 intercepting Oscar. The following day, Kenny tried to repeat the same attack, but only half of the 49 heavy bombers reached the target to carry out inaccurate bombing. Although most of the 62 Mitchells reached the target this time, the Japanese were waiting for them with heavy anti-aircraft fire and fighter cover. This resulted in 15 Japanese fighters, 2 Lightnings and 1 Mitchell getting destroyed. 2 additional raids were conducted on August 20th and 21st. The 5th Air Force claimed 20 aircraft destroyed on August 20th and 70 on the final day, half of them shot down in air combat by escorting P-38s. An estimated 174 Japanese aircraft had been put out of action during these attacks, almost 90% of Wewak's total air strength. Even before it could be truly employed to derail the Lae operation, the 4th Air Army had thus been completely annihilated. By neutralizing Japanese air strength at Wewak, Kenny's airmen had opened the way for the assault on Lae. Following the loss of Mount Tambu, General Nakano had established a last defensive line south of the Francisco River, having been reinforced by the 3rd Battalion 238th Regiment and the 3rd Battalion 21st Regiment. The keystone position in the new Japanese line was now Charlie Hill, a severe peak towards the northern end of Davidson Ridge, where Nakano had recently deployed some reinforcements of the 115th Regiment. On August 24th, he even told his men that if this line cannot be maintained, the division is to be honorably annihilated. In the meantime, Colonel McKechnie was now pushing patrols further forward from Roosevelt Ridge, unable to break through the strong Japanese positions at Scout Ridge. Colonel Davidson's 42nd Battalion was moving north to intercept the enemy parties escaping from Mount Tambu. Brigadier Monahan's 29th Brigade had successfully assembled east of Mount Tambu, and Major Worf was conducting his own offensive against the important junction of the Bobdubi, Komiatim and Benchcut tracks. As a platoon of commandos had already cut the track to the north on August 14th, Worf's plan was to attack with 2 commando platoons, while a 2nd 7th Battalion Company passed through them to occupy the important track junction. Concurrently, the 58th 59th Battalion was to launch a diversionary attack against Erskine Creek. At dawn on August 17th, Worf's commandos thus attacked south, supported by artillery and mortar fire, yet they encountered heavy opposition in the Osborne Creek area. Nonetheless, the 2nd 7th Company was able to find a gap in the center of the enemy line, then exploiting towards the western edge of the main Japanese camp. Consequently, savage fighting continued until the following day, when the Japanese finally began to pull back to the line of the Komiatim track. On August 19th, with the enemy withdrawing all across the front, Brigadier Hammer's forces would at last be able to occupy Erskine Creek and Oradubi, and the following day, the 2nd 7th Battalion finally occupied Bobdubi's important track junction. On August 21st, however, Hammer was ordered to cross the Francisco River to the north to apply greater pressure against Salamaua. Thus, by August 22nd, Hammer had been able to occupy Arnold's Crest and Sandy Creek, and in the following days he would continue to move men across the river to expand his perimeter. On August 27th, however, 420 Japanese troops counterattacked against Arnold's Crest, successfully cutting off their line of communications to the south. The Japanese also attempted a similar maneuver against Sandy Creek, which forced the defenders to pull back under the cover of mortar fire. On Arnold's Crest, however, the Australians would be able to wrestle control of Fisher's Knoll from the Japanese, and would successfully repel a number of attacks coming from the south. Despite this, a strong Japanese attack the following morning would finally force the defenders to withdraw westwards. In his enthusiasm, Hammer had overextended his forces, so he was now preparing to carry out a less ambitious offensive. Meanwhile, by August 21st, Taylor Force had been able to rejoin its regimental force, so McKechnie wanted to launch a new attack using his 1st Battalion. Thus, on August 27th, A Company was sent forward, following a trail onto George Ridge and successfully cutting the Japanese supply line. Digging in, the fierce American soldiers would resist more than 10 enemy counterattacks in the next few days, yet they would eventually be forced to retreat by the end of the month. This action, however, forced the Japanese to evacuate Bald Hill, which allowed its occupation on August 29th. And to the west, after spending 7 gruesome months in the area, Brigadier Motton's battered 17th Brigade was finally relieved by Monaghan's forces, which took up new positions north of Mount Tambu. Davidson's 42nd Battalion had already occupied Bamboo Knoll on August 21st, successfully repelling a number of Japanese counterattacks in the following days, and then launching scouting missions towards Charlie Hill, which was named after Davidson's given name. But the first major action wouldn't come until August 26th, when Major Charles Croswell led 2 companies around the hill to cut a key track junction to the north. But the following day, the fierce defenders would discover and fire at the Australians from above, thus forcing them to dig in for the night. To the north, meanwhile, Worf's forces had also attempted to overrun the Kunai Spur, a dominant position that blocked any move along the Francisco River to Salamaua. But failing to do so, it would finally be relieved by the 47th Battalion on August 26th. Monaghan thus assumed command of the incoming assault against General Nakano's last line in front of Salamaua. As we've previously seen, much work had already been done for the planning of Operation Postern, but still there were some details that needed to be finished. In August, as Admiral Barbie and General Wootton finally met to discuss, it was decided to postpone D-Day to September 4th. The plan was for the 2nd 15th and the 2nd 17th Battalions to land on Red Beach, a beach east of Lae, out of range of the Japanese gun batteries, while the 2nd 13th Battalion landed further east on Yellow Beach to protect the eastern flank of the main beachhead. Because continuous air cover could not be guaranteed after midday, Brigadier Victor Windeyer's 20th Brigade troops would need to unload with haste before the LST's departure. Then, Brigadier David Whitehead's 26th Brigade would follow up the initial landings and move through the beachhead, with the 2nd Machine Gun Battalion being earmarked to guard Red Beach. Furthermore, General Heavy's brigade would provide amphibian scouts to go in on the first wave and establish red and yellow markers on both red and yellow beaches, and to make a beach reconnaissance. For Operation Postern, Barbie would use all the shipping he had, including 4 APDs, 20 LCIs, 18 LCTs, and 13 LSTs. After conducting some rehearsals and a preemptive naval bombardment on Finschhafen by the end of the month, the loading of stores, equipment and vehicles at Milner Bay would be completed on September 1st. In the days preceding D-Day, General Kenny's forces would also launch a series of air raids against Lae to further support the operation. In the meantime, for the landing at Nadzab, Z-Day was adjusted to September 5th, with 96 C-47s from Colonel Paul Prentice's 54th Troop Carrier Wing being assigned to carry Colonel Kenneth Kinsler's 503rd Parachute Regiment. Additionally, Brigadier Ether's 25th Brigade was earmarked to be the first to be flown in after the initial landings. Aided by a large reconnaissance effort, Kinsler and Prentice would work closely at Port Moresby to define the best fly formation and drop zones, as well as to carry out rehearsals. On September 3rd, the final plan was then issued, with Kinsler's 1st Battalion jumping on Field B with the task of securing the Nadzab airfield site, establishing a perimeter, and immediately commencing work on the airfield, while the Australian 2nd Pioneer Battalion crossed the Markham to help in the construction of the new airfield. Additionally, Kinsler's 2nd Battalion was to jump on Field A to capture the Gap Songkhek area and prevent any enemy moves from the north and northwest, while his 3rd Battalion jumped on Field C to capture Gap Matsang and prevent any enemy moves from the east. Furthermore, Prentice would also drop 22 dummy paratroopers in the forests south of Yalu, where the enemy troops at Heath's plantation could see them, to confuse the Japanese and delay any movement towards Nadzab. With all the planning complete, the amphibious landing force left Milner Bay on the morning of September 3rd. So safe was their journey that the men even disembarked at Buna for a break, and then re-embarked in the afternoon. The only problem encountered would be an unexpected Japanese airstrike against Heavy's Morobe base, although no significant damage was done. As for the Japanese, the Salamaua Magnet had worked wonderfully, leaving very few army units to guard Lae. Thus, most of the troops there actually came from Rear Admiral Fujita Ryutaro's 7th Base Force, which was formed around the 5th Yokosuka and 5th Sasebo SNLF and the 82nd Naval Garrison's anti-aircraft and coastal defense units. Additionally, the difficulty of supplying Lae left only 300 fit men to guard the area, with the rest of the 2,650 troops being sick, wounded, or badly malnourished. Though the Japanese also counted with 28 75mm, 4 105mm, and 2 155mm guns for coastal defense, their ammunition supply was very limited. Each of the 2 155mm guns only had 30 shells available, while the 4 105mm guns only had 50 rounds apiece. By the end of July, General Adachi had also decided to place Major General Shoge Ryoichi in command of the Lae defences, yet his detachment was barely able to assemble at Finschhafen before the start of the Allied landings. Therefore, Rear Admiral Mori Kinuzo was sent to take command of the 7th Base Force, but in the meantime, Fujita would have to control all IJN and IJA units in Lae. By nightfall on September 3rd, the final voyage to the landing beaches began. Practically unhindered, the Allies would be able to identify the beaches at 0550 on September 4th. As a result, the APDs lowered the landing craft carrying the first wave, and after a preliminary 6-minute bombardment, the first landing craft would hit the beach at 0630. Soon, Brigadier Windeyer's troops would land at red and yellow beaches after easily driving off some 30 defenders on the Bulu plantation. That morning, to support the landings, General Kenny would also launch a number of airstrikes against Japanese air bases in Wewak, Lae, Gasmata and Telugu, which inflicted considerable damage. The 2nd Echelon then approached the beach in the larger LCIs, successfully unloading 6 companies without facing any opposition other than the reefs near the shore. Although the first 2 waves had been unopposed on the ground, danger lurked above, as 6 Ki-43 fighters and 3 Ki-51 bombers took to the air from Lae at 0700. 4 minutes later, the 6 Oscars would strafe 7 LCIs, while the 3 Sonyas bombed them, resulting in 2 LCIs getting badly damaged, as well as 9 men killed and 45 wounded. Under the cover of 8 boomerangs and 2 Riraways from Sili Sili, the next echelons would then begin to unload the remaining units, with the slow LSTs rapidly clearing the landing area by 1100. Only the 3rd echelon's LCTs took much longer to unload, having arrived by 0800 but only clearing the area over 6 hours later. Meanwhile, General Imamura had sent a strong airstrike towards Lae, yet the 81 aircraft from Rabaul would be discovered by the destroyer Reed off Cape Cretin at 1300, giving enough time for the Allies to intercept them with 40 Lightnings and 20 Thunderbolts, while 3 Vals unsuccessfully bombed Reed. As a result, 23 Japanese aircraft were shot down for the loss of 2 Lightnings, but some Japanese planes would still be able to break through towards Morobe, Consequently, they would attack the 6th Echelon's LSTs off Cape Ward Hunt at 1400, successfully scoring 2 bomb hits on LST-473 and 1 torpedo hit on LST-471. This resulted in 118 Allied casualties, particularly in the 2nd 4th Independent Company, while the Japanese lost 4 Zeros and 3 Bettys and had 15 more aircraft damaged. The remaining LSTs then continued on to Red Beach, arriving on schedule at 2300. Thus, Admiral Barbie had been able to land 7,800 personnel, from which 3,780 were combat troops, as well as 3,300 tons of equipment and supplies. Following the landings, the engineers at Red and Yellow Beach quickly got to work clearing the beachhead and constructing roads, while Windeyeur's troops began to extend their perimeter north and west towards the Busso River. 2 companies of the 2nd 13th Battalion would also move east along the track towards Hopoi, where opposition was expected. As General Wooten wanted to speed the advance towards Lae to prevent the Japanese from preparing organized resistance east of the Busso River, he decided to put the leading 2nd 17th Battalion under Brigadier Whitehead's 26th Brigade, whose task was to pass through the 20th Brigade and continue the advance. On the other side, Admiral Fujita was deploying his forces in a defensive perimeter between the Markham and Busso rivers, with most of his naval units taking positions on the right bank of the Busso, while a 127-man detachment of the 115th Regiment was sent to hold Singawa Point. Additionally, General Shoge decided to rush over to Lae to take command of its defences, while General Nakano sent Major Mukai Masatake to assume command of the frontline actions. The following day, the Australian advance to east and west continued with no opposition from the enemy, though the going was very heavy. Nonetheless, the 2nd 13th Battalion would occupy Buaru, while the 2nd 17th managed to reach the eastern end of the Singawa Plantation, with the 2nd 23rd and 2nd 24th Battalions coming in behind the leading battalion. During the morning, Brigadier Bernard Evans's 24th Brigade would also embark on 20 LCIs at Buna, beginning to land at Red Beach by nightfall. But while the Lae units prepared to keep at bay the Tiger at the front gate, the Wolf would appear at the back gate, as on the morning of September 5th, the American paratroopers finally embarked on their C-47 transports. Generals Kenny, Vassie and MacArthur would accompany the convoy of 302 planes as they crossed the Owen Stanley Range towards Nadzab. Preceding the landings, the Allies would also carry out some air attacks against Nadzab's drop zones and Heath's plantation, with smoke screens being laid afterwards. Then, at 10:22, the C-47s began to drop their paratroopers over the designated zones. Each aircraft dropped all its men in 10 seconds, and the whole regiment was unloaded in 4.5 minutes. Meeting no opposition, the whole Nadzab area was soon left under American control. Impressed, Kenny later wrote, "The operation really was a magnificent spectacle. I truly don't believe that another air force in the world could have put this over as perfectly as the 5th Air Force did." As expected, the 2nd Pioneer Battalion had also crossed the Markham by 1400, finally arriving at Nadzab during the night. The next day, they went to work on the airstrip with hand tools, burning the kunai grass off the airstrip to clear away any rubbish, and successfully extending the 1,500 feet strip to 3,300 feet. This would allow the Americans to land the 871st Airborne Engineer Battalion on September 6th to begin construction of 2 more airstrips. Starting on September 7th, Vassie's 7th Division would then begin to be transported to Nadzab, yet unpredictable weather would often hinder the Australian efforts. Additionally, a company of the 24th Battalion had departed Deep Creek on September 4th to attack Markham Point as a diversion, successfully surprising the defenders, but suffering such heavy losses against the enemy enfilading fire that the militiamen would soon be forced to retreat. Further to the south, however, General Nakano was also facing increasing pressure from General Milford's 5th Division. During the last days of August, the Japanese had been fiercely fighting to hold their last line in front of Salamaua. Even though the enemy had laid a heavy artillery barrage on their positions, still the tenacious defenders would not waver. Brigadier Monaghan therefore wanted to send a company around the western slopes of Charlie Hill to occupy a position on the northern slopes, thus isolating the Japanese, as had been done at Mount Tambu. Yet Milford instead elected to do another costly frontal assault, fully believing in the capabilities of the artillery support fire. On August 29th, after a strong artillery barrage, D Company of the 42nd Battalion therefore began to climb the steep hill. But with their every move met by fire from above, they would be eventually forced to withdraw. Meanwhile, to the west, the 47th Battalion had also launched 2 unsuccessful attacks against the Kunai Spur. Yet a heavy concentration of artillery at the start of the month would ultimately soften up the enemy defences, thus allowing one of its companies to capture the Kunai Spur, now renamed Lewis Knoll, after the company commander. Looking east, after reconnoitring the Lekanu Ridge, Milford had also sent the 15th Battalion to seize the junction with Scout Ridge and press towards Salamaua. The Matthew brothers led the first attack on August 31st, but without any artillery support, the assault would ultimately fail, with the loss of the courageous Lieutenant Doug Matthew. The following day, reinforced with another company, the 15th Battalion attacked again, but once more the Australians would be soundly defeated by the ferocious defenders. On September 1st, Colonel Davidson finally sent B Company around the west side of Charlie Hill, intending to cut off the Japanese supply line. Arriving on the next day, an ambush position would be successfully established to the north, with the Australians valiantly fighting off a number of enemy counterattacks, while withstanding harassing fire from Charlie Hill. At the same time, A Company would also manage to establish an ambush position nearby after struggling through the thick undergrowth on the east side of Charlie Hill. Then on September 4th, they would join B Company to the west to completely seal off the enemy position. In the meantime, on September 2nd, a company was also sent northward from Lewis Knoll, fighting its way to the strongly held enemy position at Twin Smiths, where the Australians were subjected to such heavy fire that they would have to withdraw. Meanwhile, after his defeat at Arnold's Crest, Brigadier Hammer had resorted to harassing the enemy and reconnoitering for future attacks. Consequently, he had sent a commando detachment to infiltrate the Japanese rear and carry out a diversionary ambush. On September 3rd, the commandos would manage to penetrate the Japanese lines through a route along Buiris Creek, and after 2 hours of waiting, they would kill 8 Japanese in an ambush, then firing at Arnold's Crest to disrupt the enemy positions before retreating the way they came. Finally, Scout Ridge had been battered by a devastating artillery and mortar bombardment since the start of the month, which allowed Lieutenant George Matthews' forces to gain the crest for which his brother had previously died. On September 3rd, however, SNLF Marines counterattacked and again forced the Australians to withdraw. At the same time, another 15th Battalion Company had advanced to seize Lekanu Ridge, currently unoccupied by the Japanese forces. Under cover of artillery fire, the Australians managed to creep up close to the abandoned enemy foxholes on the crest, successfully capturing them. By nightfall, SNLF Marines attempted to reoccupy these positions, but could only dig in on the northern side of Lekanu Knoll. On the night of September 4th, upon learning of the Lae landings, General Adachi immediately ordered Nakano to withdraw from Salamaua and assemble at Lae by September 20th. Afterwards, all Japanese forces would withdraw towards Kaiapit or Sio through Salawakit. Additionally, Adachi sent the main body of the 20th Division to hold Finschhafen, thus suspending the construction of the Madang Lae Road, while the Nakai detachment, currently at Bagadjim, was ordered to secure Kaiapit, hold the enemy in contact, and facilitate Nakano's withdrawal up the Markham. Consequently, Nakano earmarked his SNLF Marines to cover the movement by barge of the 3rd Battalion 102nd Regiment towards Lae, which would depart on September 6th to defend the Busu River line. In the meantime, the 51st Division would prepare to conduct an organised fighting withdrawal, and at Lae, General Shoge and Major Mukai would also arrive to take command of the army units. A man of cool courage, Shoge would be able to concentrate the whole strength of the Lae garrison troops to successfully hold back the superior forces of the enemy, while Mukai often acted as platoon and company commander to direct the fighting at the front. Meanwhile, on September 6th, Wootton's forces also continued their advance. To the east, the 2nd 13th Battalion would reach the Buhem River, with 2 companies continuing forward to capture the overgrown Hopoi airfield. And to the west, the 2nd 23rd Battalion had cautiously advanced past the 2nd 17th to arrive at the left bank of the Buhem River, where a patrol alerted them of an incoming Japanese attack. In response, the Australians promptly attacked with 2 platoons, successfully driving the foremost enemy troops back to Singoa Plantation. At the same time, another company had been sent through swamp and dense scrub to get in behind the Japanese position, followed by a second company tasked with hitting the Japanese flank. By early afternoon, with the Australians attacking from the east and north, the Japanese would be finally forced to retreat. Since D-Day, the Japanese had also carried out many air attacks against Red Beach, the Uluki Track, and the amphibian craft plying between the beaches, but this did little to hinder the movement of stores. Soon after midnight on September 6th, under pouring rain, 5 LCVs and 3 LCMs landed stores from Red Beach at Apo Village to alleviate the severe ration and ammunition shortage among forward troops, and by shortening the supply lines, to enable the advance to gather momentum. Thus it was planned that on September 7th, the 24th Brigade would take over the coastal advance, while Whitehead's 26th Brigade moved further inland up the Burep River. That day, the advance would continue through mud and slush, with the 2nd 24th Battalion rapidly moving northwest up the Burep, while the 2nd 28th Battalion relieved the 2nd 23rd at the coast. Further south, General Milford's 5th Division was also applying great pressure against the Salamaua defences, completely tying up the bulk of General Nakano's forces. Although the Japanese were preparing to withdraw back to Lae, the defenders would continue to offer strong resistance against Milford's attacks, as they still believed that Salamaua must be held. North of the Francisco, for instance, the Japanese added considerable artillery support to the defence, and fired off their remaining rounds on the attackers. In response, the Allied artillery fire was directed onto Rough Hill on September 5th, yet Brigadier Hammer would be unable to launch any attack on the hill afterwards. That day, the 15th Battalion unsuccessfully attempted to take the Pimple, a razorback approach along the Lakanu Ridge, and during the night, the Japanese would surprisingly counterattack with fixed bayonets against the coast, although they were met by a wall of fire that rapidly forced them to withdraw. On Charlie Hill, however, the trapped soldiers, under Lieutenant Usui Genkichi, boldly set up ambush positions and cut the supply line of the 2 Australian companies on their rear. Astonishingly, Usui's ambush plan would prevent supplies and Vickers guns from getting through, while at the same time forcing the enemy to halt any assaults on Charlie Hill until September 8th. Meanwhile, on September 6th, Nakano would accompany some of his frontline troops on 73 barges towards Lae, successfully arriving there to take command of the Japanese defences. There, General Shoge and Admiral Fujita had been commanding the meagre army forces and the inexperienced non-combatants to delay as much as possible the Australian advance. As a result, on September 8th, Nakano finally ordered his forces to commence the withdrawal towards Lae, deploying the 1st Battalion 115th Regiment at Buang to cover the retreat, subsequently ordering his forces south of the Francisco River to pull back across the river, and also sending the 15th Independent Engineer Regiment to hold the line connecting Yalu and Markham Point. Against them, Brigadier Evans had set up a key supply point at G Beach, considerably shortening the supply line to the front. Brigadier Whitehead's forces were reaching the east bank of the Busu River. After another heavy rain during the night, which hindered the movement across country, General Wootton's 2 leading battalions advanced towards the Busu, cautiously cutting tracks through the jungle, but without finding any enemy opposition. When the 2nd 24th Battalion reached the Busu, its leading platoon noticed that there were no Japanese forces on the west bank. Whitehead was eager to cross, but ultimately his forces were stopped because at this point the river current was at its fastest, so Whitehead had to wait until bridging equipment reached their position. Additionally, Whitehead also sent the 2nd 4th Independent Company up the Burep and then west through thick jungle to reconnoitre a large kunai patch east of the Busu. On the coastal flank, Lieutenant Colonel Colin Norman's 2nd 28th Battalion also reached the Busu in the afternoon, noticing that there were enemy units on the other bank and that the river was swollen by heavy rains. Thus, they also needed a bridge to get across. Looking at Nadzab, the work of the 871st Airborne Engineers continued full-time under torrential rain, which allowed the 2nd 33rd Battalion's arrival by September 9th. Counting with this weakened battalion, and with the 2nd 25th, Brigadier Ether would then begin his advance down the Markham Valley towards Lae. The heavy rains, however, would soon flood Nadzab's airstrip, much to General Vassi's annoyance, which delayed the arrival of the 2nd 31st Battalion until September 12th. Further south, the isolated men at Charlie Hill took advantage of the heavy rains to evacuate and withdraw northwards during the night of September 8th. When Colonel Davidson's forces attacked the following morning after a mortar barrage, they therefore found no sign of the enemy apart from fresh uneaten food and equipment left behind. Wasting no time, however, Davidson rapidly sent B Company in pursuit towards Nuk Nuk. At the same time, the 47th Battalion also found unoccupied pillboxes facing them, so they too set out in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. Colonel McKechnie's troops would likewise find the Japanese gone at Burger Hill, and the 15th Battalion would manage to fight their way into the crest of Scout Ridge, which forced the Japanese to evacuate Lekanu Ridge as well. Meeting his brigadiers that day, Milford then ordered them to speed the division's advance, in an effort to allow the enemy no respite to reorganize and occupy fresh positions, so the race to Salamaua was finally on. Meanwhile, General Wotton's forces were preparing to cross the Busu. During the morning, patrols had been sent across to find a suitable crossing, but without success. On the coast, as none of the patrols had reached the large island in the center of the Busu's mouth, Colonel Norman ordered A Company to attempt the crossing, yet enemy fire would ultimately repel them, with the Japanese claiming 30 casualties, although only 2 scouts were lost. Disturbed by this unexpected delay, Wotton urgently ordered his brigadiers to seize bridgeheads over the Busu. Thus, Norman planned to assemble his battalion on the east bank, form up on Rooks Island, and then cross the last channel of the Busu in 4 extended lines by late afternoon. After stealthily wading to the island, the 2nd 28th would start the crossing under the cover of artillery fire at 17:30. Stepping into the swirling water in a long line, each company would move to the start line one after another at 2-minute intervals. In an incredible crossing, the men were swept off their feet by the fierce current, which snatched weapons from some of them, but most were swirled towards the west bank, where they grasped overhanging boughs and kunai. This completely surprised the Japanese, who had not considered it possible for a crossing to be made, except along the bar at the mouth. Consequently, most of the enemy fire was directed there, and by the time they began firing on the lines of men, it was too late, as they were almost hidden beneath the high western bank. Norman's men had lost about 25% of their weapons during the crossing, further suffering 13 deaths, but they had gained Wotton's desired bridgehead. On September 9th, at the height of the battle, Admiral Mori also arrived at Lae on the submarine I-174 to relieve Admiral Fujita, who returned to Rabaul on the same vessel. Yet at this point, most of the naval forces were allocated to support tasks, with Nakano's IJA units manning the main defences of Lae. In that regard, 2 companies were further sent to Munum and Ngasawapam to keep the road open to Buana. Around midday on September 10th, the Japanese would stealthily move across the kunai grass to attack Norman's bridgehead with machine gun and mortar fire. But just as their position was becoming untenable, C Company counterattacked with fixed bayonets against a waist-deep swamp where the Japanese were hiding. Supported by B Company, the Australian attack would completely scatter the enemy, killing 63 Japanese while suffering 21 casualties themselves. Relieved by this victory, Evans immediately stripped his 2nd 43rd Battalion of weapons and ferried those weapons across to the 2nd 28th to replace the ones they had lost in the crossing. Luckily, an LCVP would also make some 40 trips to take some 1,200 troops and considerable supplies across to the west bank of the Busu. To the north, Whitehead's 26th Brigade had been held up for 36 hours, waiting for rubber boats and suitable rope to get the men across. In this time, an attempt to span the river with fallen trees failed when the river rose, and all attempts with the rubber boats would subsequently end in them being swamped. Even further north, the 2nd 4th Independent Company successfully bridged and crossed the Sanquep River to establish an ambush position on the east bank of the Busu near the Kunda Bridge. At this point, General Herring had also decided to reinforce Wootton with Brigadier Cedric Edgar's 4th Brigade, which would take over the beachhead areas after landing. Leaving Milner Bay in 6 LSTs and 6 LCIs on September 9th, the 4th Brigade would successfully land at Red Beach on the night of September 10th. Looking north, after passing through Old Munum and Yalu, the 2nd 25th Battalion was reaching Jensen's plantation when it was fired on for the first time, essentially forcing them to stop their advance for the night. And at Salamaua, the same heavy rains that had masked the Japanese retreat across the Francisco now prevented the Australians from crossing the river. Nonetheless, Brigadier Monaghan's forces would manage to reach Scout Hill, Kennedy's Crossing, and the vicinity of Nook Nook. North of the Francisco, Brigadier Hammer would also test the enemy defences with an attack on Rough Hill, surprisingly capturing Savage Spur to encircle this position, while the bulk of his forces moved up Sandy Creek to the forming up place for their main offensive. By nightfall, however, the Japanese again beat them to it as they evacuated Rough Hill and Arnold's Crest in preparation for their final withdrawal, set to begin the following night. As such, when the Australians attacked the following day, they found Rough Hill abandoned. To the south, the drive to Salamaua continued as C Company of the 15th Battalion valiantly crossed the flooded Francisco near its mouth to dominate the isthmus by fire. Davidson's B Company also crossed the Francisco in the morning, then moving northeast across Salamaua airfield without opposition to capture Lugui. Continuing forward, the Australians would become the first Allied troops to enter the ruins of Salamaua, thus winning the race for Monaghan. To the west, after a difficult crossing, the 47th Battalion advanced unopposed and soon converged with Hammer's forces, which were also moving forward without resistance, and soon captured Arnold's Crest and Edward's Spur, while launching their first attacks on a position in Keller Ridge known as the Hand. The Japanese, concentrated at Malolo, would begin their evacuation by barge towards Lae on the night of September 11th. To cover them, Nakano deployed the units of the 80th and 238th Regiments on a last line that ran through the Keller Ridge, with the 66th Regiment on a last covering position at Malolo. Meanwhile, Wootton had brought forward 14 25-pounders to provide close fire support. With Australian troops now across the Busu, the impact of these first artillery rounds was profound. But in the meantime, the 2nd 24th Battalion unsuccessfully continued their attempts to bridge the Busu using felled logs supported on stone pylons, and Evans was ferrying its remaining units to the 2nd 28th's bridgehead. Further north, with artillery support from the 25-pounders back at Yalu, the 2nd 25th Battalion would attack an estimated 200 enemy troops at Jensen's, killing around 30 as they advanced through the plantation. With the 2nd 33rd Battalion at Yalu, the 2nd Pioneer Battalion was also advancing along the north bank of the Markham, from Narakapo towards Markham Point. There, C Company of the 24th Battalion would launch a second attack against the tenacious defenders, who once again easily repelled the Australians. The following day, as the 2nd 31st Battalion was finally arriving, the 2nd 25th Battalion would manage to clear Jensen's plantation, later encountering heavy opposition further down the road at the bridge at Whitaker's plantation. To the south, the 24th Battalion Company would make another attempt against Markham Point, but this third defeat would indicate that they would be unable to prevent their escape. On the coast, after the arrival of the 2nd 32nd and 2nd 43rd Battalions, Evans at last directed the 2nd 28th to continue the advance along the coast towards Mullahan, while the 2nd 43rd advanced on the right towards Old Yanga. There, the Australians would be surprised by unexpected and heavy firing coming from the direction of a hut. Supported by strong artillery and mortar bombardment, the 2nd 43rd launched a second attack in the afternoon, but the defenders' fire would once again force them to withdraw. At Salamaua, as the Japanese retreat continued, the 5th Division was cleaning up the area. Advancing with bold celerity, the 42nd Battalion would manage to occupy Keller Point. One patrol under Major Worf would reach the coast halfway between Keller Point and Mission Point, and the 2nd 7th Battalion would capture the now abandoned Kidney Hill before continuing forward towards Malolo. Under heavy pressure, the fierce Japanese defenders at Keller Ridge would continue to repel the enemy attacks until their final evacuation by barge on September 13th. By that point, the bulk of Nakano's 51st Division had already reached Lae, and was now preparing to withdraw even further to the Chiarisio area through the Sarawagid Range, discarding the original plan to retreat up the Markham towards Madang because of the increasing enemy air threat. Starting on September 12th, the 1st Echelon, consisting of Admiral Maury's units, would begin the movement northwards up the Butibum River to cross the Busu at Buana and then head to Kemen, prepared to fight as it retreated. Ahead of them were 2 engineer regiments, tasked with the construction and repair of a road to Mount Sarawagit. The other 3 echelons would depart in order on the next days, with the rearguard, commanded by Nakano himself, coming right behind them. The following morning, however, Maury's forces would be ambushed by an American patrol, which forced the naval troops to divert through the jungle towards Yalu, although with the same goal to cross the Busu at Buana. Worthy of mention is the sacrifice of the patients at the Lae Field Hospital that hadn't been evacuated by submarine, who realized that it would be impossible for them to march across the mountains, so they volunteered to protect the division's rear as it withdrew. By September 13th, with the successful conclusion of the Japanese evacuation, the Salamaua campaign was finally over. Only the 15th Battalion would be sent up the coast in pursuit, as the other units were allowed a well-earned rest. It had been a very gruesome campaign for the Allies, with the 17th Brigade reporting 135 killed and 354 wounded, the 15th Brigade reporting 124 killed and 346 wounded, the 162nd Regiment reporting 81 killed and 396 wounded, and the 29th Brigade reporting 76 killed and 155 wounded. Against them, Nakano's 51st Division suffered an estimated 2,200 casualties since the end of July, for a total of over 8,000 casualties, including 2,722 killed in the entire campaign. Back at Lae, while the Japanese commenced their final evacuation, the Australians were continuing their advance. To the east, the 2nd 24th Battalion kept working very hard on bridging the river under enemy fire, but once again, bad luck and the Busu would cause them to fail. By the end of the day, they would be able to bridge only the first 2 channels, thanks to the timely arrival of a span of box girder bridging. Further north, the 2nd 4th Independent Company also attempted to cross the river, but the Japanese had now established a strong presence on the western bank, so the commandos' attempts would be repelled. On the coast, although the 2nd 43rd found Nyanga unoccupied, the 2nd 28th was encountering stiff resistance on their way to Malahang. Attacking with grenades, the Australians would manage to destroy 3 enemy foxholes. Yet the Japanese heavy fire had essentially slowed down their movement. As the 24th Brigade advanced, however, the defenders were hitting back hard with all of their remaining artillery ammunition in a final bombardment before withdrawing that caused considerable casualties to the amphibian engineers at Singawa and Apo. Looking west, Brigadier Ether ordered the 2nd 25th to maintain the pressure on Whitaker's plantation, while the 2nd 33rd moved around the south to establish a roadblock at Heath's plantation. After an artillery and mortar bombardment, the 2nd 25th would successfully capture the bridge at Whitaker's with 1 company, while 2 others moved slowly through the overgrown plantation to attack Heath's. Fierce fighting then ensued, until 1 platoon managed to overrun the enemy headquarters and thus forced them to withdraw. At the same time, 2 patrols were also advancing from the west and southwest, finally converging on Heath's plantation, only to find it deserted. Consequently, the 2nd 33rd then moved in and occupied Heath's by dusk. During the night, however, the Japanese evacuated Whitaker's. Soon, the entire 2nd Echelon had abandoned Lae and was moving north up the Butibum River towards Buana. As Ether detected this, he urged greater speed and ordered the capture of Edward's plantation. Consequently, on September 14th, his forces drove the Japanese from their positions at Lane's Bridge and then continued the pursuit towards Edwards. Meanwhile, to the east, Whitehead's sappers were at last able to bridge the third channel, so one company of the 2nd 24th was finally sent across. This alerted the Japanese, however, who soon began to fire on the recently established bridgehead. But Whitehead immediately sent another company across the river, successfully resisting the enemy attacks for 4 hours until the Japanese withdrew. The remainder of the battalion then crossed without opposition, followed by the 2nd 23rd and 2nd 48th. On the coast, Evans's 24th Brigade continued to advance against stubborn opposition. With the 2nd 43rd approaching Wagan from the north, Evans would send the 2nd 32nd Battalion to attack the village from the south. After a strong mortar barrage, the 2nd 32nd would finally capture Wagan by dusk, while the 2nd 28th cunningly infiltrated the Japanese positions at Malahang. At this point, the Australians had completely discerned the enemy intention to retreat up the Busu, so Wootton would order the 2nd 24th to recross the river and reinforce the Kunda Bridge position, while Vassie earmarked Brigadier Doherty's 21st Brigade to move towards Buana. On September 15th, Whitehead was finally able to launch his main offensive, with the 2nd 23rd Battalion cutting tracks through the Kunai and jungle to capture Kamkaman, while the 2nd 48th Battalion advanced down the road to occupy the Malahang airfield. Further south, the 2nd 32nd set out to capture Malahang Mission, and the 2nd 43rd was able to enter Wagan. To the west, however, Ether's forces were meeting strong resistance from Japanese rearguards at Edwards Plantation. With the 2nd 33rd attacking frontally to draw the enemy's attention, the 2nd 31st would move around the right flank to secure the high ground behind the Japanese plantation. Despite the strong opposition, Edwards would be successfully surrounded, which eventually forced the stubborn defenders to pull back. By late afternoon, Nakano's rearguard finally began to withdraw up a spur running along the creek north of Edwards Bridge. 64 Japanese would be cut down by machine gun fire as they climbed this spur before Ether's units continued forward. Meanwhile, on the coast, the 2nd 28th moved through Malahang anchorage with only sporadic opposition and sent a patrol towards the Bumbu River, reporting that by now Lae was completely abandoned. With both divisions racing for Lae, Nakano's 8,650 men, including 2,500 naval personnel, had successfully escaped the area at this point and were moving north towards the Busu. Southeast of Yalu, however, Admiral Maury's 1st Echelon would be intercepted by the 3rd Battalion 503rd Parachute Regiment, which forced the Japanese to head off in a new direction towards the northwest across the Atzera Range. On September 17th, they would finally arrive at a point some 9 kilometers upstream of the fallen Kunda Bridge, where Nakano's engineers would begin construction of a new bridge for the troops to cross the river. Despite being closer to Lae, Wootton's forces would stop their advance at the Bumbu River by midday on September 16th. Ether's 2nd 25th Battalion, however, rapidly pressed forward at Jacobson's plantation without opposition, with a patrol finally reaching Lae's Voko Point at 11:30. Not knowing that Vassie had won the race to Lae, Wootton would launch his final attack, preceded by a strong air and artillery barrage shortly after midday, and both divisions would fight each other for about an hour. Despite this, and despite the successful Japanese retreat, the operation had been very successful, and both Lae and Salamaua had fallen. In return, the Japanese had inflicted 547 casualties on the 9th Division and 142 casualties on the 7th Division. Though Lae had fallen, General Adichie was determined to hold the Finisterre Range, the Ramu Valley, and the Huon Peninsula. Consequently, he sent the Nakai detachment to secure Kaiapit and check the enemy pursuit of General Nakano's 51st Division, at that stage thought likely to be in the Markham Valley, while General Katagiri's 20th Division was sent to protect Finschhafen. Most importantly, the Japanese also made some strategic reconsiderations. So far, they had not regarded the losses of Guadalcanal and Bunagona as irretrievable, always believing that if they held on until they could score a decisive victory, then they could regain the initiative and recapture these key points. Now, however, the losses of Lae Salamaua, the Central Solomons and the Aleutians, as well as the well-justified fears about the opening of an Allied offensive through the Central Pacific, made them realize that they were overextended and that they needed to withdraw their perimeter in order to set up what was known as the absolute zone of national defense that could actually hold back the Allies while they themselves marshaled their strength for a decisive battle. Thus, Tokyo drew its main perimeter line from western New Guinea through the Carolines to the Marianas, leaving most of the southeast area on the outpost line. The main goal was to build strong fortifications along this perimeter, while Imamura and Kosaka held out as long as possible to delay the Allied advance. To this end, Imamura, who kept the 38th Division under his control to defend Rabaul, had previously dispatched the reinforced 65th Independent Mixed Brigade to Tuluvu with orders to develop a shipping point there and to maintain the airfield. On September 5th, he further sent Major General Matsuda Iwao to take command of all forces at Tuluvu, with the mission of defending the coasts of western New Britain. Finally, Lieutenant General Sakai Yasuchi's 17th Division would be sent from Shanghai to Rabaul to reinforce New Britain, while Lieutenant General Kanda Masatane's 6th Division was ordered to hold Bougainville at any cost, as its defences had been built up during the entire Central Solomons campaign. In the meantime, the 2nd Battalion, 228th Regiment, was sent to reinforce Gasmata, and the 51st Transport Regiment was deployed at Lorengau in the Admiralties. Meanwhile, with the fall of Lae, MacArthur's next plan was for General Vassey's 7th Division to advance along the Markham and Ramu valleys as far as Dumpu, therefore providing General Kenny with airfield sites to both isolate the Huon Peninsula and strike at Japanese supply convoys to Madang, Wewak and Hansa Bay, while simultaneously General Wotten's 9th Division was to undertake an amphibious operation against Finschhafen before exploiting along the coast to Sio and Sidor. Additionally, General Milford's 5th Division would be tasked with establishing a base at Lae. Furthermore, after the Quadrant Conference held in Quebec between August 17th and August 24th, the Allies decided to make a significant change to their plans for Operation Cartwheel. With the main focus now being assigned to the Central Pacific Offensive, the Joint Chiefs of Staff planned to use the 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions, then in the Southwest and South Pacific areas, as well as most of the South Pacific's warships, assault transports and cargo ships. In response, MacArthur vigorously replied that the withdrawal of the 2 Marine divisions would prevent the ultimate assault against Rabaul. Thus, in Quebec, it would be decided to neutralize Rabaul rather than to capture it. To successfully bypass Rabaul, MacArthur's forces consequently had to seize Kavieng and the Admiralties. Then he would have to neutralize Wewak and liberate the valuable Vigelkop Peninsula before finally undertaking his cherished ambition to return to the Philippines. On September 17th, MacArthur was informed of this decision, and from then on he would not raise the question of Rabaul ever again, electing to focus instead on the plans for his future liberation of the Philippines. Back in New Guinea, General Nakano's retreat continued with the Australians in hot pursuit. On September 17th, while the 2nd 14th Battalion crossed the Atzera Range to capture Buena, Japanese engineers were already building a small bridge across the Busu River with wood from the jungle. At this point, Nakano had rejoined his headquarters with the 2nd Echelon, as he had found the going too harsh, and now had to be carried by 4 soldiers. On September 18th, the 2nd 24th Battalion would reach Musom and Gawam, and to the south, the Markham Point defenders that had retreated towards the coast on the night of September 16th would finally be intercepted and annihilated by the 15th Battalion around the Labu Lagoon. The following day, after capturing Buena, the 2nd 14th was held up by a Japanese covering force on the upper reaches of the Busu. On September 20th, Nakano's forces at last began to cross the river in the direction of Kemen, with the last units getting across by September 22nd. The pursuit also grew closer on the 20th and 21st, as a platoon of the 2nd 24th attacked some Japanese at Kwapsanik, but Wotten's forces would ultimately fail to catch the Japanese rearguard. In the end, as the Australians prepared to undertake their new offensives against the Ramu Valley and Finschhafen, the pursuit units would be called back, and the main body of Nakano's troops would be allowed to reach the north coast almost untouched by Allied action. In General Blamey's assessment, few of the enemy remnants would escape the hardship of the mountain tracks. By this point, the Japanese had already gotten across the Busu, and were now advancing through the precipitous mountains towards Lumbaip and onto Kemen, arriving there on September 25th. There was a saying in the Japanese armed forces that Java is heaven, Burma is hell, but you never come back alive from New Guinea. Nakano's goal was now to prove both Blamey and this saying wrong. At the same time, Vassi and Blamey decided that their next objective would be Kaiapit, as they believed that Nakano was retreating through the Markham and Ramu valleys, consequently earmarking Captain Gordon King's 2nd 6th Independent Company to strike swiftly and capture the village before the enemy main force arrived there. On September 17th, King's company was therefore flown from Port Moresby and landed at Sangan on the western bank of the Leron River, immediately departing for Kaiapit. Against them, Major General Nakai Masataro had departed Bagadjim with the main force of the 78th Regiment on September 7th. He had immediately dispatched his advanced 3rd Battalion and the Morassadic Company on a forced march towards Kaiapit, while his main force followed in order to attack the Allied airbase at Nadzab. Yet only one Japanese platoon would manage to reach Kaiapit by September 19th, just as the Australian commandos were approaching. During the afternoon, King's commandos thus stormed the village, killing some 20 defenders and successfully establishing a defensive perimeter for the night. Thus, Vassi and King's decision to strike swiftly paid huge dividends. The following morning, however, Nakai's advanced force of over 300 men under the command of Major Yonakura Sunio finally arrived at Kaiapit. Yet the Japanese still believed that Kaiapit was in their hands, so they were completely thrown into disarray when the commandos unexpectedly fired at them. Soon a platoon would charge into the mass of enemy soldiers with their automatic weapons blazing, and though the Japanese offered strong resistance, many of them would be cut down, including Major Yonakura himself. Then, King decided to send another platoon through the right flank to get on top of Mission Hill, which dominated the battlefield. Advancing in an open line, the commandos drove off any enemy troops in their path and successfully climbed the hill, finding the mission station on top deserted. After the capture of Mission Hill, the Australians on top enjoyed a bird's eye view that allowed them to direct other commandos onto the enemy troops still in the area. Consequently, King's men took confidence and launched assault after assault on the now surrounded enemy, successfully inflicting so many casualties that the Japanese would be forced to flee in disorder towards Antiragan and Nararapam. King had scored an amazing victory, consequently burying some 214 enemies, although it's likely that the Japanese lost many more. In turn, the commandos only lost 14 killed and 23 wounded. The following afternoon, the first units of Brigadier Doherty's 21st Brigade would be landed at Kaiapit, so King's victory would allow Vassi to have a fresh brigade in position to advance deep into the Markham and Ramu valleys. Though Yonakura's battalion had been almost wiped to a man, General Nakai would send his 1st Battalion to rescue the battered advance force, and would further send the Saito volunteer unit of about 80 men to execute special infiltration and raiding operations against the enemy. Meanwhile, back at Lae, Generals Blamey, Herring and Witten were hastily planning their bold Finschhafen offensive, almost immediately earmarking Brigadier Windeyer's 20th Brigade to jump back on General Heavy's and Admiral Barbie's landing craft and to make an amphibious landing at Scarlet Beach, a beach south of the Song River and north of Finschhafen, where it was believed that the Japanese would least expect a naval landing, and where they could rapidly cut their line of supply. Although Witten and Blamey wanted to use another brigade for the offensive, the craft already allotted by Barbie were capable of lifting only one brigade. In the end, it would be decided that after the landings, the 22nd Battalion would also move around the south coast of the Huon Peninsula to deceive the Japanese as to the real direction of the threat. For the landing, Windeyer planned to assault the beachhead with 2 battalions, the 2nd 17th on the right and the 2nd 13th on the left, and once the beachhead was secured, the 2nd 15th Battalion would advance south along the main road towards Finschhafen. Finally, it would be decided that the expedition would leave G Beach on the evening of September 21st and land at Scarlet Beach the following morning. To support Windeyer's operation, an air umbrella of American and Australian planes would protect the convoy during daylight. General Kenny's air forces would further bomb all key airfield and supply points between Wewak and Finschhafen, and Barbie's destroyers would execute a preliminary bombardment of Finschhafen. Against them, Major General Yamada Iso, commander of the 1st Shipping Detachment, counted around 1,200 men at Finschhafen. Many of them, however, were barge operators and mechanics, but there were also some units from the 238th Regiment. Additionally, the bulk of the 80th Regiment had already departed Madang via the coastal road by mid-August, and would successfully arrive before the start of the Australian offensive, thus increasing Yamada's strength to almost 4,000 men. On September 10th, after the landings at Lae and Nadzab, General Ketigiri finally led the rest of his forces from Madang to Finschhafen in a long and hard march along the coast, with the first elements of the 49th Regiment assembling at Gali by September 21st. Additionally, as Madang had been left practically undefended, the 239th Regiment was earmarked to reinforce the Japanese base, finally departing Wewak on October 3rd. Back at Finschhafen, Yamada would deploy the bulk of his forces at Logaweng, with 4 companies holding the Mongi River mouth and with 2 mixed companies of about 50 engineers and 30 naval personnel protecting the Bumi River. Yet to the north he would only deploy the 9th Company of the 80th Regiment at Arnt Point, further sending a machine gun platoon of the 238th Regiment towards the Song River to secure Sattelberg. Thus, just as they had predicted, it seemed the Australians were about to face little resistance. On the afternoon of September 21st, Barbie's smaller and slower craft left Lae for Scarlet Beach. Meanwhile, 3 LSTs were loaded smoothly, and Windeyer's troops embarked on the LCIs and APDs, finally departing by dusk under a strong fighter cover. Windeyer's plan called for 2 companies of the 2nd 17th Battalion to land on the right of the beach, and 2 from the 2nd 13th on the left. Then, while the rest of the brigade landed, the right company of the 2nd 17th was to capture North Hill, and the left company of the 2nd 13th was to capture Arnt Point. Advancing swiftly, Barbie's convoy would arrive off Scarlet Beach at 04:45, and the barges would be subsequently lowered. After an 11-minute bombardment by 5 destroyers, the barges finally sped for the shore. But in the dark of the night, the whole wave would land further south than intended, and as a result, the 4 assaulting companies were landed not only on the wrong beaches, but also mixed with one another. In the ensuing confusion, a platoon of the 2nd 13th even landed near the mouth of the Song and drew fire from enemy machine gun posts along the river. The failure to secure Scarlet Beach would also force the second wave to veer to the left and beach near Siki Cove under heavy enemy fire. Yet the LCIs of the 2nd and 3rd waves would also respond with heavy fire from their 20mm guns, which eventually forced the Japanese to retreat. With the enemy gone, Scarlet Beach would finally be secured. In an interesting turn of events, had the assaulting troops actually landed at Scarlet Beach, casualties would have been heavy among the Australians, as the Japanese machine guns proved to be sighted in a deadly position. In the next few hours, the remaining waves would be successfully disembarked. The 2nd 17th would secure the Song River, and the 2nd 13th would secure Siki Cove. Then, Windeyer's battalions would attack Ketika with 3 companies, meeting staunch opposition, but ultimately capturing the village after a bombardment by 3-inch mortars. While the capture of Scarlet Beach was being consolidated, with the 2nd 13th advancing south towards Heldsbach and Tereko, Barbie's destroyers would be attacked by a strong strike force just as they were steering south from the landing beach. Yet 3 American fighter squadrons were awaiting to intercept them, successfully claiming they shot down 10 bombers and 29 fighters for the loss of 3 Lightnings. Unscathed, the destroyer's anti-aircraft fire would also splash 9 torpedo bombers, thus bringing a satisfactory conclusion to the first landing at Scarlet Beach, as Barbie had been able to land a total of 5,300 troops, 180 vehicles, 32 guns, and 180 tons of supplies and equipment, losing only 20 Australians killed, 65 wounded and 9 missing, with the American engineers losing a further 8 killed and 42 wounded in the following days. The landings had caught the Japanese completely off guard, so General Adachi immediately ordered General Yamada to attack the enemy at the most opportune moment, while at the same time accelerating the advance of General Katagiri's 20th Division by sending them some 20 large barges for coastal movement. Consequently, Katagiri would reach Sio by boat on September 21st, and the bulk of his division would concentrate there by September 30th. Additionally, Yamada would order his troops to concentrate at the Sattelberg Mountains, an important point 1,000 meters above sea level that dominated the Finschhafen area, to prepare for a future counterattack. In the meantime, Windeyer directed the 2nd 15th Battalion to lead the advance towards the Bumi River, while the 2nd 13th concentrated in the Heldsbach Plantation launch jetty area. But under direct orders of General Wootton, Windeyer also had the task of rapidly securing Sattelberg. At the time, however, neither realized how inaccessible Sattelberg was, and both thought of its occupation merely as a method of guarding the open right flank of the advance. Thus, most of Yamada's forces would be free to move towards Sattelberg practically unopposed. Furthermore, on the morning of September 22nd, the 22nd Battalion had departed Hopoi in a rough and slippery march towards the mouth of the Mongi River to attack Finschhafen from the south. The following afternoon, they would reach Bua, where they would skirmish with a Japanese outpost, and eventually they would be stopped by artillery fire near the mouth of the Mongi. On September 23rd, the 2nd 15th began its advance along the coastal track, with its leading platoon reaching the Bumi near its mouth by midday. Though the river appeared easily fordable, two mixed companies of the 85th Naval Garrison had strongly fortified and wired positions on the south bank of the river, immediately opening heavy fire on the Australians. Consequently, two companies would be left at Kamloa, while the remainder of the battalion continued the advance along the ridges to the west. Tenaciously hacking its way into the foothills of the Kreutberg Range, the force would reach the crest of the ridge, and after regaining its breath, then advanced south along the crest. The following morning, the 2nd 13th slowly set out to join them, which allowed the 2nd 15th to move off for the Bumi. But to their amazement, upon reaching the river, the Australians found more Japanese positions in front. Thus, a company of the 2nd 15th was forced to fight its way across the river to secure a bridgehead, successfully doing so, as most of the enemy's strength appeared to be farther downstream. By the end of the day, two more companies would cross the river to reinforce the bridgehead, but problems with resupply in this tenuous position under pouring rain would also force the Australians to divert their efforts to cut a jeep track around the foothills to the bridgehead. Consequently, September 24th and 25th would see the Australians patrol ahead, consolidate their bridgehead, and bring up supplies while they were completing their jeep track. Upon completion of the track, however, Windeyer directed that there should be no further advance south of the Bumi until 2 days' supplies were near the river crossing. Back at Scarlet Beach, Japanese air and artillery attacks had inflicted heavy casualties on both the American engineers and the Australian support units by September 25th, but there was a more worrisome threat emerging from the west. After setting forth along the Sattelberg Road, a company of the 2nd 17th had finally reached the unoccupied outskirts of Sattelberg, or so the Australians believed. In reality, they had only reached Jivivaning, and they would need to cross the Coconut Ridge to get across to Sattelberg. Soon, however, Papuan scouts would report heavy enemy presence in front, and after a failed attempt to get around the Japanese right flank, Windeyer would order them to retreat back to Jivivaning. By nightfall, the light Australian presence on the Sattelberg Road was finally discovered, so General Yamada planned to attack towards Heldsbach to cut off the enemy north of Arndt Point. The following day, as the 2nd 15th set out to capture Schnell's Hill, the high ground southeast of the bridgehead, and the 2nd 13th moved southwest to occupy a spur controlling the track from Tiramoro, patrols from the 22nd Battalion finally discovered that the enemy opposing them had executed a hasty retreat, which allowed them to secure the Mongi River. Meanwhile, in a relentless advance, the 2nd 15th Battalion would manage to overcome the strong Japanese position at Schnell's Hill with around 150 naval troops of Yamada's 85th Naval Garrison breaking and fleeing as the Australian assault came upon them. At the same time, the 2nd 13th was less successful, as it attempted to cut the Tirimoro track, with a storm of fire falling upon them from Starvation Hill, and eventually forcing the battalion to pull back about 150 yards for the night. Finally, to the north, Yamada would send forward the 3rd Battalion, 80th Regiment, to attack in the direction of Scarlet Beach. Consequently, the Australians would have to defend a strong enemy attack on Jivavaneng during the night, and Yamada's patrols would move as far as Ketika. Unfortunately for the Japanese, Yamada's plans would be thwarted by the 2 companies of the 2nd 17th Battalion that defended Scarlet Beach, as they would successfully turn the threatened attacks into a succession of skirmishes through the use of aggressive patrolling along the Sattelberg and Ketika tracks. But this new threat to the west finally forced Windeyer to request reinforcements. And although General MacArthur and Admirals Barbie and Carpenter were reluctant to send more troops to an area they thought had a small enemy presence, General Herring would manage to secure the amphibious movement of the 2nd 43rd Battalion by the end of the month. Nonetheless, the 2nd 17th Company at Jivavaneng would have to hold off a total of 6 Japanese attacks over the next few days, until finally relieved by the 2nd 43rd on September 30th. In the meantime, on September 27th, Windeyer ordered the 2nd 13th to exploit through the area gained by the 2nd 15th and capture Kakakog, while the 2nd 15th attacked the Salamaua plantation. Nonetheless, a company would again attack Starvation Hill, finally occupying the now abandoned spur that controlled the Tirimoro track. The following day, the 2nd 13th cautiously set out to attack Kakakog's 3 half-demolished buildings, but under heavy bombardment, the Australians would only be able to penetrate about 300 yards beyond Schnell's Hill. On September 29th, both the 2nd 13th and 2nd 15th Battalions sent out several probing patrols, but by afternoon, it was obvious that surprise had been lost and that the enemy was aware of the Australian intentions, so they would make little headway. The next day, as the 2nd 17th had now been relieved and was being sent southwards, Windeyer ordered the 2nd 13th to prepare for another attack against Kakakog. On October 1st, supported by artillery and air bombardments, the Australians moved into position and finally attacked. One company towards the east bank of Elebe Creek and the other against Yamada's units around Kakakog. With fixed bayonets, the Elebe posts were rapidly rushed, and the creek was fiercely secured, with the Japanese suffering over 50 casualties. Then the Australians joined the attack on Kakakog, costily applying great pressure on the Japanese defenders. Ultimately, however, heavy fire from the excellently sighted enemy positions on Kakakog Ridge would stop the Australian advance, thus forcing them to dig in for the night. For the loss of 10 killed and 70 wounded, the 2nd 13th Battalion had killed between 80 and 100 Japanese during the fight for Kakakog, and although they hadn't taken the enemy position, this would be enough to force the Japanese to abandon the Salamaua plantation and withdraw from Finschhafen. In the meantime, after reaching Kasanga, the 22nd Battalion would be able to capture Logaweng and Timbulam without facing any opposition, then preparing to cross the Mape River. On early October 2nd, the 2nd 13th finally captured the now abandoned Kakakog Ridge, and the 2nd 17th would also find the mouth of the Bumi unoccupied, then moving in to seize Salamaua. With the enemy gone, the 2nd 15th consequently set forth towards Simbang, and the 2nd 17th continued its advance along the main road towards Kolem. At last, Finschhafen had fallen, and at last Windeyer could direct the bulk of his forces to deal with the enemy attacking from the west. The cost for this victory had been 73 Australians killed, 285 wounded, and 301 sick. Looking west to Kaiapit, the Australians were consolidating their position in the Markham Valley, and were preparing to resume their advance towards the Ramu. While Brigadier Doherty's brigade was being flown to Kaiapit to relieve the brave commandos of Captain King, we'll recall that General Nakai had sent the Saito unit, divided into 4 sections of 4 men each, to infiltrate and raid the Australian position, with the aim of giving the enemy a tough fight. On the night of September 23rd, 3 infiltration sections carried out their first operation, successfully blowing up the billet of a commanding officer and setting fire to the grassy plain, which temporarily threw the Australians into confusion. In the meantime, the bulk of the Nakai detachment withdrew back to the Ramu Valley and began to establish strong fortifications at the Kankaré Mountains. By September 23rd, the 2nd 16th Battalion had secured Antiragan and the Umi River crossing, and the following day, the Australians would briefly skirmish with the 1st Battalion 78th Regiment at Sagarek and Narawapam. Vassi's new objective was now Dumpu, as he wanted to catch General Nekano's forces, who he thought were retreating up the Ramu to Bogajim. But believing that there was a strong enemy presence in front to cover the withdrawal, maybe even the full strength of the 20th Division, Doherty decided to order the 2nd 16th back across the Umi on September 25th. That same day, Nekai decided to deploy the bulk of the 78th Regiment in the Gurumbu Kankaré area, while the 1st Battalion 26th Field Artillery Regiment was sent to defend the seashore in the Erima area, and the 3rd Battalion 78th Regiment was to advance into the Yokupi mountain area and defend against any incursion from Kesawai. At the same time, as the last battalion of the 21st Brigade finally arrived at Kaiapit, Vassi would earmark Brigadier Ether's 25th Brigade to be flown in next. Additionally, General Herring would place Beneforce under Vassi's command, which then gradually began to press forward and even to cross the Ramu in the direction of Dumpu and Kesawai. The next few days would only see heavy patrolling, with the Australians successfully identifying that there was no enemy presence east of the Umi. On September 28th, Doherty thus finally sent the 2nd 16th Battalion to recross the river, successfully occupying Sagarag by the end of the day, while the rest of the brigade crossed the Umi. The following day, the 21st Brigade rapidly moved westwards and managed to occupy Wankon Hill and Marawasa without facing opposition. On September 29th, some Australian commandos of Beneforce would also execute a deadly ambush near Kesawai, and Ether's forces would successfully assemble at Kaiapit. The next day, Doherty's units would set out towards the Gusap River in a grueling march that would see the Australians reach the river divide between the Markham and Ramu. At this point, Vassi began to realise that he was not facing the full strength of the 20th Division, since Wootton was apparently fighting with them at Finschhafen. Thus, Blamey and Herring didn't wish to become heavily committed in the Markham and Ramu valleys, instead prioritising the Finschhafen operation. At a meeting at Lae on October 1st, Herring would allow Vassi to push towards Dumpu, but he wouldn't permit him to remove the whole of the 2 independent companies from the Benabena Plateau. Thanks to this diplomatic victory, Vassi would order Doherty to concentrate on the Gusap by October 2nd, with Ether's forces arriving the following day. Additionally, although forced to leave the 2nd Independent Company at Benabena, he was sent the 2nd 7th Independent Company to scout the Bumbum area. Now the Battle of Dumpu was about to begin. On October 2nd, while the bulk of the 21st and 25th Brigades established bridgeheads to cross the Gusap and Tunkat rivers, the 2nd 7th Independent Company was trying to cross the Ramu into Kaigulin, where a Japanese outpost was fiercely resisting their attacks. This eventually forced the commandos to cross the Ramu elsewhere and work around on the right flank to finally overrun the enemy outpost with the aid of the 2nd 16th Battalion attacking from the south. The following day, Brigadier Doherty restricted his brigade's activities to patrolling only, while they waited for Brigadier Ether's forces to assemble in the Bumbum area. Then, on the morning of October 4th, Doherty sent the 2nd 14th towards Wampun, while the 2nd 16th moved in to capture Dumpu. As expected, Wampun was found deserted shortly after midday, yet the 2nd 14th had carried no water and thus had nothing to drink. Consequently, Colonel Honor decided to lead a small party towards Koram to look for water, but unfortunately he would be ambushed at a banana plantation. Wounded, Honor would take refuge in tall kunai grass, while rescue parties of the 2nd 14th set out at once to extricate their commanding officer. After Honor's successful rescue under fire, the Australians would attack the enemy-held banana plantation with speed and determination, successfully killing 26 Japanese for the loss of 7 men wounded. Meanwhile, the 2nd 16th had successfully crossed the Suriname River without facing opposition by early afternoon. A platoon was then sent to scout ahead, indicating that Dumpu was still occupied. But just as the Australians were forming up to attack, the enemy would be seen withdrawing rapidly to the north. Thus, Doherty's forces would be able to capture Dumpu unopposed. With this success, General Vassie thought that the 78th Regiment had failed to relieve pressure on the retreating 51st Division, but unbeknownst to him, General Nakano's forces were already marching through the formidable Sarawagit Range, moving at an altitude that passed 3,000 meters, and with temperatures that fell below 10 degrees. Although the 7th Division had enjoyed a relatively uninterrupted march to Dumpu, and the Benabena area was now fairly secure, General Nakai was setting up very strong defensive positions on the Kankaré Saddle, which would soon turn the campaign in the Ramu Valley and the Finisterre Ranges into a grim holding operation. In the meantime, with the Allied focus now being set on the Finschhafen campaign, General Herring would officially order Vassie to hold the Dumpu-Marawasa area, to establish a landing strip at Dumpu, and to attempt no big advances. Only Lieutenant Colonel John Bishop's 2nd 27th Battalion would be allowed to advance into the Finisterre foothills, successfully reaching Cambaram with speed and occupying its neighbouring hill on October 5th. The following day, the Australians patrolled extensively, conclusively determining that the enemy had abandoned the Ramu Valley. Additionally, it was on October 6th that Generals Vassie and Wootton received a signal that all independent companies would be redesignated forthwith as Cavalry Commando Squadrons, something that didn't sit well with the experienced commandos. The next day, Doherty's forces would successfully secure positions at Bebe and up the Farrier River on Guy's Post. This forced Nakai to hurriedly send his 2nd Battalion 78th Regiment to counterattack against Buff's Knoll, but on the night of October 7th, the Japanese assault would not proceed as expected, hampered by the heavy rains and the troops' own lack of familiarity with the terrain. The following morning, slowed down by the terrain, the Japanese would barely push into one of the enemy corners while the 2nd 27th consolidated its position. On October 9th, Bishop then resumed his advance north, successfully fighting his way through to occupy Trevor's Ridge and John's Knoll. But the following morning, the Australians would have to repel a small enemy counterattack, while the bulk of the 2nd Battalion 78th Regiment retreated west to Shaggy Ridge. There, the Japanese concentrated along the Farrier River and prepared for another counterattack, opening artillery fire at a short range over Trevor's Ridge during the afternoon to soften up the Australian defences. In the meantime, Brigadier Doherty sent the 2nd 14th to hold Cambaram in support of Bishop's advance, while Brigadier Ether likewise sent the 2nd 33rd Battalion to clean out the Japanese at the Bogonon Mountain area. Advancing with speed, the 2nd 33rd would follow the track to a 4,100 feet high dominating feature, then slowly begin to climb the precipitous mountain. Luckily for them, the Japanese apparently did not see the approach of the Australians, while some Kittyhawks attacked them. Under the cover of darkness, the 2nd 33rd's leading company would then finally reach the top of the ridge, successfully surprising the defenders with a bold night attack that managed to push them back from the feature. The next few days would see General Vassie's forces patrol extensively, while the Japanese continued to harass them with artillery fire. Additionally, on October 11th, small Japanese parties would interdict the Australian supply line between the 2nd 14th and 2nd 27th Battalions, which forced the former to send a platoon to attack Palias Hill until the enemy was finally driven back and communications with Bishop were restored. Meanwhile, in the Finschhafen area, Brigadier Windeyer had realised that he needed to capture Sattelberg in order to secure his gains, as the Japanese forces of General Yamada continued to attack the most forward Australian position at Jivavanning. There, under heavy bombardment, a company of the 2nd 43rd would have to repel a number of enemy attacks on October 1st and 2nd, while the remainder of the battalion cautiously advanced up the Sattelberg road. Unable to break through the enemy positions that surrounded Jivavanning, however, the bulk of the 2nd 43rd would be forced to dig in about 400 yards from its besieged company. After the fall of Finschhafen, Windeyer assigned most of his brigade to defend the southern area, while the 2nd 17th was directed north to press on and capture Kamawa, and then to bring pressure on Sissi in order to sever the enemy's lines of communication and assist an advance up the Sattelberg road. At this point, Windeyer deemed that his double task to hold the area from Bonga to Drega harbour and capture Sattelberg was too much for his meagre forces, so he was desperately asking for reinforcements. Luckily for him, Generals Herring and Wootton had met at Lae on September 30th, where the latter was told that he could count with a reinforced battalion of General Heavy's brigade to start the move of his division towards Finschhafen in preparation for an offensive against Sio. The following day, as General Blamey had decided that the time had come to give Herring a rest, Lieutenant Colonel Leslie Morshead's 2nd Corps would be appointed to take over the New Guinea offensives. On October 2nd, upon Morshead's arrival at Dobodura, Herring would finally leave for Port Moresby and Australia, never to return to the front lines. Meanwhile, the Australians also decided that it was necessary to capture the Tami Islands, so a company of the 2nd 32nd Battalion would depart Lae on October 2nd, encountering very rough weather, high seas and continual rain, but finally arriving off Wanam Island. There, friendly natives would tell them that there were no Japanese on the islands, so the company would successfully land at Kalal to set up a radar station. The following day, while the 2nd 17th departed Kolem on a very difficult route, ironically named Easy Street, towards Kiasawa and then Kamawa, the Australians were surprised to see no enemy attack against Jivavanning. Thus, the 2nd 43rd tried its luck against the enemy, but failing to break through, it would be decided to evacuate the besieged company. Meanwhile, to the north, the 2nd Battalion 80th Regiment suddenly appeared north of the Song River after a circuitous march through Wario and Gurikha, so Windeyer would have to send some reinforcements to contain this new threat. Thus, the 2nd 17th Battalion was divided in two, with 2 companies proceeding to Scarlet Beach, while the remainder of the battalion kept going towards Kiasawa. On October 4th, pressure suddenly eased on both troublesome fronts, so the surrounded company of the 2nd 43rd would be allowed to withdraw eastwards. But by the end of the day, patrols reported that the Japanese had also withdrawn, so the bulk of the battalion would move to reoccupy Jivavanning. At the same time, the 2nd 17th Detachment under Major Leslie McClan unsuccessfully started to attack the Japanese positions north of the Song, and the following day, the detachment would move farther up North Hill in a deeper encircling move before launching a 2-company attack that only found abandoned enemy positions. For the Australians, it seemed the Japanese had withdrawn into the mountains once again, but actually General Yamada was preparing for another counterattack. By the end of September, General Katagiri had sent his advanced 2nd Battalion 79th Regiment through a native inland path on the western hills to quickly lead an advance towards Sattelberg. Pressing ahead as fast as their physical condition and the difficult terrain permitted, the battalion would successfully arrive at Boringbeneng on October 7th, with the rest of the division finally getting to Sattelberg on October 11th. With these reinforcements at hand, Katagiri planned to launch a strong counterattack against Arndt Point in mid-October. In the meantime, on October 5th, the 2nd 17th would successfully capture Kawama after a brief engagement. And on October 7th, Windeyer would send McClan's detachment to reinforce Jivavanning, while the 2nd 15th Battalion was directed to relieve the 2nd 17th at Kamawa, which was tenaciously resisting a number of enemy counterattacks. The following day, Yamada's forces would successfully infiltrate the Australian positions under heavy fire to launch another attack on Kamawa, but alas they would be defeated once again just as the 2nd 15th was arriving. Low on supplies, however, Windeyer's troops would be unable to take further offensive action towards Sissi. On October 9th, McClan then decided to capture a vital feature in front of Jivavanning known as the Knoll to improve his tactical position. Covered by an artillery barrage, a company would sneak around the enemy's left flank, completely surprising the enemy with such a devastating assault that only 1 Japanese remained on top of the knoll. The Japanese then viciously counterattacked, but this wouldn't be enough to dislodge McClan's tenacious soldiers. The next day, as the Australians continued to repel the enemy assaults on the knoll, both sides would dedicate themselves to patrol extensively. the Japanese to search for viable approaches for their upcoming counteroffensives, while they waited for their stores and ammunition to be stockpiled in sufficient quantities, and the Australians following signs of considerable enemy movement, which indicated that large numbers of reinforcements were arriving from the north. But more importantly, looking at Lae, General Wotton's headquarters and the 24th Brigade finally began their movement to Finschhafen. Upon landing, Wotton decided to reorganize his forces to gain control of the approaches to Wario and Sattelberg, hoping to provide the ground from which an offensive could be launched against Sio. Thus, he divided the Finschhafen area into 3 sectors of responsibility, with the 24th Brigade protecting the Scarlet Beach area, the 20th Brigade continuing its offensive against Sattelberg, and the 22nd Battalion holding the Dregger Harbour area. Then, on October 11th, the 2nd 17th was finally reconstituted at Jivavanning, and the following day, Wotton sent a Papuan company to obtain information about the country and the enemy in the Wario area. On October 13th, the 2nd 15th Battalion went into action once again as they fiercely attacked the enemy positions west of Komawa, and despite heavy casualties, the Australians would ultimately drive the defenders out of their seemingly impregnable positions. The next 2 days would be relatively quiet, but this was only the calm before the storm, as Katagiri's forces were only finishing their final preparations for the October 16th counteroffensive. With warnings of an impending Japanese attack, Wotton would be relieved to see the arrival of the 2nd 28th and 2nd 32nd Battalions on October 15th, but he was bitter about the lack of cooperation between Australians and Americans that had prevented them from quickly reinforcing Finschhafen. Now only time would tell if the whole operation could be saved from Katagiri's planned counterattack. Moving back to the Finistères, on October 11th, General Morshead flew for the first time to Dumpu, where he clarified to Vassi that because of administrative limitations, there would be no further advance into the mountains for the time being. The following morning, Colonel Bishop's 2nd 27th Battalion was reorganizing at Trevor's Ridge after a vicious enemy artillery bombardment, when suddenly the Japanese began to attack in strength. The attack was supported by 5 woodpeckers, with 2 mountain guns, mortars and light machine guns also joining in on the attack. Additionally, the Japanese plastered Trevor's Ridge and John's Knoll with grenades, and under very heavy supporting fire, they attacked the knoll with fixed bayonets, successfully overrunning the Australian positions on the lower easterly slope. Yet this lower slope could be brought under heavy fire from a section on the crest above, so the gained Japanese positions would quickly become untenable. Immediately after the first attack, Bishop thus sent some reinforcements to John's Knoll, which allowed the Australians to regain their lost positions. The tenacious defenders would then go on to repel a total of 4 separate attacks by early afternoon, although at a great cost. Bishop, however, was mainly worried by the depletion of his ammunition, for there was no sign of the expected supply train. Though there were many dead enemy soldiers before John's Knoll, the position was very dangerous, and the dogged infantrymen realized they would have to pull out if no ammunition arrived. To relieve the pressure on the knoll, Bishop further sent 2 platoons to launch a 2-pronged counterattack. Moving around the Japanese flanks, 1 platoon would manage to fight its way to the Razorback Ridge, ultimately getting forced to pull back, while the other successfully cleared the track to John's Knoll with a surprise attack from behind, finally joining the defenders on top of the knoll. In the late afternoon, a company of the 2nd 27th would also advance from the northeast to attack the Japanese rear, successfully overrunning a woodpecker and inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. By nightfall, the enemy attack had ceased, and the battalion had not yielded 1 inch of ground. Additionally, the supply train would finally arrive after midnight, carrying some much-needed ammunition for the defenders. By its decision to sit tight and hope for the best, Bishop had won a notable success. The 2nd 27th had lost 7 men killed and 28 wounded, and had killed about 190 Japanese. But most importantly, the Australians had refused to be pushed from the vantage points they had won. On October 13th, Bishop's patrols would finally find that the Japanese were gone from the area, but soon the attackers would continue to fire on Trevor's Ridge with their woodpeckers from a new position just above the plateau across the Faria. Therefore, the defenders would continue to feel the strain after the previous day's hard fighting. and consequently, Brigadier Doherty decided to relieve the exhausted 2nd 27th with the 2nd 16th Battalion. After the gruesome Battle of John's Knoll, the Japanese would decide to pull back to the shaggy ridgeline in front of the Kankere Saddle, where General Nakai was determined to make his last stand. Thus, upon relieving the 2nd 33rd to the east, the 2nd 31st Battalion would be allowed to capture the Boganon Mountain area. After the vigorous fighting and anxious moments of the preceding days, October 15th set the tempo for the succeeding days, as both sides would only skirmish and patrol as they prepared for upcoming engagements. Additionally, it's important to mention that on October 9th, the 1st Echelon, under Admiral Maury, at last reached Chiari, and after 4 days of rest, the naval soldiers would finally march to Sio. For 10 days on end, mountains and valleys would reappear again and again in front of General Nakano's retreating forces until all of them had gotten to Chiari. The 4th Echelon finally reached Chiari on October 18th, 33 days after it had left Lae. From the 8,650 men that had left Lae, a grand total of 6,544 men would successfully survive the retreat across the Sarawagit Range to arrive safely at the coast. Thus, General Blamey's assessment that few of the enemy remnants will escape the hardship of the mountain tracks was clearly wrong. As we last saw in Finschhafen, General Wotton's 9th Division had finally arrived to reinforce Brigadier Windeyr's 20th Brigade just as the Japanese attacks were intensifying, but at the same time, General Katagiri had managed to bring the bulk of his 20th Division to Sattelberg, and so he was now planning to launch a strong counterattack into the heart of the Australian defences. His plan was for the Yamada detachment to make a surprise attack on the enemy at Jivavaneng, while the main force of the division assaulted Scarlet Beach in the northern part of Arndt Point. Additionally, a field artillery company and 2 companies of the 1st Battalion 79th Regiment would support the operation with a diversionary attack north of the Song River against Bonga, and the 10th Company of the 79th Regiment, left behind at Nambariwa alongside a detachment of engineers with explosives and demolition charges, was now to make a seaborne attack against Scarlet Beach to disrupt the enemy defences and support the assault of the 79th Regiment. This counteroffensive was set to begin on October 16th, and the Japanese troops would be signalled to start the attacks with a fire lit at Sattelberg. In turn, Wotton was aware that a strong enemy attack was coming, but he was unsure as to the probable nature or direction of the attack. Australian intelligence actually believed that the enemy would counterattack towards Finschhafen Airfield, Langemak Bay, or both. Thus, Windeyer had been ordered to coordinate the defence of Langemak Bay, while Brigadier Evans was placed to command the defences of Scarlet Beach. On October 15th, however, a patrol from the 2nd 28th Battalion captured a Japanese officer's satchel in the Wario Gusaka area, which contained a copy of Katagiri's operation order for the offensive. The document would be rapidly translated, and Wotton would then be informed of its contents. Thereupon, Wotton made only one redisposition over his present defences, ordering Evans to sight and hold at all costs a post on the Wario track, as he believed that the enemy would be advancing through there. Yet, unbeknownst to the Australians, the bulk of the 79th Regiment was already infiltrating along the Katika track, and the Yamada detachment was also getting ready to assault Jivavaneng. Before dawn on October 16th, the Japanese counter-offensive finally began, as 3 companies of the 3rd Battalion 80th Regiment launched a heavy attack on the 2nd 17th Battalion positions, which completely surprised the defenders and allowed the Japanese to crawl within 20 yards of battalion headquarters. A series of fierce attacks, supported by artillery and mortars, then ensued, but the tenacious Australians would manage to beat them back each time, although at a high cost. Additionally, General Yamada also sent a small decoy unit to raise cooking smoke in front of Kamawa in order to invite enemy fire and prevent the reinforcement of Jivavaneng. Meanwhile, the 79th Regiment continued to infiltrate between the widely dispersed companies of the 2nd 3rd Pioneer Battalion, and the 155-man boat penetration force of Lieutenant Sugino also departed Nambariwa at dusk in 4 barges, successfully repulsing the interference of enemy PT boats on the way. By nightfall, under incessant rain, all the Australians were watching Sattelberg for the signal fire. it seemed impossible that a fire could be lit in the steady downpour, but a company of the 22nd Battalion at Logoweng reported observing a large fire on Sattelberg's dominating crest at 20:30. Unfortunately, this report would fail to reach division headquarters. Nonetheless, the Australian defenders along the coast anxiously awaited the expected seaborne attack. At 03:15 on October 17th, a heavy Japanese bombing raid hit the Heldsbach and Arndt Point areas, and although there were 66 bombs dropped over the course of 2 hours, there was little damage and few casualties. Furthermore, Australian coast watchers would report the sight of Japanese barges heading south, so Evans immediately readied the 2nd 43rd and 2nd 28th Battalions for battle. At 04:10 it was very dark, and the barges were moving quickly and quietly towards the north end of Scarlet Beach as the Allied heavy guns began to fire on them. Despite the heavy rain of fire, 2 Japanese barges would manage to hit the beach, with the Japanese raiders on board immediately charging into the enemy positions. Though pinned down by the fierce fire, Sugano's raiders kept throwing grenades into the Allied guns under the cover of darkness, reporting to have destroyed 3 anti-aircraft guns, 4 field guns, 2 ammunition depots, 2 machine guns, and 2 pom-poms, among many other guns damaged. But with the light improving, the Japanese were rapidly left in a very exposed position, so Sugano finally took the decision to crawl north along the spit and across the Somme. Around 60 raiders would manage to escape north, although 24 of them would then be killed by hunters of the 2nd 43rd Battalion. Although they hadn't been able to disable the Allied guns, the Japanese felt that their raiding operation had been a great success. But they were also sorry that Colonel Hayashida Kaneki's 79th Regiment had been unable to capitalize on this attack because the difficult terrain had slowed down his advance. By late morning, however, the Japanese had assembled in strength about 1 mile west of Katika behind the 3 pioneer battalions, finally launching a heavy attack on Lieutenant Colonel Alfred Galach's headquarters. Resisting with tooth and nail, the Australians managed to repel a total of 3 furious attacks, before the enemy managed to capture a steep hill overlooking the whole position by nightfall. In the end, the headquarters of the pioneers, laden with the bulk of the reserve ammunition and rations, withdrew back to Katika, thus leaving its dispersed companies behind enemy lines and without a secure supply route. Yet Galach's determined efforts had also gained some much-needed respite for Brigadier Evans to redispose his forces, and for General Morshead to request the urgent movement of the 26th Brigade to Finschhafen. Consequently, Evans decided to abandon the Bonga area and reinforce the Song River mouth, and Admiral Barbie provided 14 LCIs and 6 LSTs to carry out the reinforcement of Finschhafen. Furthermore, Colonel Norman's 2nd 28th Battalion was ordered to recapture the Pioneer headquarters position in order to re-establish communications with the isolated companies. On the morning of October 18th, just as the Australians were preparing to counterattack, Hayashida's forces savagely assaulted Norman's defences in front of Katika and the Siki Creek. The Australians fought with great tenacity and eventually managed to repel the initial assault thanks to the support of the artillery guns. But then, with the Japanese attack gathering momentum, Evans hastened to strengthen Scarlet Beach by arranging a semicircle of infantry companies between the Song and Siki Creek. By midday, an Australian platoon managed to gain a position that dominated the Katika track, which ultimately forced Hayashida to pause his attack. In the meantime, Katagiri finally launched his diversionary attack north of the Somme, successfully tying up the 2nd 43rd Battalion in defense of North Hill. At the same time, Hayashida had sent some troops south down Siki Creek, completely outflanking the 2nd 28th, and remarkably reaching the sea at Siki Cove. This breakthrough put the whole Australian position at great risk, as a wedge between the 24th and 20th Brigades had now been driven. But unbeknownst to them, the Japanese forces were now mostly bruised and bewildered due to the sturdy resistance of the defenders. Nonetheless, Wootton ordered Evans to hold at all costs the area including North Hill and Scarlet Beach to Siki Creek. Because of the threat to Scarlet Beach from the west and south, Evans was thus forced to order the 2nd 28th to withdraw from Katika, a controversial decision that left Wootton fuming. Consequently, Norman bitterly pulled back from his dominating position at Katika in the afternoon to strengthen the tight perimeter around the beach. Additionally, Wootton also sent half of the 2nd 13th Battalion to hold the Heldsbach plantation and protect the supply area at Launch Jetty. To further contain this threat, Wootton placed this unit under Windeyer and instructed him to move into the south bank of the Siki. Upon finding Kataka vacated by dusk, Hayashida then decided to proceed south against Heldsbach and then Finschhafen. Luckily, Windeyer's troops would arrive just in time to prevent the 79th Regiment from crossing the creek during the night. Meanwhile, the 80th Regiment continued to attack Givevanning, completely surrounding this position, while subjecting the 2nd 17th to a difficult siege. With the enemy apparently advancing along the Sattelberg road, Windeyer therefore ordered one of the isolated pioneer companies to hold the road in front of Zag. With so many units now isolated behind Japanese lines, emergency airdrops of ammunition were flown in by pilots of No. 4 Squadron in order to keep them supplied. On October 19th, after repelling a light enemy attack on Scarlet Beach, Colonel Norman moved in to strike back at Kataka through a difficult northern route, completely surprising the Japanese and successfully retaking the vital area that had been reluctantly vacated on the previous day. This action, coupled with the strong and unexpected Australian presence south of the Siki, ultimately forced Hayashida to pause and reorganize. Luckily, by nightfall, Brigadier Whitehead's 26th Brigade, reinforced with a tank squadron, loaded into Admiral Barby's landing craft and arrived at Langemak Bay at midnight. The following morning, Norman sent another company to clear the enemy from Siki Cove. Yet his attack was met this time by strong opposition, so the company would ultimately be forced to withdraw. Although the attack was unsuccessful, the Japanese machine guns had been located, and they were now subjected to a merciless bombardment. For the remainder of the day, the defenders would have to repel a number of attacks on Kataka and the Sattelberg road. At the same time, after resisting for several days while maintaining their positions on the Kataka track without wavering, the isolated pioneer companies finally decided to pull back towards the beach. The admirable pioneers had not borne the brunt of the main attack, but their very presence in the rear had caused concern and uncertainty to the enemy. As the Japanese counterattack had now been halted, Wootton decided to retake the initiative, sending Whitehead to drive the enemy from Siki Creek, while the whole 2nd 13th Battalion was to move up the Sattelberg road and support the 2nd 17th. These operational orders were successfully carried out on October 21st, just as Hayashida's battered forces were preparing to abandon Siki Cove and retreat westwards. The 79th Regiment had sustained a big loss in its executive staff, and its food supplies were also exhausted, with the troops maintaining their weakened fighting power by living on potatoes. The next day, with reports of an apparent Japanese withdrawal, Norman prepared to push his defences farther west from Kataka, while one of his companies moved in to occupy Siki Cove. Shortly after midday, however, the Japanese would unexpectedly counterattack in the direction of Kataka. Though their attack was ultimately repelled at a high cost, the Australians would be unable to move forward for the remainder of the day. Consequently, Katagiri decided to reinforce Hayashida with the 2 companies of the 1st Battalion 79th Regiment in an effort to continue the attacks against Kataka. At the same time, on October 23rd, Evans at last had some respite to reorganize his mixed units. But soon, the new Japanese arrivals would launch a series of intermittent attacks on a feature 300 yards west of Kataka, now manned by the 2nd 32nd Battalion. At this point, the 79th Regiment had suffered so many losses that Katagiri began to seriously consider calling an end to the counteroffensive. In front of Kataka, for example, the Australians reported that there were uncounted piles of Japanese dead, and before its departure, the 2nd 28th had counted 308 corpses on the north side of the track alone. Nonetheless, Hayashida continued his attacks during the night, but none had the slightest success. That day, while Morshead further prepared to bring the 4th Brigade to Finschhafen, the American 808th Engineer Battalion would be landed at Langemak Bay. From this date, a constant stream of American units, vehicles and stores poured into Dregger Harbour to make airfields in an effort to provide adequate support for the future invasion of Western New Britain. On October 24th, the Japanese would launch its last attacks west of Kataka, while the Australians continued their advance to regain all their lost positions. Concurrently, Wootton and Morshead visited the 24th Brigade headquarters, where they harshly criticised Evans's controversial decision to abandon Katika and ultimately decided to sack him by the end of the month. Finally, on October 25th, Katagiri ordered his battered forces to concentrate at Sattelberg and reorganise for a future counteroffensive. During the next 3 days, the 24th and 26th Brigades pushed their forward defensive positions west to ground well sited for defence, giving a depth of over 1,200 yards inland from Scarlet Beach and Katika. On the Sattelberg Road, however, the situation remained very much the same, with each side exerting pressure but unable to shift the other. Yet at this point, Katagiri's counterattack was officially over. The operation had resulted in heavy losses to the Japanese. 679 dead had been counted by the Australians, and many more had been killed by artillery and mortar fire, or dragged away at night and buried. Many more must have perished in unknown places in the jungle and kunai. Wootton's staff believed that a conservative estimate of casualties was 1,500. The Japanese, however, only reported 422 killed and 662 wounded. In turn, the cost of this key battle to the Australians was 228 casualties, including 49 killed. On October 28th, Wootton was again directed to prepare offensive plans against Sattelberg and Warrio, as the reserve 4th Brigade finally arrived to reinforce Finschhafen. First, however, Windeye's forces had to regain full control of the Sattelberg Road up to Givavane. Thus, the 2nd 13th had set out along the road and finally arrived at Coconut Grove on October 29th to support the 2nd 17th's attack on the Japanese positions east of Givavane. In the next few days, the Australians would continue to exert great pressure on this position with a series of determined assaults. Yet Yamada's men miraculously managed to hold their ground against them. Despite the constant pressure, the Japanese did not falter, and any careless movement from either of the battalions drew immediate fire. By the end of the month, sickness and sniping had depleted the ranks of the 2nd 17th. Living conditions were most unpleasant, and the supply line was precarious. On November 1st, the 2nd 17th and 2nd 13th battalions resumed their attacks against the Japanese pocket, getting repelled each time and suffering many casualties. The following day, pandemonium broke out from the 2nd 13th as all its weapons were fired for 15 minutes in a grand diversionary demonstration. The 2nd 17th then attacked, successfully inching forward to a position north of the road about 150 yards from the 2nd 13th by midday. Nonetheless, the enemy was still firmly wedged in between them in the tangle of broken bamboo. As it was expected to relieve the 20th Brigade with the 26th on this day, Wootton ordered Windeyer to immediately reopen the Sattelberg Road, so another fierce attack would be launched in the afternoon, just as the Japanese were preparing to evacuate their untenable pocket. Finally, on November 3rd, the enemy positions were found abandoned and the road was at last reopened. Consequently, the advanced guard of the 26th Brigade began to arrive, and Windeyer's units began to retreat, after another job well done. Meanwhile, as Whitehead assembled along the Sattelberg Road in preparation for the forthcoming offensive, his fresh battalions would patrol vigorously, successfully discovering a number of enemy posts west of Givavane. To the north, the patrols of the 24th Brigade, now commanded by Brigadier Porter, also found Japanese positions around Bonga and on Pino Hill. On the other side, General Adachi visited the Japanese front lines by the end of October, where he found that most of Katagiri's fighting units had been reduced to below half strength, and that the division was suffering supply difficulties. Nonetheless, Katagiri was confident in the high morale of his soldiers, so he planned to gradually annihilate the enemy through a series of smaller, limited attacks. Therefore, the 80th Regiment was to secure the Sattelberg Heights, while the 79th Regiment assembled at Nongora in front of Warrio. Adachi also visited Chiari, where the 51st Division had already arrived, and subsequently ordered General Nakano to deploy his forces along the coast between Madang and Sio. Additionally, the remnants of the 1st Battalion 80th Regiment were sent to secure Konomi against any possible enemy incursion. As such, though the Australians and Americans had won 2 important battles in the Lae Salamaua and Finschhafen areas, they still needed to be prepared for any future Japanese offensives. Their tenacious foe was ready and willing to die for the survival of the empire, so the advance past Finschhafen against the full might of 3 IJA divisions could be difficult. Nevertheless, the main target for General MacArthur was still the return to the Philippines, and to accomplish that, he would need to continue fighting along the New Guinean coast until he could be close enough to the Philippines. Elsewhere, Operation Cartwheel was also set to continue after the key victories achieved in New Guinea and the Central Solomons, with MacArthur and Admiral Halsey setting their sights on 3 new objectives: New Britain, Bougainville, and the Admiralty Islands. Thus, Australia's New Guinea Campaign was an important chapter of the Pacific War, allowing the Allies to expand their sphere of influence in the South Pacific and reach some of the war's most important strategic objectives. More long-form videos and more videos on the Pacific War are on the way, so make sure you have subscribed and pressed the bell button. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Recently, we've started releasing weekly Patreon and YouTube member exclusive content. Consider joining their ranks via the link in the description or button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.